Night. Lightning split the sky, thunder roared, and heavy rain poured down like a flood. The entire city was drowning beneath the storm. But deep underground, buried hundreds of meters below the surface, Umbrella Corporation's secret base remained untouched. The storm above could not shake the calm within its steel walls. Inside a luxuriously furnished room, a frail man lay on a bed. His chest rose and fell weakly, as though even breathing consumed all his strength. His thin frame, sickly complexion, and sparse hair made him look like a man at death's door. Beside him, a life-monitoring instrument beeped steadily. Beep, beep, beep. Standing at his side was a blonde woman with sharp features and a graceful figure. Her eyes were red-rimmed with worry. When the man's eyelids fluttered open, she immediately leaned in, relief and tears welling in her eyes. Just moments earlier, the monitor had flatlined. For a few terrifying seconds, she thought she had lost him. She couldn't know, that the man in front of her was no longer the same person. Lin Yu opened his eyes slowly. His gaze fell on the woman hovering over him. She looked familiar, yet strange. Where am I? His eyes swept across the room. The soft ceiling lights glowed dimly above, illuminating steel-gray walls that exuded a cold, oppressive aura. There were no windows, no connection to the world outside. It felt like being trapped inside a fortress of iron. And then, memories not his own surged into his mind. So, I've transmigrated. The woman before him, Alice, was his assistant and secretary. His new identity? Lin Yu. Same name as in his previous life. Only now, he was the man behind the Umbrella Corporation. The name struck him like a hammer. He had seen the Resident Evil movies in his past life. He knew the Umbrella Corporation. He knew Alice. But something was off. In this world, Alice was his subordinate, and he, a Chinese man, was the secret master of the Umbrella Corporation. Not quite the story he remembered. Weird, but not unwelcome. Aside from his failing body, this was a good start. He wasn't cannon fodder, nor some powerless extra. He was already someone important. As a veteran reader of transmigration novels, Lin Yu adjusted quickly. Fine, I'll take it. But his body, this weak shell would become a problem. If he stayed sickly forever, that would be a curse worse than death. At that moment, a crisp mechanical chime echoed in his mind. Ding. Biochemical Technology Tree System Binding. Ding. Binding successful. Lin Yu's heart leapt. A system. My golden finger. Every transmigrator dreamed of this moment, and it came swiftly. Better yet, the name alone sounded terrifyingly powerful. A system perfectly suited to his role as Umbrella's master. System, what can you do? Lin Yu asked in his mind, almost trembling with excitement. The voice responded instantly. The Biochemical Technology Tree system is capable of infinite evolution. The host may collect the genes of powerful beings to light up nodes on the tree. Each evolution allows the summoning of unique biochemical units to serve the host. The tree is divided into two parts, the trunk and the branches. Branches grow stronger as their experience increases. Once branch requirements are met, the trunk level may be upgraded. Each upgrade unlocks more powerful creations. Additionally, the host himself may inherit abilities from the technology tree. The stronger the tree evolves, the stronger the host will become. As the explanation ended, a translucent blue screen unfolded in Lin Yu's mind. A vast technology tree appeared before his eyes. At its center stood the main trunk, marked as Level 0. 8 branches extended outward, each representing an evolutionary path: strength, agility, intelligence, attack, defense, attribute, skill, and special. All branch experience values sat at 0. It was simple, clear, and filled with limitless potential. Collect genes, grow the branches, upgrade the trunk, and summon an army of biochemical monstrosities. And more importantly, make those powers his own. Just as Lin Yu's pulse quickened, the system's voice chimed again. Ding! Novice gift package prepared. Would the host like to open it? A newbie gift package? Lin Yu's heart raced. Without hesitation, he shouted inwardly, Open it now. A crisp chime rang in his mind. Ding! Novice gift package opened. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one biochemical culture tank and the initial species, first-generation liquor. The specimen has been stored inside the culture tank. In his consciousness, a transparent glass chamber materialized. Floating inside was a grotesque figure. Its skull was missing, exposing pulsating, dark red brain matter. Its skin was stripped away, leaving every strand of muscle fiber bare to the eye. Rows of jagged teeth jutted out from its mouth, while long, razor-sharp claws twitched hungrily. Lin Yu shuddered. He knew this monster. He had seen it before, in the Resident Evil movies of his previous life. A liquor. The thought of such a creature lurking inside his mind made his skin crawl. He quickly asked, System, how do I summon it? And more importantly, how do I control it? The mechanical voice replied calmly. The host may summon the liquor with a single thought. The unit is soul-linked to the host and will respond directly to your commands. It will carry out your will absolutely. Hearing this, Lin Yu finally relaxed. Good, as long as I'm in control. But even as relief washed over him, something else stirred within his body. His eyelids, which had felt like iron weights, grew lighter. Strength seeped back into his limbs. An itchy sensation spread across his muscles, as though new fibers were weaving themselves into place. The novice reward had advanced the Biochemical Technology Tree's main trunk to level 1. That meant his body, too, was being reforged to match the baseline of a first-generation liquor. Strength, speed, endurance, all of it climbing. Beside him, Alice stiffened. She had been staring at the monitors, and now her eyes widened in disbelief. The instruments next to the bed, the most advanced medical devices money could buy, began to scream with data. Numbers surged upward in a frenzy. Blood oxygen, heart rate, muscle fiber density, neural conductivity. Indicators that had once lagged far below normal were now skyrocketing far beyond the average human range. Impossible, Alice whispered, panic and awe twisting across her face. To her boss's life was worth more than her own. Seeing such drastic fluctuations, she instinctively reached for her walkie-talkie. But before she could call the doctors, Lin Yu's body convulsed violently. His muscles trembled and swelled as though something inside was trying to tear free. Boss! Alice cried out, fear striking her heart. Then, don't call the doctor, Lin Yu rasped, his voice rough, as though he hadn't spoken in years. I'm fine. Alice froze, stunned. She hadn't heard his voice in so long. The sound of it alone brought tears to her eyes. Boss, your body, she whispered, clutching his hand tightly. There's nothing wrong. Don't tell anyone about this, Lin Yu ordered firmly. Alice nodded through her tears. For her, his word was law. He had once saved her life, and she would never betray him. Minutes passed like hours. At last, Lin Yu's trembling ceased. The frail, dying man who had opened his eyes earlier was gone. What remained was someone reborn. His physique transformed, his aura entirely changed.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Lin Yu was naked and standing in front of the mirror in the room. Looking at his current appearance, he is a little confused. In the mirror, my originally thin body had disappeared, replaced by a body as healthy and strong as an athlete's. The muscles all over his body seemed to have been trained for a long time and were full of explosive power. His own skin was also extremely smooth and crystal clear. The only thing I'm a little dissatisfied with is my hair. The hair that was originally dry and thin has all fallen out. He turned into a bald head. This reminded Lin Yu of a sentence he had heard in his previous life. I became stronger and became bald. Through the reflection in the mirror, Lin Yu also noticed the unnatural expression of Alice behind her. At the moment, Alice's cheeks were slightly red. Seemed a little shy. Lin Yu learned from his memory that during the time when he was sick, Alice would wipe his body. Alice had already seen her whole body. That's why he ran to the mirror without any clothes on. However, what Lin Yu didn't expect was that the body Alice saw before was completely different from what she saw now. At the moment Lin Yu's body was perfect, it is estimated that other girls will have the same reaction as Alice after seeing it. However, Lin Yu now does not care about Alice's thoughts. What he wants to do most now is to summon the first-generation liquor in his biochemical culture tank and try its power. This thing is the capital of one's survival in this world. Standing in front of the mirror, Lin Yu looked through the memories in his mind. Within minutes, some real secrets were discovered. Lin Yu turned around, looked at Alice, and said with a smile, "Let's go to the Hive and have a look." Hive is the biggest secret of this umbrella company. Beneath the underground base, there's an even larger secret base, which is named the Hive. There are many secret laboratories in the Hive, and secret experiments banned by the international community are being carried out in each laboratory. Among them, the most powerful is cloning technology. It can be said that on a global scale, Umbrella Company's cloning technology is definitely ahead of other organizations and research institutions by an era. After hearing her boss's words, Alice hurriedly took out a set of clothes from the closet nearby and helped Lin Yu put them on. During the process of getting dressed, every physical contact made Alice's face blush even more. In the future, maybe we can have a good communication with Alice, but now, it's not the time. Lin Yu thought to himself. Right now, he still cares most about his gold finger. After getting dressed, Lin Yu took Alice through the long corridor in front of the door and came to a special elevator. This elevator leads directly to the Hive, and only Lin Yu is qualified to ride it. Entering the elevator, there's only a blank button. After pressing it, the elevator began to fall. After a full minute, we finally reached our destination. The elevator door opened, and a square of huge amounts appeared in Lin Yu's sight. This square is on the top level of the Hive. On the edge of the square, there are dozens of elevators. Every elevator is connected to a research project in this Hive. At the moment, in the square, there are also many scientific researchers wearing white coats walking around. They were all a little surprised when they saw Lin Yu. Lin Yu's face can still vaguely see the same appearance as before, but other changes are too great. If Alice hadn't been with them, these researchers would have called the guards long ago. This Hive base is almost a complete living community. All scientific researchers and guards have been living here for a long time. Unless Lin Yu agrees, they cannot leave at all. Lin Yu ignored these people and took Alice straight to an elevator. Take the elevator and head down the Hive again. 10 seconds later, Lin Yu and Alice finally arrived at their destination, a wide hall. This hall is where the Umbrella Company tests the physical indicators of cloned organisms. So very safe. Lin Yu smiled slightly, and as soon as his mind moved, a blue light appeared in front of him. The light dissipated, and a monster 2 meters long and 1 meter high appeared in their sight. This image is exactly the same as the image of the liquor in the movie Resident Evil. When she saw the first-generation liquor, Alice's expression suddenly changed. She hurriedly came to Lin Yu in 2 or 3 steps, blocking Lin Yu from behind. She is not only Lin Yu's secretary and assistant, but also Lin Yu's bodyguard. But Lin Yu patted Alice's shoulder gently from behind and said, "Don't worry, it's not dangerous." Regarding the liquor, Lin Yu was not prepared to hide it from Alice. After all, she was with him all day long, and the existence of the liquor could not be hidden from her. Under Lin Yu's comfort, Alice moved her body away from Lin Yu. However, she was still quite nervous, and her whole body was tense. After all, the image of the liquor is really terrifying. Lin Yu seemed much calmer. He even took 2 steps forward and came to the liquor. Lin Yu could feel that this liquor seemed to have an inexplicable connection with him. As long as you give the command in your heart, it can feel it. The liquor, on the other hand, was like a docile pet dog, lying quietly in front of Lin Yu. But, looking at the first-generation liquor in front of him, Lin Yu suddenly frowned. In his memory, he suddenly discovered something. Lin Yu suddenly turned his head, looked at Alice beside him, and asked, "How many clone organism cultivation chambers have we built now?" As Lin Yu's assistant, Alice is very aware of many things in the Hive. He replied casually, "Boss, we have now built 100,000 training warehouses." Hearing this number, Lin Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. This biochemical technology tree system really matches my current identity perfectly. Doesn't that mean that he can directly clone 100,000 first-generation lickers to form an army of lickers? Only 10 minutes have passed since Lin Yu woke up. Therefore, Lin Yu has not completely absorbed the complex memories in his mind. And now, those memories began to become clearer and clearer. Lin Yu also suddenly discovered a problem. That is, this world is not the world of biohazard that I imagined. He is indeed the boss behind the umbrella company, and the location of his company's headquarters and Hive is indeed Raccoon City. But Lin Yu learned through those memories that there was Stark Industries in this world. The boss of Stark Industries is Tony Stark. And not only Stark Industries, but also the Captain United States Museum. That is to say, this is the world of Marvel. Although I don't know why there is Raccoon City in the Marvel world, through those memories, Lin Yu has confirmed that this is the Marvel world. The Marvel world is much more dangerous than the Resident Evil world. Although the world of Resident Evil is chaotic, after all, they are all things on Earth. The Marvel world is different. Aliens are flying everywhere here, and there are even multi-universes watching. Lin Yu suddenly felt that something was not right about him. At the moment, Alice, who was standing next to Lin Yu, seemed to notice that something was not right with her boss. He asked hurriedly, "Boss, are you okay?" Hearing Alice's concerned words, Lin Yu recovered from his thoughts. He originally thought that cloning 100,000 lickers would be an alternative. But now, knowing that this is in the Marvel world, Lin Yu suddenly feels that he must improve his strength as soon as possible, including its own strength, but also the strength of the umbrella company. "Alice, go and call the person in charge of the cloning laboratory," Lin Yu ordered. Alice looked at the terrifying monster in front of her boss with hesitation, as if she didn't want to leave her boss's side. The boss's life safety is her biggest concern. Lin Yu also saw Alice's worry, so he urged, "There's nothing wrong here, just hurry up and go." After hearing the boss's order again, Alice turned back step by step and left the hall. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man who looked a little wretched and licked his belly appeared in the hall. His name is Isaac. When he saw Lin Yu's appearance, he was slightly stunned. He was a little surprised that his boss turned into such a handsome look. However, it was just a bit surprising. After all, Lin Yu's appearance did not change much from before. But when Isaac saw the first-generation licker lying in front of Lin Yu, his eyes suddenly lit up. He hurried over and looked around the first-generation lickers excitedly. This guy is very different from the first-generation licker in the human world. Although he looks a bit wretched, he is indeed Lin Yu's top talent in cloning technology. And this guy is quite obsessed with those strange creatures. Before Lin Yu could say anything, Isaac hurriedly asked, "Boss, what is this? Can you study it for me?" Isaac looked like a child seeing his beloved toy. Lin Yu didn't care about Isaac's attitude. It was too late for Lin Yu to like a subordinate like this. "Isaac, I give you a task. Immediately extract the genetic gene of this licker, and then clone 100,000 of them as quickly as possible," Lin Yu ordered. Isaac's eyes lit up when he heard Lin Yu's words. He murmured to himself, "Licker, what a name." Then he raised his head, looked at Lin Yu, and said excitedly, "Okay, boss, I'll go now." This kind of work was his favorite. Subsequently, Isaac called several staff members who were also wearing white coats and carried Licker, who was lying on the ground, to his laboratory. Under Lin Yu's secret control, the first-generation Licker was very cooperative and allowed the researchers to extract genetic cells from it without moving. During this period, Lin Yu is also not idle. Whether it's an umbrella company or an underground secret base Hive, Lin Yu needs to be familiar with it. After all, those memories are not your own, and you cannot truly understand your current situation just by relying on those memories. But after Lin Yu learned all about the umbrella company and the Hive base in a few days, he was also quite surprised. On the surface, this umbrella company is just a multinational group in the field of biotechnology, but in fact, it is almost an independent empire, a technological empire. 3 days later, the cloning work of the first-generation liquor has been completed. With the cloning technology currently mastered by the umbrella company, 100,000 first-generation liquors were able to grow to be exactly the same as their mothers in 3 days. At the same time, when Lin Yu learned the news, the system prompts suddenly rang again after 3 days of silence. Ding! Super genes have been detected appearing on the streets of New York. Please host to get the super genes as soon as possible to upgrade the level of the Biochemical Technology Tree. This reminder made Lin Yu slightly stunned. The system can actually remind me where there are powerful genes? Lin Yu hurriedly arranged for Alice to find out what was happening in New York. Seeing this, he suddenly became even less calm. In his office in the Hive, Lin Yu suddenly stood up from the sofa as he watched the two monsters, one yellow and one green, fighting on the streets of New York on the TV screen in front of him. Lin Yu naturally knew these two figures. The yellow one is Abomination and the green one is Hulk. The appearance of these two monsters also means that the plot of the Marvel world has officially entered an explosive period. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. The liquor is finally here. Alice, give me an order, and 100,000 liquors will go out and bring back the blood samples of these two monsters. Lin Yu said coldly. After hearing Lin Yu's order, Alice carried it out without hesitation. Although she didn't understand why the boss suddenly sent out an army of liquors. The umbrella company's cloning experiments have always been carried out in secret and have never been exposed to the outside world. Ordinary people only know that Umbrella Corporation is a biotechnology and pharmaceutical company, but they do not know that Umbrella also possesses powerful cloning technology. But this time, if an army of liquors is sent out and 100,000 of them appear at the same time, the secrets of the Umbrella Company will most likely be exposed to the public. However, these are not things Alice needs to consider. She just needs to take care of her boss and carry out her orders. Definitely, Lin Yu's decision was not a sudden one. When he learned that the world he traveled through was the Marvel Universe, he knew that he might not be able to hide his strength. In a Marvel world, it's impossible to hide the power of the Umbrella Corporation. Especially since I need to constantly acquire those powerful genes, hiding my strength is simply not possible. The only thing that can be hidden is one's own strength. So, Lin Yu decided to show the strength of the Umbrella Company to the world, but not to use the power he obtained through the Biochemical Technology Tree easily. One light and one dark. Let people focus on the overall power of the Umbrella Company, while ignoring the personal power of the boss. This is what Lin Yu thinks. The Umbrella Company is not a listed company and has no other shareholders. It is Lin Yu's private property. Therefore, within the Umbrella Company, Lin Yu's order is like an imperial edict. After Lin Yu gave the order, all employees in the Hive were mobilized. 100,000 liquors were released. When 100,000 liquors were cloned, Lin Yu had already perceived them. Their genes were taken from the first-generation liquors created by the system, so Lin Yu can also command these 100,000 liquors. The Hive base located underground in Raccoon City is not a separate base. Umbrella Corporation has many secret underground bases throughout the United States and even abroad. Moreover, these bases are also connected. Underground, the Umbrella Corporation maintains a vast transportation network. 100,000 liquors formed a formation and boarded the train to the Umbrella Company's underground base in New York. The distance between Raccoon City and New York is not very far. Half an hour later, 100,000 liquors have arrived at the Umbrella Company's underground base in New York. The location of the New York underground base is under a barren mountain in the suburbs of New York. Very hidden. There are no residents at all near the exit, and there are no cameras. Finally, when all the liquors were ready, a secret exit from the New York underground base was opened. 100,000 liquors rushed out of the exit like crazy. It was like a dark red mudslide rushing towards the center of New York City. They will show the true power of the Umbrella Company to the eyes of the world for the first time. At the same time, Lin Yu stood in a secret monitoring room in the Hive, watching the actions of 100,000 lickers through the umbrella company's own satellite. One licker is enough to scare the whole world. And 100,000, Lin Yu is already looking forward to how the world will comment on tonight's scene. Is an evil spirit coming to the world? Or is hell coming? But Lin Yu is even more looking forward to what changes the Hulk and the Abomination genes will bring to his biochemical technology tree. At the moment, downtown New York, Hulk and Abomination are fighting madly. Every time their two huge bodies collide, they will cause horrific damage. Pedestrians on the ground fled in all directions. Although they live in a Marvel world, the main plot of the Marvel world has just begun, and they have seen such terrifying monsters there. Cries for help, and car sirens rang throughout New York City. Above the two monsters, General Ross's military helicopter was also hovering. His expression was a little ugly. The appearance of hatred disrupted all his rhythms. Bruce Banner, who had been captured by himself, was once again out of his control. Moreover, the destruction caused by the Abomination and the Hulk will probably be blamed on himself. Damn it! General Ross cursed secretly. Then he said to his men on the plane, "Shoot me and attack that monster." The soldier was a little confused. He had never experienced anything like this before. He asked stupidly, "General, which one should we fight?" "Definitely the yellow one." General Ross roared angrily. Bullets rained down from the military helicopter. But those bullets hitting Abomination were like scratching an itch, unable to penetrate his skin at all. There was nothing General Ross could do about this. Weapons of mass destruction can never be used in the heart of New York City. If you really do that, I'm afraid you will face the judgment of a military court. But at this time, the helicopter co-pilot suddenly reported anxiously on the communicator, "General, look to the west. There seems to be a situation." General Ross hurriedly picked up the telescope next to him and looked to the west of the city. Although it was getting late, General Ross still saw the horrific scene through military night vision binoculars. 100,000 extremely ugly monsters crowded together crazily and rushed toward the center of New York City. They have a dark red brain on their head. They tremble when they run, and they feel like they're flying every time they take a step. In addition to the disgusting brain on top of their heads, their bodies are also quite ugly. Every monster's body looks like its skin has just been peeled off. Definitely, the scariest thing is their number. Just by looking at it from a distance, you can feel the extremely terrifying sense of oppression. On a military helicopter, General Ross frowned deeply. The battle between the two monsters on the ground was already very nerve-wracking for him. And now, a group of such terrifying monsters suddenly appeared in the suburbs of New York. They were so big. Through observation, General Ross is almost certain that these monsters are coming towards the center of New York. However, it is unknown whether their targets are Abomination and the Hulk. But no matter what their goals are, General Ross will not allow them to rush into the center of New York. As the top commander of the New York Military District, he has the responsibility to protect the safety of New York City. Definitely, this is not the main reason. The most important reason is if those monsters are really targeting the Abomination and the Hulk. Then I'm afraid I won't be able to control these two monsters in my hands anymore. I'm afraid there will be more variables in my plan. You must not let those monsters interfere with you. General Ross gritted his teeth, picked up the walkie-talkie, and said viciously, "First and Second Armored Forces, go to the west of New York City and stop those ugly monsters. They will never be allowed to enter New York City." The New York Military District is just outside New York City. It is very close to the path of those monsters. The two most powerful teams in the New York Military District are the 1st and 2nd Armored Troops. Because of the battle between Abomination and Hulk, these two forces have already been prepared. After General Ross gave the order, 2 troops and more than 20 armored vehicles were dispatched. 2 minutes later, they stood in the way of the Lickers army on their way to downtown New York. More than 20 armored vehicles were lined up in a row, like a torrent of steel, indestructible. But the United States soldiers in the armored vehicles were almost stunned with fear. Through the telescope in the armored vehicle, they had already seen the galloping team ahead. They were a group of monsters that had never appeared on Earth before, and they were extremely ugly. Their bodies were dark red, looking particularly scary in the dark night. Especially the bright brains, exposed to the air, make them even more disgusting. Time passed by minute. The soldiers in the armored vehicle became more and more nervous. Even if they were inside the thick armored vehicle, they could feel the rumbling vibrations of the earth. 100,000 lickers, running at the same time, like a tide of beasts. In addition to these soldiers, citizens on high-rise buildings in western New York City also saw this horrific scene. Those terrifying army of lickers were like a dark red tide, heading towards New York City. From the top of the high-rise building, you can clearly see that the 24 armored vehicles are like a few tiny ants compared with the 100,000 lickers. Countless citizens picked up their mobile phones and took photos. The image of the licker appeared on the internet for the first time. For a time, netizens around the world were shocked. Oh my God, what kind of monster is that? It's so disgusting. Why are their brains exposed? Wouldn't they fall off while running? Those monsters should be alien life forms. There are certainly no such disgusting creatures on Earth. If you're still in the mood to take pictures, shouldn't you run away first? For a time, there was a lot of discussion on the internet. And at the moment, the Licker Army finally arrived not far from the front of the New York Military District's armored forces. General Ross has also given the order to attack freely. On the armored vehicle, artillery fired instantly. Boom, 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 boom. Countless shells and gunfire exploded in the army of lickers. Broken limbs and broken arms were flying everywhere, and blood and brains were everywhere. But the firepower of these 24 armored vehicles was completely inadequate in front of 100,000 lickers. After several rounds of attacks, the number of dead lickers was only a few hundred. On the helicopter, General Ross also saw the battle situation in the west. He held the walkie-talkie in his hand and roared angrily. "Keep firing. We must keep them out." General Ross definitely knew that there was no way these 24 armored vehicles could stop those monsters. After all, there are too many monsters. But he just hoped that the attack of the armored troops could delay the arrival of those monsters. Even if 2 armored units were killed in battle, no matter what, as long as you control one of the Abomination or the Hulk, you will have a terrifying trump card that will scare everyone away. You can even form an army entirely composed of Hulk warriors. To this end, General Ross decided to do whatever it took. While arranging the attack of the armored troops, he ordered the soldiers on the helicopter to shoot at the Abomination who was fighting the Hulk. As long as the Hulk wins, he can capture both the Abomination and the Hulk back to the base. But General Ross estimated that one thing was wrong. That is, those lickers are not afraid of death at all. They are not afraid of this emotion at all. Under the control of Lin Yu, they are not afraid of death. Even though the people around them were blown to pieces, they didn't feel anything at all. They only know one thing. That is, complete the order given by the Master and get the blood of the 2 monsters at the target location. After 2 more rounds of attacks, the Licker Army finally arrived in front of the armored vehicle troops. The Licker at the front jumped over the top of the armored vehicle with a slight leap. The Lickers behind also jumped over. They don't bother to deal with these iron lumps at all. Completing the mission is the only thing they have to do. The ground was still rumbling, but the United States soldiers inside the armored vehicle did not dare to make sound. Feeling the strong smell of blood and the overwhelming monster army, some young soldiers were so frightened that they peed their pants. However, no one laughed at them at this time, because even those veterans were already trembling with fear. The Licker Army actually passed 2 armored vehicle units directly. Seeing this scene, General Ross's mouth twitched slightly, and he kept cursing secretly in his heart. The battle between Abomination and Hulk is obviously not going to end anytime soon. The 2 of them seem to be somewhat evenly matched. But there are only 2 targets, but they are still under his control. And if those ugly monsters join the battle, they will be completely beyond their control. However, General Ross had no choice. The strongest armored forces in the New York Military District have been dispatched, and he has no other trump cards in his hand. And at the moment, The army of lickers has crossed the edge of New York City and arrived in the urban area. The citizens of New York City finally felt the endless evil and fear up close. The army of lickers roared in with a bloody wind. Everywhere they passed was a mess. However, none of the lickers made other sounds, only the sound of running silently. They're like a well-disciplined army rushing towards their goal. At the moment, on the battlefield, Hulk and Abomination, who were fighting, also saw the dark red monster army in the distance. Their eyesight is very strong, so they can see very clearly. Especially Hulk, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. He didn't want to fight in the first place, and facing an Abomination already made him exhausted. And those monsters, although much smaller than Abomination, are even more terrifying in appearance. Especially their mucus-flowing mouths have countless irregular sharp teeth, and their 4 feet have sharp claws. Under the moonlight, those claws actually glowed with a metallic luster. Obviously, fighting against these monsters will never end well. At this moment, after the Hulk and Abomination collided, he suddenly did something that surprised everyone. Hulk turned around and escaped with the power of the Abomination attack. His jumping ability was quite amazing, and he disappeared into the night with just a few jumps. On the helicopter, General Ross was stunned for a moment, and then his face became extremely ugly. After working hard to help fight for a long time, this guy Bruce actually escaped. So how do you deal with hatred? Where can I go to catch the Hulk? What General Ross doesn't know is that after Bruce transformed into the Hulk, his consciousness is no longer the dominant one. The one who really controls that body is Hulk. Hulk's thoughts are actually no different from those of a child. It is normal to run away when you see something you are afraid of. Indeed, the lickers look more terrifying than abominable. Raccoon City. Lin Yu, who was standing in front of the big screen, was also slightly stunned. Unexpectedly, this Hulk had no hesitation at all and ran away without even meeting him. This was something Lin Yu didn't expect. But Lin Yu didn't pay much attention to Hulk's escape. After all, Hulk appeared many times in subsequent Marvel plots. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. And without the Hulk, the Abomination is pretty good. Compared with Hulk, the gene of hatred not only integrated the genes of the Hulk, but also integrated the super soldier serum. Adding the two together, it's probably not much different. Lin Yu raised the corners of his mouth slightly and closed his eyes. In his own consciousness, Lin Yu issued orders to the army of lickers. Get the blood of that yellow monster at all costs. The Hulk's escape made Abomination temporarily sluggish. His fighting spirit had reached its peak, and his opponent actually escaped. This makes it quite uncomfortable. But when he felt the tremor of the earth and then saw the group of dark red monsters, his eyes lit up again. The biggest difference between Abomination and the Hulk is that Abomination is an egomaniac. Before he became Abomination, he was a pretentious guy. Now, after possessing the power of hatred, he became even more arrogant. Abomination slowly turned around and faced the approaching army of lickers, revealing a mouthful of disgusting yellow teeth. Come on, I will tear you all to pieces. A buzzing sound came from the hateful mouth. Finally, the army of lickers collided with the Abomination. Dozens of the lickers at the front suddenly jumped up and pounced on Abomination's body. Hatred shows no sign of weakness either. His 2 big hands directly grabbed the neck of a licker with a single grab. Then, the other hand grabbed the licker's head. With a slight force, the spine of the licker was pulled out. Extremely brutal. Immediately afterwards, "Ha ha ha, you reptiles are overestimating your capabilities." Hatred seemed to have completely unleashed its natural instincts, roaring and continuing to grab other lickers. However, after it kills its first licker, the other lickers all pounced on him like crazy. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. The army of lickers directly overwhelmed the abominable body. The cruelty of hatred has absolutely no effect on these lickers. In fact, the damage done by the Abomination to the licker army is not as strong as that of an artillery piece. The licker's claws gradually tore apart the Abomination's skin and flesh. Their teeth broke through the muscles of hatred. Hatred was finally afraid, but it was already too late. The crazy howling stopped suddenly. The sharp claws of the lickers have been inserted into the mouth of hatred, and even the tongue of hatred has been bitten off by the crazy lickers. This is a massacre, a completely one-sided massacre. Facing nearly 100,000 lickers, even a fool could tell that this was not an evenly matched battle. However, hatred has gained such powerful power, and his heart had expanded to the extreme. IQ is obviously not online, so he eventually paid for his arrogance with his life. Just 10 seconds later, the huge Abomination has disappeared. There is nothing left where he originally was. Even his blood dripping on the ground, along with part of the hard ground, were all taken away by the lickers. The Abomination that can rival the Hulk, one of the most powerful warriors in the Marvel world, has come to an end. After the battle is completely over, the army of lickers all turned around and ran towards the west of New York. They remained silent and did not make even a single cry, just like a group of real hunters. At the moment, the two armored units have also turned their direction, aiming their muzzles at the licker army running in the center of New York. Although the United States soldiers in the armored vehicles were scared, they cheered up and were ready to fight again. The temporary commanders of the two armored forces asked General Ross for instructions on the communicator. "General, are you still attacking them?" On the communicator, General Ross was silent for a few seconds. "He seems to be in a bad mood. Stop fighting and let them go," General Ross ordered over the communicator. The hatred has completely disappeared, and there is no point in attacking these monsters anymore. Moreover, General Ross did not really want to provoke these terrifying enemies. After hearing the general's order, all the soldiers in the armored force breathed a long sigh of relief. Although the monsters did not attack them, they felt a little scared just by attacking each other. The earth shook more and more intensely. The licker army finally approached the armored forces again. But this time, the soldiers were in a much better mood than before. After all, they didn't attack those monsters this time. The last time they came, they attacked each other, but none of the monsters attacked the armored troops. But now, he didn't attack, and obviously the other party wouldn't pay attention to him. Raccoon City, in the Hive underground base. Lin Yu stood in front of the big screen, looking at the row of armored vehicles with the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Now that your army of lickers has been exposed to the world, let's take the opportunity to establish our authority. If you dare to bombard your own army of lickers, you must be prepared for the entire army to be annihilated. When he went there, Lin Yu ignored these little guys in order to get the hateful blood as soon as possible. Now that the most important goal has been accomplished, he is in the mood to deal with these soldiers. Lin Yu doesn't care about the military or not. In the Marvel world, the United States military is just a minor supporting role. The biggest effect on myself is probably to kill chickens and scare monkeys. Lin Yu decisively issued the order to attack the armored forces in his mind. This time, the lickers didn't get past the armored vehicles again. Instead, they swarmed forward and buried all the more than 20 armored vehicles. The crazy biting and scratching sounds completely frightened the United States soldiers hiding in the armored vehicles. They didn't expect that those monsters would actually attack them. Armored vehicles have very strong defenses, and their bodies are made of high-strength steel plates. But, faced with thousands of lickers, these steel plates are sometimes breached. Every time the licker's claws scratched the body of the armored vehicle, it could only leave a shallow white mark. However, after the accumulation of small forces, the armored vehicle's defense was still broken. The lickers frantically squeezed in through the gap in the armored vehicle. Even though his body was covered with scars, it did not affect their movements at all. More than 20 armored vehicles were turned into a pile of scrap metal in a matter of tens of seconds. And all the United States soldiers disappeared. Not even a piece of cloth was left behind. And the army of lickers set out on its way back again. On the way, when passing by the corpses of their companions who had been attacked by artillery fire, the lickers, under Lin Yu's order, swallowed the broken corpses of their companions one after another. Not a drop of blood was left. Although this does not completely eliminate all traces, it can also reduce some risks. Liquors are one's most valuable private property. After the liquor army passed by, the whole of New York was in a mess, with traces of the liquor's claws everywhere. On the buildings, on the roads, on the cars, no one was spared. The helicopter was still hovering in the sky, and General Ross's face was ashen. His mood was terrible. Today I simply lost both my wife and my troops. Not only did they not bring the Hulk or the Abomination back, they also brought 2 of their most elite armored units in. Damn it! General Ross hammered the cabin door hard, and then said, "Let's go back to the base." At the same time, the army of liquors finally passed through the barren mountains and dense forests, passed through the Umbrella Company's underground base in New York, and returned to the Hive. More than a dozen of the liquors came to a space alone under Lin Yu's order. They opened their mouths and spit out the disgusting body fragments they held in their mouths. The place was a mess. Lin Yu immediately ordered, "Alice, call someone to clean up the flesh and blood and send the extracted hate genes to my room." After the arrangements were made, Lin Yu turned around and returned to his room in the Hive. A few minutes later, Alice took a test tube and came to Lin Yu's door. After knocking gently, he walked in. When Lin Yu saw the test tube in Alice's hand, something suddenly appeared in Lin Yu's sight. Gene name, Hate Gene. Gene strength, 3 stars. Experience points available, 300 points. Gene contains ability ranking. Strength 100, Special 80, Defense 70, Attack 50. The text of this prompt can only be seen by Lin Yu himself. The content of the prompt is quite clear. They even analyzed how much experience points the gene of hatred can bring to their biochemical technology tree. Lin Yu smiled and took the vial of hate gene from Alice's hand. Then he said to Alice, "You go out first." Although Alice is the person closest to her in the world, she is also the person she trusts the most. However, Lin Yu is not prepared to reveal his secret to her. Your own system and your strong body are your biggest trump cards. Only you can know this trump card. After Alice went out, the test tube in Lin Yu's hand suddenly disappeared out of thin air. Then, the blue biochemical technology tree in Lin Yu's mind suddenly burst out with a strong light, just like the way the character upgraded when playing online games in his previous life. The light faded. The biotech tree has also undergone major changes. 4 of the 8 branches have become darker underneath. These dark color parts represent their experience points. And at the moment, the experience points of the 4 branches were also clearly displayed in front of Lin Yu. They are 100 points for strength, 80 points for special, 70 points for defense, and 50 points for attack. It is consistent with the description of the hate gene seen before. At the same time, the experience value, the backbone of the biotech tree, has also changed. The trunk's experience value has reached 300 points. If the trunk wants to upgrade to level 2, a total of 1,000 experience points are needed. In other words, I am afraid that I need to get 2 to 3 more genes with similar strength as the hate gene in order to upgrade the level of the main body to level 2. Only then will new biochemical species appear. Just as Lin Yu was observing the changes in the biochemical technology tree, Lin Yu suddenly felt that his body seemed to be slowly changing. The muscles and bones on his body all felt itchy. It's as if they started growing again, just like when I just traveled here. However, the change this time was much slower than the first time. However, Lin Yu clenched his fist and could still feel that his strength had become much stronger in a few seconds. In addition to strength, Lin Yu also feels that his bones are becoming harder and denser. You can see this clearly from your fingernails. His fingernails seem to turn into crystal clear jade. Lin Yu used his nails to lightly scratch the steel walls in the room, leaving several white marks on the hard metal walls. Lin Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. These nails can be used as weapons. Strong. I didn't expect that the gene of hatred could have such an effect. At this moment, Lin Yu also noticed that the first-generation liquor in the cultivation tank in his mind had also changed. In the previous battle, Lin Yu did not send out the first-generation liquor given by the system. The ones sent out were the 100,000 cloned liquors. The first-generation liquors given by the system have always been in Lin Yu's system cultivation tank. At the moment, After absorbing the hate gene, the image of the first-generation licker has also changed. Lin Yu hurriedly summoned the first-generation licker. With a flash of light, the first-generation licker appeared in front of Lin Yu. But the lickers at the moment should no longer be considered the first-generation lickers. Its image is completely different from before. The licker's head, where the brain was originally exposed, has regrown bones. Not only that, there were sharp bone spurs growing out of each joint. Even on the spine on the back, a row of bone spurs sprouted, piercing straight towards the sky. In addition, in the vital parts of his body, the bones actually grew outside the flesh and blood, as if he had put on a pair of bone armor. These bone spurs and armor greatly improve Licker's attack and defense capabilities. The most fragile brain is also protected. Definitely, the strength has definitely increased a lot, but the increase in strength is not that simple to see. Seeing the Licker become like this, Lin Yu felt that it seemed that it could no longer be called the first-generation Licker. After thinking for a while, a new name suddenly appeared in Lin Yu's mind. Armored Licker. This name should be more appropriate. But next, there is one very important thing to do. Lin Yu smiled slightly, put the armored Licker back into his system cultivation tank, then turned and left his room. 2 minutes later, Lin Yu's figure appeared in the cloning laboratory of the Hive base. Alice also followed Lin Yu again. After receiving the news of the arrival of the big boss, Isaac, the head of the cloning laboratory, hurriedly jogged to Lin Yu. My boss hasn't been here in person for a long time. Previously, Lin Yu's health was a bit poor, so she rarely came down to check on her work. Therefore, Lin Yu's arrival this time made everyone in the laboratory quite nervous. After all, they all work for Lin Yu. Moreover, working in such a secret place, if you accidentally offend the big boss, you may not even be able to find a body. The staff in these cloning laboratories know best that the raw materials used for these clones are actually human corpses. Every day, a large number of dead bodies are transported here from all over the United States. And these corpses were used by laboratories for cloning experiments. Therefore, they are quite respectful to Lin Yu, for fear of accidentally becoming the raw material for cloning experiments. Even the person in charge, Isaac, did not dare to make any mistakes when facing Lin Yu. With his hands behind his back, he walked around the cloning laboratory. Lin Yu is very satisfied. This laboratory should be the laboratory with the largest and strongest protective umbrella. Moreover, it is also the most important laboratory to me. With the cloning laboratory, the powerful biochemical species you obtain from the system can quickly become an army. It is a perfect match for my own Biochemical Technology Tree system. After inspecting the cloning laboratory, Lin Yu took Isaac and Alice to a secret room. Then, released the armored Licker from the system culture tank. Suddenly, the two of them were surprised again. 3 days ago, Isaac had just studied the first-generation Lickers, and he was already astonished. But now, the Licker's appearance has changed so much. Moreover, just from the appearance point of view, it is much stronger than before. Those sharp bone spurs literally turn the Licker's entire body into weapons. And those skeletal armors greatly improve the Licker's survival ability. Isaac, Lin Yu shouted lightly. Isaac bowed hurriedly and then leaned in front of Lin Yu. The flattering look was completely displayed on his face. Boss, please give me your orders. Isaac said respectfully. Lin Yu nodded slightly and then said, rebuild all those 100,000 Lickers and breed 100,000 new Lickers. After thinking for a while, Lin Yu added, the names of these Lickers are armored Lickers. Hearing this name, both Alice and Isaac nodded in realization. Indeed, this name is very vivid. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yu issued another order that shocked Isaac and Alice. Lin Yu ordered, in addition, arrange for people from the engineering department to expand the biological culture tank of the cloning laboratory to a scale of 10 million. Upon hearing this number, the two of them were immediately confused. 10 million? Is the boss planning to conquer the world? Moreover, it is not an easy task to build a space underground that can store 10 million biological culture tanks. The current 100,000 biological cultivation tanks already occupy nearly 1/3 of the space of the Hive. If it were 10 million, wouldn't it mean that the size of the hive would be expanded hundreds of times? Even Alice doesn't quite understand her boss's thoughts. Alice asked doubtfully, "Boss, if you want to build 10 million biological cultivation tanks, it cannot be built in a short time." Lin Yu smiled slightly and nodded. "I know this, and I don't need to build it immediately. Moreover, the current engineering department is too small. Alice, you should be responsible for the expansion of the engineering department." After thinking about it, Lin Yu then ordered, "In addition, the new biological culture tank should be built to be 3 times the volume of the previous one." After hearing Lin Yu's order, Alice and Isaac could only nod. As for why the boss did this, it was beyond the two of them to ask. Seeing the two people looking thoughtful, Lin Yu smiled slightly and ordered again, "Okay, you all go and do your work. Put other things aside for now. The most important thing now is to expand the cloning laboratory." The two took the order and left. Lin Yu, on the other hand, fell into deep thought. As a time traveler, Lin Yu is very familiar with the plot of the Marvel world. Starting from Abomination versus Hulk, Marvel's plot basically began its explosive period. After that, many extraterrestrial beings will come to Earth. By then, the Earth will be in chaos. Accumulate your own strength in advance so that you can cope with the chaos that follows. As for why the volume of the biological culture tank should be tripled, the reason is also very simple. Lin Yu not only knows the plot of the Marvel world, but is also familiar with the Resident Evil series of movies. Through the image of the liquor, Lin Yu has guessed that his system should have some connection with the Resident Evil movie. Therefore, after the system backbone is upgraded, there will definitely be some taller biochemical species rewarded, such as a tyrant. Therefore, Lin Yu arranged for the biological culture tank to be built next to increase in size. Everything is prepared for a rainy day. But Lin Yu would not tell anyone else this. Even if it was Alice, Lin Yu was not prepared to reveal it. After all, the identity of the time traveler is Lin Yu's biggest secret. Just when the entire umbrella company started to get busy. In the outside world, the story about the army of lickers rushing into the center of New York has also begun to ferment on the internet. Speculations on the internet about the origins of lickers have become polarizing. Some people believe that it is an invasion of alien life, and these lickers are just the vanguard of aliens. Others believed that this was a secret biochemical force created by the United States military. After all, there was a military helicopter in the sky over New York at that time. The cameras in the hands of New York citizens have recorded General Ross's helicopter. Many people believe that the military has absolutely nothing to do with it. In addition to these speculations, the most discussed thing among netizens is the appearance of the liquor. Clear images of the liquors have also been posted online. That terrifying and disgusting look, almost everyone can't help but shudder when they see it. But the news on the internet is just the speculation of netizens. And at the moment, SHILD headquarters building, there are also people who are paying attention to the news about liquors. In the SHIELD director's office, bald Chief Nick Fury, with his hands behind his back and a serious expression on his face. In front of him, on a big screen, the scene of last night's battle between the Liquor Army and the Abomination was playing. In the picture, the hateful figure has been completely submerged by the crazy figure of the Liquor. Until the Liquor Army left New York, and only the mess on the ground was left in the surveillance footage, Nick Fury did not speak, but frowned, seemingly thoughtful. Behind Nick Fury, Phil Coulson and Hill Agent also look solemn. As SHILD high-level agents, they know a lot of information that ordinary people don't know. We also know that this world is not as safe as ordinary people imagine. In the universe, there are many forces, all of which are watching. The responsibility of SHILD is to deal with intrusions that are beyond the scope of ordinary people's acceptance. And last night's battle was already within the scope of SHILD's responsibility. At this moment, Nick Fury suddenly turned around and said to Phil Coulson and Hill, "What do you think about this?" Phil Coulson was the first to say, "I think those monsters are not alien life." Phil Coulson's words made Nick Fury and Hill look at him. Oh, Nick Fury was confused. Phil Coulson continued to explain, "Judging from satellite surveillance, The place where these monsters first appeared was in the barren mountains next to New York. It is very likely that there will be a base of some organization in the barren mountains. And Phil Coulson said again, these monsters have a characteristic. Their brains are exposed to the outside. Moreover, have you discovered that this brain is very similar to the human brain? Hearing what Phil Coulson said, Nick Fury and Hill Agent both nodded. Indeed, the Licker's brain looks almost like an enlarged version of the human brain. If it were an alien life, how could such a coincidence happen? But, although I agree with what Phil Coulson said, there are still many doubts that remain unsolved. For example, why are those brains exposed to the outside, and the exposed brains do not affect the actions of those monsters at all? What do you think? Nick Fury looked at his other favorite, Hill Agent. Hill said slowly, I agree with Phil Coulson. Maybe there is a secret organization hidden on the Earth that we don't know about. Maybe we can get the answer we want on that barren mountain. Hearing Hill's words, Nick Fury suddenly showed a smile on his face. The thoughts of his two subordinates were the same as his own. In this case, Nick Fury's eyes flashed. Send me an order to dispatch the Special Service Team to the barren hills west of New York to see what kind of organization dares to so blatantly cause destruction in the center of New York. Yes, Director. Phil Coulson and Agent Hill took orders at the same time. But when the two left their offices, Nick Fury's expression became solemn again. In his heart, he actually already had a clearer guess. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he knows more secrets than Phil Coulson or Agent Hill. Umbrella Company. Could it be you who did it? Nick Fury said as if talking to himself. Although he had already made speculations in his mind, Nick Fury, the S.H.I.E.L.D. director, did not dare to act rashly against a behemoth like the Umbrella Company. The Umbrella Company is not like other small companies. Their industries are spread all over the world, and even the entire Raccoon City is built on the Umbrella Company. If these monsters are really the work of the Umbrella Corporation, it could be very troublesome, because a company of this size has full penetration into the United States government. Even among 10 congressmen, 7 or 8 will be guests of the Umbrella Company. Even if you want to investigate the Umbrella Company, you will probably encounter a lot of obstacles. So, I can only pretend that I don't know the relationship between this matter and the Umbrella Company, and I will investigate first. The expansion work of Umbrella Company's Hive base has begun with great fanfare. The entire Umbrella Company was mobilized under Lin Yu's order. But not all employees know what their company is doing. An Umbrella Company is like a huge machine. Everyone is like a small part in this machine. They only know their own jobs. However, I don't know what the ultimate purpose of these tasks is. Just like the expansion of the Hive base, only a few core members knew that the expansion order was issued because the boss wanted to increase the number of biological culture tanks in the cloning laboratory. Most of the other employees, especially the ordinary employees on the Hive, just received orders to collect various materials or deploy various resources. They don't even know that there is an underground base of huge amounts of money beneath Raccoon City. During this period, Lin Yu is naturally not idle. It is impossible to fully grasp such a huge company simply by relying on the memories in your mind that do not belong to you. Therefore, Lin Yu is even busier than most Umbrella Company employees. But 2 days after the hateful incident, Lin Yu finally received another prompt from the system. Ding! It has been detected that the genes of human elite warriors in the Marvel world appear above the underground base in New York. Please obtain the genes as soon as possible and upgrade the level of the Biochemical Technology Tree. Also remind the host that no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. The system prompt this time was very interesting. It directly told Lin Yu that the gene this time was not very strong. However, as the system said, no matter how small the mosquito is, it is still meat. Since it appears above the underground base in New York City, it means that someone should be investigating him. When the Licker Army was dispatched before, Lin Yu did not hide it in any way. Therefore, it is normal to find the location near the Umbrella Company's underground base in New York. However, I don't know who the person coming is, but the system can detect it. Although the genetic strength is average, he should not be an unknown person. At this time, just when Lin Yu was about to arrange for Alice to find out who it was, there was a knock on the door of Lin Yu's room. "Come in," Lin Yu said casually. After Lin Yu finished speaking, Alice opened the door and walked in. "If you really say Chow Chow, Chow Chow will be there." And the purpose of Alice's coming was actually the same as what she wanted to do. "Boss, above our underground base in New York, a group of people suddenly came. I think they are looking for traces of the liquors." Alice reported, "Umbrella has its own satellite, and not just a satellite. Therefore, no matter what happens in the world, it cannot be hidden from the eyes of the Umbrella Company. What's more, above his underground base, it is the location where the Umbrella Company's satellites focus on monitoring." Hearing Alice's report, Lin Yu was not surprised at all and casually arranged, sending 100 armored lickers to the New York underground base, just to test the capabilities of these new lickers. Umbrella companies also have their own armed forces. Moreover, the scale is not small. The Umbrella Company's armed forces are divided into 2 units, one of which is responsible for maintaining order in various underground bases of the Umbrella Company, called the Security Force. The responsibility of the other team is to deal with all negative incidents related to the Umbrella Company in society and also carry out some biochemical safety solutions, called the Biochemical Emergency Response Team. These 2 forces, one internal and one external, cooperate with each other. However, Lin Yu is not prepared to let these armed forces take action. No matter how powerful the armed forces are, they're not as useful as their own lickers. With just a thought, those armored lickers can easily perform various tasks. Moreover, he will never betray himself. In the past 2 days, although the Umbrella Company's cloning laboratory has been expanding, the cultivation of armored lickers has not stopped. And with the previous experience in cultivating the first generation of lickers, this time, it took only 2 days to complete the cloning of 100,000 armored lickers. But since there are only a few minor characters this time around, there's absolutely no need to send out all the armored lickers. 100 is enough. A few minutes later, 100 armored lickers took the Umbrella Company's underground train and arrived at the New York underground base. Lin Yu gently closed his eyes and immediately sensed the 100 armored lickers. It felt like there were 100 extra tentacles on my body. All it takes to control them is a thought. A secret exit from Umbrella Corporation's underground base in New York opens, and 100 armored lickers swarm out. And at the moment, a heavily armed team was searching for something on this bare mountain. There are only a dozen people in the team, but they are all well-equipped, and every soldier looks very capable. They are the SHIELD Special Service Team. The leader is none other than their captain, Rumlow. "Everyone, please keep your eyes open and report any situation as soon as possible," Rumlow said solemnly through the communicator. After arriving in this bare mountain, they have discovered a lot of traces. After the Licker army passed by, there was no deliberate attempt to cover up the traces. Therefore, they followed the path of the Licker army and soon reached the mountainside of the barren mountain. After all, the targets of this mission were those terrifying monsters, and even Rumlow became a little nervous. And, as he went deeper and deeper into the barren mountains, Rumlow felt more and more frightened. There are huge rocks everywhere on this barren mountain. However, those hard boulders were covered with white claw marks. It can be seen that the claws of those monsters are quite sharp. Before Rumlow set out, he had also watched a video about the Licker army. Therefore, he had to be cautious. Finally, Rumlow led his team to the end of those traces. Here, it looks no different from other places. However, the traces of the Licker's army suddenly ended here. Obviously, there must be something fishy here. Rumlow raised one of his fists, and the entire team sprang into action. The others formed a circle, all facing outside, looking around cautiously. Rumlow and several teammates around him carefully checked the ground. But at this time, Rumlow and his team members suddenly felt that the whole earth was shaking slightly. It seems like there was a slight earthquake. But this is definitely not an earthquake. Rumlow was shocked and shouted over the communicator, "Everyone, stay back and be on alert." Under Rumlow's order, all team members took action. They retreated backwards in a well-trained manner, and at the same time, the weapons in their hands were raised. There is no room for carelessness in any disturbance. However, before they could retreat to a safe distance, the shaking on the ground suddenly became stronger. Immediately afterwards, under everyone's gaze, a piece of land on the barren mountain slowly landed, revealing a dark hole. There seemed to be a strong smell of blood coming from the hole. Rumlow suddenly felt an unpleasant feeling in his heart. Immediately afterwards, all the members of the special service team had expressions of extreme horror on their faces. Because, in the entrance of the cave, a group of dark red figures appeared. Those monsters finally appeared in front of them. Originally, the purpose of this mission was just to explore the origin of those liquors. But the special service team members did not expect that they would actually encounter those monsters. The feeling of seeing those monsters in the video is very different from seeing them in reality. Only by close contact can you understand how terrifying these monsters are. Although the image of the liquors has changed a lot since they evolved into the armored liquors. Their originally exposed brains have been covered by armor, and there are also many bone armors and bone spurs on their bodies. However, these changes make them look even scarier. If we say that the previous generation of liquors were like evil spirits from hell. So, the current armored liquor is like a terrifying war machine. Fire. Rumlow gave the order to fire at the first sight of the armored liquors. Although they didn't know whether the firearms in their hands would be effective against those monsters, they had no other reliance at all now. Rumlow has a clear mind. If you turn around and run away now, you won't be able to escape. All they can do is fight back. The guns in the hands of more than a dozen team members all sprayed out fierce tongues of fire. Countless bullets poured out. Some team members threw grenades in their hands. Explosions occurred one after another. In an instant, the dust and fire caused by the explosion swallowed up the hole and the armored liquor that had just walked out. Less than half a minute, the members of the special service team poured out all the firepower they had in their hands, whether it's the grenade hanging on the waist or the bullets carried on the body. In this half-minute, they demonstrated excellent combat skills and professionalism. But that's all the firepower each team member has. According to normal circumstances, they should leave some firepower for emergency use. But what happened just now frightened these team members. After all, those monsters that looked like they had been skinned looked really terrifying. After all the firepower was poured out, the team members finally put down their firearms. They did not surrender, but took out daggers from their bodies and made a defensive posture. The smoke and dust gradually dispersed. Gradually, Rumlow and his team members finally saw the scene in front of them. But what they saw in front of them immediately made them feel cold. At the moment, 100 armored liquors have all appeared outside the cave entrance. After experiencing such intensive fire coverage, they didn't even see any damage on their bodies. Except for a few unlucky liquors, the grenade hit the flesh and blood of the body at close range, causing some small wounds, but most of the other liquors were unscathed. If it were the previous first-generation liquor, it would never have been possible to have such a powerful defense. But after evolving into armored liquors, their physical strength is no longer the same as before. Not only do they have a lot more bone armor on their bodies to protect their vital parts, but even their flesh and blood are much more defensive than before. These defenses all come from the gene of hatred. After all, the defense power of hatred cannot be covered. Rumlow and his team members were filled with despair as they looked at these monsters that were almost unharmed. Although compared to the army of liquors that night, the number today was 100 times smaller. However, even these 100 armored liquors were not something they could deal with. After looking at the daggers in their hands and the thick armor on those monsters, all hope in their hearts was shattered. But at the moment, the behavior of these 100 monsters made them doubtful, because these monsters did not rush up and tear them into pieces, but divided into two teams and quickly surrounded their small team from the side. It's as if someone is controlling the actions of these monsters. What is going on? Rumlow thought secretly. The team members behind him also felt a little incredible. They were all determined to die, but the other party did not kill them. Everyone felt like they were surviving a disaster. However, although those monsters did not kill him, Rumlow also knew that he had little chance of escaping. Although he and his team members are all true elite warriors, it is absolutely impossible to outrun these four-legged monsters with two legs. It was impossible for them to do such a stupid thing as running away. Rumlow could only wait quietly. However, the behavior of these monsters made Rumlow slightly stunned. The ones in front of him actually gave up their position at the entrance of the cave and then stood next to the entrance. It seems that the meaning is obvious. They actually want to let themselves in. Rumlow frowned, looked at his team members, and felt a sense of absurdity in his heart. It seemed that he and his team members were captured by these monsters. Rumlow quietly glanced at the communicator on his arm, his expression ugly. Since arriving in this barren mountain, all the equipment that can transmit signals to the outside has become unusable. In other words, SHIELD has no way of knowing everything that happens here. But, faced with such a disparity in combat power, he couldn't resist. Rumlow sighed secretly and simply put the dagger away. "Let's go." Rumlow took the lead and walked towards the dark entrance of the cave. Behind him, more than a dozen special service members also put away their daggers and then followed the captain into the cave entrance. And the 100 armored lickers slowly followed. Like a guard. A few minutes later, a dozen special service members took the Umbrella Company's underground train and arrived at the Hive. These special service members were stunned by this huge underground building. They never expected that there would be a city of this size underground. It's like recreating a new world on Earth. Although they did not see the entire Hive, the space they had seen was already quite huge. Compared with the Hive, his own Hydra organization is like a backwoods cult. A few minutes later, under the escort of those lickers, more than a dozen members of the special service team finally arrived at their destination, a wide space located at the bottom of the Hive. At the moment, dozens of armed personnel from the Umbrella Company are already on standby here. After seeing them arriving, they surrounded them and removed all the weapons and equipment of everyone in the special service team. At this time, Lin Yu, who was standing in the center of the hall, finally slowly turned around. After seeing Rumlow, Lin Yu showed a slight smile. "No wonder the system prompted me that a strong human appeared above the New York underground base. Turns out it was Rumlow. Although this guy is only a supporting character in the Marvel world, his strength is indeed considered the best among ordinary people. He was even able to get away with the captain of the United States, who was injected with super serum. Although he is no match for the captain of the United States, he can still be considered a true elite warrior." And at the moment, after seeing Lin Yu, Rumlow immediately understood that the bald man in front of him should be the owner of this place. At the same time, he is also the master of those monsters. "Who are you, and why are you attacking the SHIELD team?" Rumlow took a step forward and raised his voice. Rumlow was very smart and reported his identity immediately. Although SHIELD is not well known among ordinary people, it is a real official unit with real power. Rumlow's purpose is obvious. He wants to use his identity as SHIELD to remind the other party not to act rashly. But obviously Lin Yu doesn't agree with this. Lin Yu really didn't take SHIELD seriously. Definitely, Rumlow and his team members are not members of SHIELD. As a time traveler, Lin Yu knows it very well. At this moment, Lin Yu suddenly smiled slightly and said, "You are a HYDRA, but you really think of yourself as a member of SHIELD?" Lin Yu's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of Rumlow and his team members. After hearing this sentence, everyone's expressions changed drastically at the same time. All of them are Hydra people who have been lurking in SHIELD for many years and have never been exposed. How did the bald man in front of me know that he was HYDRA? Rumlow was shocked. Lin Yu broke his defense with just one word. Moreover, Lin Yu and the special service team were not the only ones present. There are also many armed members of the Umbrella Corporation. If you say this, won't many people know your identity? Rumlow suddenly felt bad. But Rumlow is worthy of being an elite warrior of HYDRA. with very quick mental reactions and strong psychological quality. His expression soon returned to normal, as if that was not the case at all. "Your Excellency, you are joking. We are all members of the SHILD Special Service Team. How could we be related to an evil organization like HYDRA?" Rumlow had a smile on his face, which looked very natural. And immediately afterwards, Rumlow said, "You may not know much about SHIELD. I can introduce it to you. The full name of SHILD is the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, which is..." At this time, Lin Yu suddenly stretched out his hand and stopped Rumlow from saying anything else. In fact, Lin Yu has no interest in SHILD and HYDRA. He doesn't really care whether Rumlow is from Hydra or SHIELD. He brought Rumlow back for one reason only. That's the gene in Rumlow, which the system calls mosquito meat. And Lin Yu has been a human being for 2 lifetimes, and it is impossible for him to make those stupid mistakes. Since he dared to bring Rumlow and others to his lair, he had no intention of letting these people go out again. Recently, the number of liquor clones has increased, resulting in an increased demand for corpses in the cloning laboratory. The original inventory has been used up to 77%. So, not only Rumlow, but also his dozen team members are useful. It's just that the only ones that are useful are corpses. After stopping Rumlow's tirade, Lin Yu waved gently again. The Umbrella Company armed personnel who had been on standby for a long time came to Rumlow and others without saying a word and controlled them all. Lin Yu calmly ordered, "Kill them all and hand them over to Dr. Isaac in the cloning laboratory." Upon hearing Lin Yu's order, the armed personnel of the Umbrella Company all drew a dagger from behind without hesitation. These special service members must be stabbed to death on the spot. Rumlow and his team members were all shocked after hearing what Lin Yu said. They never expected that the other party had put so much effort into bringing them here, just to kill them in front of them. This unscientific. There is no reason at all. "No, you can't kill me. I am a captain of the SHILD Special Service Team. If you kill me, you will be retaliated by SHILD," Rumlow said harshly. He also thought about using force to escape. However, this is in the opponent's base camp. The number of armed men staring eagerly at him was several times that of his own team. Moreover, there are also those terrifying monsters here. There is no way you can force your way out. Rumlow can only hope that SHILD can protect him. However, Lin Yu didn't speak. Rumlow and others did not expect that the armed personnel of the Umbrella Company would not give them a chance to speak again. Umbrella Corporation, not SHILD. The armed personnel here are not special service teams. Here, Lin Yu's words are their only imperial edict. Puff, puff. The sounds of daggers piercing flesh reached Rumlow's ears. He lowered his head in disbelief and found that a dagger had appeared in his abdomen, and that dagger almost pierced into his body. Rumlow, who had been lurking in SHILD for so many years and had already taken the position of captain of the Special Forces, had no idea that he would die here. He didn't even know where this place was. And the person who ordered his men to kill them, the bald man, was even the first time he saw him. Blood flowed on the ground along the dagger, and Rumlow's pupils began to slowly dilate. The armed personnel of the Umbrella Company were well-trained, and with more than a dozen daggers, they accurately stabbed the spleens of more than a dozen special service members. The spleen is the internal organ with the richest blood supply in the human body. Once it ruptures, it will immediately cause a massive loss of blood. In a matter of seconds, more than a dozen special service members collapsed on the ground. The armed personnel of the Umbrella Company still looked quite calm. It seems like I just did a trivial thing. In this hive, being selected to become armed members of the Umbrella Company is enough to represent that they are the elite of the elite and are absolutely loyal to Lin Yu. Killing is naturally a common thing. Soon, all the bodies were carried out. Lin Yu, on the other hand, returned to his room and waited quietly. He had already told Alice to deliver Rumlow's genes as soon as possible. A few minutes later, there was a knock on the door of Lin Yu's room. Alice came in with a glass test tube in her hand. At this time, The system prompt text appeared again in Lin Yu's sight. Gene name: Human Elite Warrior Gene, Rumlow. Gene strength: 1 star. Experience points available: 30 points. Gene contains ability distribution: Strength 5, Agility 10, Intelligence 10, Special 5-inch. You go out first, Lin Yu ordered Alice. After hearing Lin Yu's words, Alice left obediently and closed the door for Lin Yu. At this moment, with a flash of light in Lin Yu's hand, the test tube disappeared. The Biochemical Technology Tree in Lin Yu's mind also flashed a blue light again. The trunk experience value has been increased by 30 points. Several branches have also been enhanced. What Lin Yu didn't expect was that Rumlow's intelligence was actually quite good. The value of intelligence is actually equivalent to his agility. And for others, not much. Overall, Rumlow's genes are 10 times less than those of hatred. No wonder the system said it was just mosquito meat. But, although it only has 30 experience points, it is already pretty good. After all, he is just an ordinary human being. He can be compared with 1/10 of the Abominations, and he is already considered the best among human beings. The only thing that makes Lin Yu a little confused is what effect will the increase in intelligence branch experience on the Biochemical Technology Tree have on the armored liquor? However, with only 10 points of intelligence, it probably won't have any effect. Lin Yu summoned the armored liquor in his system's cultivation tank. He looked left and right, but he couldn't see any difference from before. The changes in my body are also extremely subtle and difficult to detect. But Lin Yu felt that his brain seemed a little clearer. When I recall the memories of my brain, it seems a little simpler. I don't know if it is the result of these 10 points of intelligence. At the moment, 3 hours have passed since Rumlow and his SWAT team set out for the Barren Mountains west of New York. So far, Rumlow and others have not sent back even a single message. Even SHIELD's surveillance satellite found nothing. It seemed that the signal was blocked in that area. The entire Barren Mountain was completely dark. After 3 hours of no news, Nick Fury felt more and more that things were not simple. Could it be that Rumlow and others were killed? Nick Fury still has great trust in Rumlow and the strength of the Special Teams team. Most of SHIELD's combat missions are completed by this team. Each of them is the best of the best. Rumlow, in particular, fought in hundreds of battles and never lost. But why has there been no news from Rumlow for 3 hours? Is it possible? Nick Fury actually had some guesses in his mind, but he was not very sure. After all, although Umbrella Company is a behemoth, they should not go against S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, there is no big conflict between the two sides. Just because you sent people to explore where those monsters appeared, you wiped out your entire team? This is too exaggerated. Nick Fury doesn't believe it. However, he felt vaguely uneasy in his heart. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on Nick Fury's office door. Phil Coulson opened the door and walked in. Phil Coulson walked in. He seemed to have something to report, so he didn't pay attention to Nick Fury's face. "What's the matter?" Nick Fury asked calmly. The expression on Phil Coulson's face was strange, as if he had encountered something strange. "Director, I received news that in a small town in southern New York, a hammer suddenly fell from Tian Shan Mountain. Many people have tried, but no one can pick up the hammer, even with a car. I can't pull it. This is probably the most ridiculous thing Phil Coulson has ever heard in his life. However, it actually happened. SHIELD's satellite also monitored this scene." Nick Fury was slightly startled. This was also the first time he heard of such a thing. A hammer can't even be lifted by a car? Could it be that that hammer weighs tens of thousands of pounds? "I know. You can take someone to see it," Nick Fury said. "This kind of thing is indeed beyond the scope of what science can explain. This can only be handled by S.H.I.E.L.D. Phil Coulson took the order and left. In the director's office, Nick Fury did not continue to pay attention to the hammer, but looked at the big screen in front of him again. On the big screen, the Barren Mountain suddenly appeared again in the satellite surveillance picture. It seems like the signal shielding there has gone away. But what shocked Nick Fury was that Rumlow and his special team had disappeared. They seemed to have disappeared on that Barren Mountain out of thin air. "What?" Nick Fury said to himself in surprise. How could a dozen living people, all of them fully armed, disappear into thin air? What went wrong? In addition to S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury's recent investigation into the lickers, General Ross of the New York Military District has not been idle either. In his last operation, he not only lost control of Dr. Bruce Banner, but he also failed to recapture Abomination. What was even more unfortunate was that his two elite troops were all slaughtered by those monsters. This ending is simply tragic. What was lost was not only the personnel and equipment, but also his face. The New York Military District's face was completely disgraced under the reports of those reporters. After discussing with his lieutenants, General Ross decisively pulled out all the special warriors in his military region. He decided to thoroughly investigate the origin of those monsters. Not for anything else, just for revenge. At the same time, he did not give up the pursuit of the Hulk. In his heart, the Hulk has great potential. Even compared to those hateful monsters, it is much stronger. His ultimate dream is to form an army composed entirely of Hulk warriors. But General Ross's method of tracing is different from S.H.I.E.L.D. He wasn't going to waste time looking for those cobweb horse tracks. All of his men are soldiers, not detectives. So, he screened several forces and organizations that could create these monsters and visited them one by one to inquire. General Ross's confidence is obviously much stronger than that of S.H.I.E.L.D. The first organization General Ross wanted to inquire about was the Umbrella Company. Although he didn't know whether it was done by the Umbrella Company was the most suspicious. As a general with real power, he also knows that the Umbrella Company is definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface. Most importantly, Umbrella is the strongest biotech company in the world. And those ugly lickers would be impossible to create without powerful biotechnology. No matter who ruined his good deeds, he must ask for an explanation. In other words, let the other party pay some price. Umbrella Corporation, Hive Underground Base. Lin Yu is still unclear about General Ross's actions. Lin Yu's biggest headache right now is that there are not enough raw materials for cloning the armored licker. Regardless of any clone, it must abide by the law of conservation of energy. Cloned organisms do not grow out of thin air. It is also necessary to extract genetic genes and then artificially create egg cells for embryonic development. However, with the current strength of the Umbrella Company, the growth process can be accelerated. The growth process that originally took dozens or even hundreds of days to complete is condensed into 2 to 3 days. Among them, the selection of raw materials is very important. After comparison in the cloning laboratory, if you want to perfectly clone those lickers, the best raw material is the human body, because they found that the genetic makeup of the body of both the first-generation lickers and the later armored lickers was very similar to that of humans. Or, the predecessors of these monsters were transformed into humans. To make them more perfect, human embryos must be used for cultivation. So, in order to clone these 100,000 armored lickers, all raw material stocks in the cloning laboratory have been completely used up. Under Lin Yu's order, the number of biological culture tanks in the cloning laboratory was constantly increasing. Isaac has mentioned the problem of lack of raw materials to the boss Lin Yu many times. Last time, although a dozen members of the special service team were captured and used as raw materials, a dozen human corpses were not enough. Being a behind-the-scenes boss seems very satisfying, but in fact there are quite a lot of things to worry about. In Lin Yu's office, Isaac stood quietly in front of Lin Yu, his head lowered, and he thought he had done something wrong. Lin Yu frowned and sat behind his desk, seemingly troubled. This is the third time that Isaac has come to report to him about insufficient cloning raw materials. One corpse can almost complete the cloning of dozens of armored lickers. But the quantity Lin Yu requested was too much. Moreover, the number of biological culture tanks in the cloning laboratory is still increasing. Raw materials are far from enough. In addition, the cloning laboratory usually needs to conduct various experiments, which is not enough. Lin Yu turned his head, looked at Alice, who was standing with her hands down, and asked, "How are the conditions in those prisons recently?" The United States prison is one of Umbrella's most important sources of corpses. Guys who are serving life sentences or who die in prison for unknown reasons are usually sent to Umbrella Corporation. Definitely, the Umbrella Company will also provide a lot of banknotes for purchase. This is also a large part of the income of those prisons. There hasn't been much supply in those prisons recently, maybe because there are too few life sentence prisoners. Alice Hui reported. In fact, it's not that there are too few life sentence prisoners, but that those life sentence prisoners have long been killed by various methods in the prison and then secretly sent to the Umbrella Company. A criminal serving a life sentence, even if he works as a laborer for decades, is not as much money as the money given by the Umbrella Company. Therefore, prisons are more willing to sell these life sentence prisoners to umbrella companies. But no matter how chaotic the Marvel world is, no matter how many prisoners are serving life sentences, they still cannot withstand the unlimited acquisitions of the Umbrella Company. Lin Yu frowned and knocked on the table with one hand, making a dong-dong-dong sound. The problem of raw materials must be solved. Otherwise, you won't be able to build your own biochemical army. However, if you want to solve this problem, you cannot go to death on one road. Lin Yu stopped knocking on the table and said to Alice, "Problems that can be solved with money are not problems. Inform those prisons that the price of corpses has doubled in recent times and let them find a solution on their own. The most important thing for umbrella companies is money." Lin Yu believes that with a lot of money, there must be a brave man. If there is no life sentence, wouldn't it be possible to create a life sentence? Lin Yu believes that those wardens will definitely be willing to take risks because of double the price. Alice nodded and responded, "Okay, boss." But just when Lin Yu was about to arrange some other things, Alice's communicator suddenly rang. Lin Yu nodded slightly and motioned for Alice to answer the phone first. Alice has a special status in the Umbrella Company. She is almost the second in command of the Umbrella Company. Many things are conveyed to Lin Yu through her. Therefore, Alice is relatively busy. Lin Yu is also willing to be a hands-off shopkeeper, leaving all the trivial matters to Alice and only controlling the overall situation. But this time, after Alice answered the phone and heard the report from her subordinates, she immediately frowned. Lin Yu's hearing has increased a lot recently. Lin Yu heard the voice in the communicator without Alice reporting. Hearing this report, Lin Yu suddenly showed a strange smile on his face. "Boss, a group of guys claiming to be New York Military District soldiers suddenly broke into our underground headquarters building in Raccoon City and said they wanted to see you," Alice reported to Lin Yu Hui. Although Lin Yu already knew the content, he still let Alice finish. Because Lin Yu deliberately let Isaac hear these words. The head of this cloning laboratory, Dr. Isaac, complained about his poverty every day, which also made Lin Yu feel helpless. After Alice finished her report, Lin Yu suddenly raised his head and looked at Isaac, smiled and asked, "How are you doing? Do you have any ideas?" Although Isaac appears to be an honest person in front of Lin Yu, in fact, as the head of the Umbrella Company's cloning laboratory, he is definitely not an honest person. Isaac's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard the boss Lin Yu's question. He is also a smart man. "Boss, those soldiers are strong, but they have the best raw materials." Isaac's eyes narrowed into crescents. Lin Yu and Isaac looked at each other and smiled knowingly. It's true that whatever you need is what you need. These arrogant United States soldiers are obviously General Ross's men. As for General Ross, Lin Yu hated him very much when watching movies in his previous life. That being the case, then I can only be rude. Troubled times are about to arise, and the military and other forces are simply cannon fodder. Since he is cannon fodder, he might as well make some contributions to his own cloning laboratory. Lin Yu turned his head, looked at Alice again, and said coldly, "Block all signal transmissions in Raccoon City. Bring those soldiers to the Hive, and hand them over to Isaac directly. It is necessary to block the signal, otherwise it will be bad for them to send back the message. Although the Umbrella Company is now very powerful, it is still best to keep it secret." Alice took people to deal with the United States soldiers. Dr. Isaac also returned to his cloning laboratory. Lin Yu was once again the only one left in Lin Yu's office. At the moment, in Lin Yu's mind, a system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! The Aesir powerful gene has been detected in a small town in southern New York. Please go to the host as soon as possible to obtain the Aesir powerful gene. The Aesir powerful gene will greatly enhance the experience and level of the Biochemical Technology Tree. The sound of the system is still very calm, though. However, Lin Yu heard something different in this voice. Compared with the previous Rumlow genes, this time the system obviously spoke a bit faster. It seems that genes are very important this time. After hearing the system prompt, Lin Yu was stunned for a while. The powerful Aesir god clan, Asgard people, also called Aesir gods. In this time period, who else but Thor? He was the only one who came to Earth in the early stages of the Marvel world. And it was Thor who was deprived of his divine power by Odin. Thinking of the plot of Thor 1, Lin Yu's eyes finally slowly lit up. Lin Yu clearly remembers that in the plot of Thor 1, Thor was an ordinary person most of the time. No divine powers, no Mjolnir, he's just a guy slightly stronger than the average person. If he doesn't get his genes at this time, it might be a little difficult for him to regain his divine power. In the entire Marvel world, Thor can be regarded as one of the top strong men. Not only is he physically powerful, he also has the power of thunder. If we get his genes, what changes will happen to the Biochemical Technology Tree? Lin Yu couldn't help but look forward to it. But if you want to get Thor's genes, you need to plan carefully. However, this matter is not particularly urgent. Judging from the plot, Lin Yu knows it'll take a few days for Thor to regain his divine power. Moreover, the town where Mjolnir is located is not very far from New York. If an army of armored lickers is sent out, it will probably take more than 10 minutes to get there. Umbrella Corporation headquarters building in Raccoon City. This building is in the center of Raccoon City and is also the tallest building in Raccoon City. The population size of Raccoon City is not too large, only about 1 million people. But these people are more or less inextricably linked to the Umbrella Company. Most of them are family members of Umbrella Company employees, and there are also businessmen who rely on Umbrella Companies for their survival. Even the Raccoon City Council members have close ties with the Umbrella Company. In short, in Raccoon City, the Umbrella Company almost dominates the sky. But Raccoon City is not very big after all, so there's no military area stationed there. Normally, no one from the military would come here. This time, it's just an exception. Even Lin Yu didn't expect General Ross to be so arrogant. Much more arrogant than what you see in the movie. At the moment, a team of 30 elite soldiers from the New York Military District, led by a man with a centipede-shaped scar on his face, arrogantly occupied the first-floor lobby of the Umbrella Company headquarters. Dozens of soldiers, fully armed and looking fierce, made the staff tremble with fear. These employees in the above-ground headquarters are just ordinary employees, and they don't know the true power of the Umbrella Company. At this moment, in the elevator of the Umbrella Company headquarters building, Alice led 2 armed men to the soldiers. "Are you looking for our boss?" Alice asked straight to the point. The ugly scar-faced man at the front of the soldiers frowned, snorted, and said, "Tell your boss to come out and see me." That arrogant look was as if the Umbrella Company was owned by his family. But Alice's expression did not change at all. She smiled slightly and asked, "So, who are you?" The scar-faced soldier replied impatiently, "I am Colonel Sturt, a subordinate of General Ross of the New York Military District." After saying that, he also flashed his epaulette. Alice's expression remained unchanged, and she said calmly, "I'm sorry, Colonel. Our boss has had some physical problems recently and has been bedridden for half a month. If you want to see our boss, I'm afraid you need to go there in person." Hearing Alice's words, Colonel Sturt suddenly felt unhappy. As a military colonel, he has a high status in the military region. In addition to General Ross, he is almost the second in command in the New York Military District. "I'm used to being domineering. When I heard that it was not the boss of the Umbrella Company who came to see me, but that I went to see him, I suddenly felt a little unhappy." But what Alice said was perfect. I really can't let a guy who has been bedridden for half a month forcefully come out to see me. In fact, the purpose of Colonel Sturt coming to Umbrella Company this time was to interrogate. Don't worry about whether it was done by an umbrella company or not. Let's review it first. At this moment, Colonel Sturt said, "Okay, then I will go with you. The mission must be completed. If you can't see the big boss of the umbrella company, you won't be able to complete the mission assigned by General Ross." Colonel Sturt could only choose to take the initiative to see the other party. Alice smiled slightly again, turned around, and walked towards the innermost special elevator in the elevator room. Colonel Sturt, on the other hand, ordered his men. "The second team will stay on guard, and the others will follow me." After saying that, he led some of his men and followed Alice into the elevator. In the elevator, Alice coughed slightly, as if her throat was uncomfortable, so she took out a handkerchief and put it on her nose. In the elevator going down, a strange fragrance suddenly appeared. At the same time, in the lobby of the Umbrella Company headquarters, several female staff members wearing suits and short skirts also hurriedly greeted the remaining soldiers to sit in booths in the lounge. In these booths, you can clearly see the entire hall environment, which is very suitable for observation. The soldiers looked at each other and did not refuse. The staff also enthusiastically brought them mineral water that had not yet opened the bottle cap. A few minutes later, the curtain outside the booth was quietly drawn. It didn't take 10 minutes. 30 elite soldiers under General Ross had all been carried into the Hive's cloning laboratory. They were not dead, just unconscious. Isaac looked at the soldiers piled on the ground, his eyes gleaming. What he likes most is to conduct various experiments. Moreover, these experiments are not allowed by society. When he was young, Dr. Isaac was even arrested for conducting human experiments. Later, it was Lin Yu who sent someone to get him out of prison. Since then, Isaac has never left the Hive. Isaac has a very high level in the Umbrella Company, second only to Alice, and he is actually qualified to go out often. But he considered the cloning laboratory his home. Only here can he display his fists and kicks unscrupulously. Moreover, Lin Yu, the big boss, trusted him quite a lot and allowed him to do whatever he wanted. This is actually one of the reasons why Umbrella Company's cloning technology is so powerful. To say that Isaac is not a pervert is indeed a bit one-sided. Looking at the 30 unconscious soldiers on the ground, his saliva was almost drooling. He hurriedly arranged for his men to tie up all the experimental materials. During the process, he also warned, "Don't use too much force and don't strangle them to death. I have to use them for human experiments first." Umbrella Company Hive Underground Base, Lin Yu's office. Alice knocked again and came in. Lin Yu asked softly, "How's it going?" Alice came to Lin Yu, smiled slightly, and said, "All of them have been sent to Dr. Isaac. They are all subordinates of General Ross of the New York Military District. There are 30 people in total." Lin Yu nodded slowly. Lin Yu had already made guesses about the identities of these people. At this moment, Lin Yu suddenly stood up, came to Alice's side, and raised a hand. Alice's face suddenly stiffened. There was a hint of hope in her eyes. Alice has always secretly admired her boss. Strictly speaking, Alice was adopted by Lin Yu when she was very young, and she was almost half of Lin Yu's daughter. Ever since she was a child, Alice has always had an irreplaceable sense of dependence on Lin Yu. But at that time, Lin Yu was only focused on the expansion of the Umbrella Company and had no intention of caring about his children's personal affairs. Until his body collapsed from exhaustion. Now Lin Yu took advantage of the opportunity. After miraculously waking up from the hospital bed, Lin Yu's image has undergone earth-shaking changes. Although he is bald, his figure and appearance have become much younger. Male hormones are overflowing. Seeing Lin Yu's movements, Alice's body tensed up for a moment and her face turned red with embarrassment. She thought what Lin Yu was going to do. But that hand, however, did not make any intimate movements as Alice imagined, but gently placed it on her shoulder. Patted gently. Lin Yu smiled slightly, definitely seeing Alice's embarrassment. However, after Lin Yu traveled to this world, his thoughts had not changed, and he was deeply influenced by the traditional Huxia thoughts in his previous life. Naturally, he won't be too reckless. Lin Yu just felt that Alice was having a hard time during this period and wanted to express her concern. And Lin Yu is not in a hurry either. There was no way Alice could run away. It was only a matter of time before he completely conquered her. You have worked hard during this period, Lin Yu said softly. Not counting the time when she took care of her boss in the hospital bed, Alice had never been in such close contact with her boss. She could even feel the masculine breath that Lin Yu blew when he spoke. No, it's not hard, Alice replied hurriedly. Looking at Alice's appearance, Lin Yu suddenly laughed loudly. This feeling is quite wonderful. In my previous life, I liked the character Alice very much. Unexpectedly, he could actually come into contact with Alice in reality. Only, this Alice is completely different from the Alice I saw in the movie. The personalities are also completely different. In other words, she was still the resolute Alice when she was outside, but in front of her, she was like a little bird clinging to someone. It's quite a magical experience. Boss, why are you laughing? Alice asked slightly angrily. Through this intimate contact, the relationship between the two seems to be getting closer. Although Lin Yu didn't do anything, he could see what Alice meant by her performance just now. Alice also knew that her thoughts had been known to her boss. Simply speaking, the tone of speaking was a little different from before. In the past, Alice would not have asked this question. Lin Yu raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, "It's okay. I just think it's great to have you by my side." Lin Yu's words made Alice blush again. But this time, Alice hurriedly changed the subject. She was afraid that if she continued to discuss this topic, she would fall for it. By the way, boss, I have another news that I need to report to you. The engineering team has all been recruited. There are now a team of 1,000 people. If the scale is expanded further, I'm afraid the space will be a little tight. Alice report. Previously, Lin Yu assigned her to be responsible for the expansion of the engineering team, which has now been basically completed. 1,000 people is already the limit. Moreover, the expansion of the Hive is mainly operated by machines, and the number of people does not need to be too many. 1,000 people, this scale is already very good. Speaking of business, Lin Yu nodded slowly. Alice's workability is really strong. It had only been arranged for a few days, and it was all done. Lin Yu is very satisfied. Okay, let us get to work quickly. The expansion of the cloning laboratory and biological culture tank must be accelerated, and the quality must be guaranteed. Lin Yu arranged. These things will be one of the trump cards of the umbrella company, so we have to be cautious. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yu made arrangements again. In addition, arranged for 20,000 armored lickers to be on standby in the New York underground base. There may be new tasks that require them to perform. Thor's genes. Lin Yu is bound to get it. Under Lin Yu's arrangement, 20,000 armored lickers took the umbrella company's underground train and once again came to the underground base south of New York City. This time, Lin Yu did not dispatch all armored lickers. 20,000 is already quite safe. After all, Lin Yu had no plans to acquire Thor's genes after he regained his powers. When Abomination fought the Hulk for the first time, Lin Yu dispatched 100,000 lickers at once, just to show his strength to the outside world. The effect of deterrence is greater than the actual combat usefulness. But this time, there is no need to dispatch so many at once. Just when 20,000 lickers were on standby, satellite footage was also displayed on the screen on the wall in Lin Yu's office. At the moment, SHILD agents, led by high-level agent Phil Coulson, have established a makeshift laboratory at the location where Mjolnir landed. They still don't know what Mjolnir is. Therefore, we can only arrange for SHILD scientists to conduct analysis and research. The abnormality of this hammer made Phil Coulson attach great importance to it. Although Nick Fury has been paying attention to Rumlow's disappearance recently and has no time to care about this hammer, Phil Coulson still applied to transfer SHILD high-level agent Barton. Barton, nicknamed Hawkeye, is ranked among the best in S.H.I.E.L.D. His archery skills are even more superb. With Barton here, at least safety won't be a problem. But on a dark, rainy night, this temporary laboratory welcomed a strange guest. A strong bear-like guy suddenly broke in here. He was very strong and quickly knocked down several elite SHILD agents and arrived at the center of the temporary laboratory. That's where the hammer is. The rain in the sky is getting heavier and heavier. The man's face was full of excitement. He slowly stretched out his hands and placed them on the hammer handle. At the moment, Phil Coulson has arrived nearby. Moreover, the bow and arrows in Hawkeye Barton's hand are also fully loaded. As long as Phil Coulson gives an order, he will make the uninvited guest incapacitated. However, Phil Coulson stopped Barton's actions. He seemed to see something different from the others in the man's eyes. Phil Coulson feels that this man may be the key to his research on this hammer. But when the man started to exert force, but the hammer still did not move at all, Phil Coulson was disappointed again. It turns out that this is just a mental illness. Still no one can pick up the hammer. At this moment, just when Phil Coulson was about to let his agents arrest this uninvited guest, in his earphones, a report from the perimeter security personnel suddenly came. That voice seemed a little urgent, as if something terrible had happened. "Sir, no, it's not good." Phil Coulson frowned and said coldly through the communicator, "Speak carefully and don't be anxious." Phil Coulson was a little angry. As an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., how could he be so flustered? "Even if aliens come, stay calm." "Sir, there's a group of monsters outside, and they are approaching us." Under Phil Coulson's scolding, the voice finally became less stuttering, but it was still trembling nervously. "Monster?" Phil Coulson looked confused. "To be clear, what kind of monster?" Phil Coulson asked. In the earphones, the agent's voice came again. "Sir, it's the kind of monster that appeared in New York a few days ago." "What?" Phil Coulson was shocked. At first, he didn't react when he heard the word monster. Now, after hearing his agent's explanation, he immediately recalled the appearance of those monsters. In the past few days, the appearance of these monsters has almost spread all over the internet. As a high-level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., he has naturally seen many versions of high-definition photos. Those monsters look really scary. At this moment, Hawkeye Barton has also seen the dark red figure galloping in the distance. In an instant, Barton's expression darkened. 20,000 armored lickers ran wildly and attacked this crude, temporary camp. Phil Coulson even felt the earth tremble slightly. That was the vibration caused by tens of thousands of monsters running at the same time. Without even looking, Phil Coulson had already imagined that scene. Without enough time to make any move, he hurriedly started to greet his teammates and ran towards the S.H.I.E.L.D. vehicle. While running, he didn't forget to arrange for someone to take Thor, who was already a little sluggish, with him. At the moment, Thor seemed to have lost his soul and was actually demented. He couldn't bear the blow of not being able to pick up Mjolnir. However, fortunately, Phil Coulson and S.H.I.E.L.D. are not an evil organization, and they did not forget to take him with them in an emergency. But when you feel the shock, it's too late to run. The vibrations coming from under my feet were getting stronger and stronger. In my ears, I also heard the roaring sound like an army pressing down on the territory. The two agents who were carrying Thor forward were already lagging behind. Thor is just too heavy. The two strong S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were unable to lift them up. Phil Coulson took 2 steps and turned back, his heart almost jumping into his throat. Leave him here and leave him alone. Phil Coulson finally decided to leave this unknown guy behind. But at this time, the Armored Liquor Army has divided into 2 groups and directly crossed S.H.I.E.L.D.'s temporary camp for both sides. He immediately surrounded them all. 20,000 lickers formed an airtight circle, surrounding dozens of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and Thor. Phil Coulson and others also stopped. They already knew in their hearts that they couldn't escape at all. What's more, when the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents saw these terrifying figures, their legs began to tremble. Even if they were asked to run, they would probably not be able to escape easily. They had seen such terrifying monsters there. These monsters seemed to have their skin peeled off, exposing their dark red muscle tissue. Moreover, there were sharp bone spurs on the joints all over their bodies, which reflected a metallic luster under the moonlight. Just by looking at it, it was terrifying to the extreme. Phil Coulson, who just blamed his subordinates for being too panicked, was now completely confused himself. He looked at the dense, armored lickers around him and felt an extremely strong sense of fear in his heart. Only when you see this kind of monster with your own eyes can you understand what horror is. As a SHIELD high-level agent, Phil Coulson has watched many videos of these monsters attacking the Abominations on video and satellite surveillance screens. But it was completely different from the feeling of seeing these monsters in front of my own eyes now. Now Phil Coulson has long forgotten his honor as a high-level agent. His legs began to tremble slightly. Behind Phil Coulson, Hawkeye Barton held his own bow and arrow in his hand, looking equally ugly. He has experienced hundreds of battles, but he has never encountered such a desperate situation. Although his arrows were all right, there were too many of these monsters. He had only a dozen arrows on his body. Wanting to destroy these monsters is simply wishful thinking. Even escaping is just a luxury. Except for Barton, all other SHIELD agents also took out their weapons and stood guard back to back. They're also desperate. In this case, unless the other party lets them go, there is absolutely no chance of survival. In the encirclement, only Thor seemed to be unchanged from before. There was still no light in his eyes. Seems to turn a blind eye to the ugly armored lickers around it. Mjolnir is his most beloved weapon, even more important than his girlfriend. Now, even his most beloved weapon was abandoned, and Thor was almost disheartened. At this time, even if someone wanted to kill him, he probably wouldn't fight back. Definitely, no one wanted to kill him. Even Lin Yu didn't have this idea. Lin Yu just wants to get Thor's genes. That's when, among those armored lickers, a strange-looking licker suddenly walked out. Because on its body was a strange instrument. It looks like a camera. Phil Coulson was slightly startled. Camera? Doesn't this mean that the guys who control these monsters can see themselves through the camera? Hope instantly rose in Phil Coulson's heart. If he wanted to kill himself, he would have done it long ago. After all, it is impossible for him to escape now. But that mysterious figure actually went to such great lengths to place a camera on a monster. So, he must have other ideas. What Phil Coulson wants to see most now is that the other party has other requirements. That way, at least there is a possibility of survival. Seeing the armored licker walking slowly, Phil Coulson hurriedly adjusted his suit and walked forward. It's like two armies confronting each other, with the general negotiating with thousands of people on horseback. Slowly, one person and one monster came to each other. Phil Coulson also saw these ugly monsters so close for the first time. He could even smell the rich smell of blood on the armored licker. Phil Coulson is certain that the smell of blood is not because of how many people the opponent has killed, but because its body originally carries a strong smell of blood. Because the monster's body and limbs looked as if the skin had just been peeled off and it was still bloody. The smell of blood comes from the flesh and blood of that monster. Fighting back the nausea in his heart, Phil Coulson looked at the armored licker in front of him. And just then, a voice suddenly appeared on the armored licker. It seems that that device can also be used as a communicator. At the same time, the Umbrella Company's underground base in Raccoon City, in the Hive secret base, in Lin Yu's office. Lin Yu, who was standing in front of the screen with his hands behind his back, suddenly raised the corners of his mouth slightly. The picture displayed on the screen is none other than Phil Coulson and the Barton agent behind him. Lin Yu found it quite novel to meet in this way. Slowly, Lin Yu said, "Hello, Phil Coulson agent and Barton agent." In the picture, after hearing Lin Yu's words, Phil Coulson's expression suddenly changed. Because Lin Yu actually called his name. And there's Barton's name. This means that the other party is obviously coming for you. Phil Coulson's face turned livid. "I don't know what you mean by this. Do you have any grudge against our shield?" Phil Coulson said calmly. However, through the screen in front of him, Lin Yu could even see Phil Coulson's slightly trembling hands. Lin Yu decided not to joke with Phil Coulson. This guy probably hasn't experienced any big storms yet. After all, the Marvel world isn't chaotic enough right now. He will probably grow after he comes into contact with Loki in the future. Lin Yu said slowly, "Did you see the box on the back of the cute little animal in front of you? Open it. There are 2 syringes inside." Syringe. Phil Coulson was slightly startled. "Yes, syringes. Take them out, draw a tube of blood from the big guy and Barton agent, and then put them back in a box." Lin Yu said slowly again, Originally, Lin Yu prepared 2 syringes just to prevent mistakes. Now that I saw Barton, I remembered that Barton seemed to be pretty good and could be considered a mosquito meat. That's why Lin Yu asked Phil Coulson to draw 2 tubes of blood. But Phil Coulson did not follow Lin Yu's words. He has some hesitation, because I don't know why the other party is doing this. Besides, would Barton agree to draw a tube of blood from him? What do you want to do? I advise you not to be impulsive. We are members of S.H.I.E.L.D. Do you know the consequences of offending S.H.I.E.L.D.? Phil Coulson said coldly. He seemed to have forgotten one thing. That is, the other party said his name the first time he saw him. Clearly not afraid of S.H.I.E.L.D. But all Phil Coulson can count on is S.H.I.E.L.D. If there was a problem that S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't solve, then there was nothing he could do. Seeing Phil Coulson squeezing his neck, Lin Yu suddenly frowned in front of the big screen. Why do both real S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and undercover agents like Rumlow like to use the name S.H.I.E.L.D. to scare people? It seems that my plan to have a good talk with him failed from the beginning. Lin Yu's idea is very simple. That is, get the blood of Thor and Barton as soon as possible, and then come back early. Definitely, Thor's genes are the most important. Barton just passing by. In fact, there's an easier way to get Thor's genes. Because the current Thor has no divine power at all, if he controls these lickers and pounces on them, there is a high probability that Thor will be torn to pieces directly. But Lin Yu cannot do this. Now that my strength is not strong enough, if I kill Thor rashly, I'm afraid I will face Odin's wrath. Although Odin exiled Thor to Earth, he did not abandon his son. On the contrary, Odin is just training Thor's kingly heart. Although Odin's strength has declined significantly during this period, it is still not something Lin Yu's umbrella company can deal with. Therefore, Lin Yu came up with such an idea. Just drawing a tube of blood won't do any harm to Thor, so Odin won't think about him, right? Probably not, Lin Yu thought to himself. But Lin Yu still understands the principle of late change. It's useless to say more. The best way is to get Thor's genes as soon as possible. Lin Yu's eyes suddenly showed a hint of fierceness. At this time, several armored lickers suddenly walked out of the encirclement. Then he accelerated instantly and pounced on the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents behind Phil Coulson. This scene immediately frightened the agents. It seemed like my commander was having a good chat with the other party just now. Why did he suddenly get angry? The agents had no hesitation, so they hurriedly raised their weapons, aimed at the armored lickers that rushed towards them, and started attacking crazily. Bang, 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 bang. Countless bullets hit those lickers. But what makes the agents despair is that this bullet is like scratching an itch on these monsters and has no effect at all. Even the opponent's speed was not affected at all. Phil Coulson in front was also shocked. He hurriedly shouted to the armored licker with a communicator in front of him. "Stop! What do you want to do? Don't be impulsive." But as soon as he finished speaking, the lickers had already rushed to the agents. The bloody mouth opened instantly. Those agents were so frightened that some of their bodies refused to obey their orders. In addition, after the first-generation lickers evolved into armored lickers, their strength and speed increased a lot. They had no time to make any defensive moves before they were licked. The eater fell to the ground. Wails came from the mouths of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Then it stopped abruptly. A total of 5 agents were swallowed up by the lickers in an instant. Although lickers appear to be about twice the size of a human body, when they open their mouths, they can even stuff an adult human directly into them. On the field, after devouring the 5 agents, the armored lickers finally retreated slowly. It seems that they have no interest in other agents. The remaining agents were all terrified. A few even peed their pants. Definitely, you can't blame them for being timid. But the scene just now, where a living companion was eaten by a monster in front of him, was really terrifying to the extreme. In the encirclement, calm was restored again. Only the blood on the ground seemed to still be a warning of the tragic scene that had just happened. And at the moment, Phil Coulson turned pale and turned to look at the monster with the camera in front of him again. Phil Coulson said angrily again, "Who are you, and what do you want to do?" Those agents who died were all his companions, companions who had worked together before. He was quite angry at the moment. At the same time, I felt a little powerless, because he felt that he could do nothing and could not save his companions. At this time, Lin Yu's voice came again from the communicator. It was you who killed them. If you do what I say, nothing will happen to anyone. Lin Yu's words caused cold sweat to break out on Phil Coulson's forehead. The other party acted too decisively. Moreover, Phil Coulson suddenly felt that what the other party said seemed to be true. It was me who killed those agents. But, at this moment, without giving Phil Coulson any chance to think or speak, Lin Yu continued. Now, give you 3 seconds to follow my order just now. If you can't do such a simple thing well, you will do it again. Lost 5 companions. Lin Yu's words seemed cold and unusual after the voice change through the transmitter. Phil Coulson felt that the other party was simply a devil, a demon even more evil than the monsters you see before you. But there was nothing he could do. As soon as Lin Yu finished speaking, he hurriedly took 2 steps forward and came to the side of the armored liquor in front of him. Suppressing the fear in his heart, he opened the small box on the back of the armored liquor and took out 2 syringes. After experiencing the incident just now, Phil Coulson did not dare to have any hesitation at all. He took the syringe and came to Barton first. Barton saw everything that happened just now, and he heard Lin Yu's words clearly. When the armored liquors rushed up, he also attacked with bows and arrows, but it had no effect at all. Moreover, at such a close distance, he did not dare to use arrows with bombs, which might blow up himself and the agents around him. Barton also watched helplessly as his companions were torn into pieces and swallowed into the stomachs of the monsters. At the moment, seeing Phil Coulson coming to him with a syringe, he didn't show any hesitation at all and just rolled up his sleeves. Now, even if there was poison on the syringe, and it would kill him immediately if it was pierced into his arm, he would have no choice but to bite the bullet. It was impossible for him to watch his companions being killed by those monsters. Phil Coulson and Barton looked at each other. Phil Coulson saw determination in Barton's eyes, and Barton saw intolerance in Phil Coulson's eyes. Phil Coulson was also afraid that there might be something fishy about this syringe. However, he had no choice. Barton met Phil Coulson's eyes and nodded slightly. Then he grabbed the syringe from Phil Coulson's hand and plunged it directly into his arm. After a few seconds, a tube of bright red blood had already been drawn out. After handing the syringe filled with blood to Phil Coulson, Barton gave Phil Coulson a reassuring look. It seems that there is no problem with this syringe. Phil Coulson finally felt relieved. Then, he turned around, slowly walked towards Thor, who was still squatting on the ground with an expressionless face. The blood draw went smoothly. At the moment, Thor, as if he had lost his soul, completely ignored Phil Coulson's behavior. If Thor's magical power was still there, the needle would probably not be able to penetrate his skin. But now, he is just no different from an ordinary person. Phil Coulson easily drew a large tube of blood from his arm. Then, Phil Coulson slowly came to the armored liquor again and put 2 syringes filled with blood into the original box. But, after Phil Coulson put the 2 tubes of blood in, the armored liquor didn't leave in a hurry. Under the puzzled looks of Phil Coulson, Barton, and others, the armored liquor carrying a box and a communicator slowly walked to the stout man who had just had his blood drawn. The man's voice sounded again in the communicator. I never thought that Thor, the god of thunder, would fall to this level. As soon as Lin Yu finished speaking, Thor, who had been extremely depressed, immediately regained his energy and looked at the ugly monster next to him in surprise. His heart was filled with shock. Is there anyone on Earth who actually knows his name? Thor was certain that this was his first time on Earth. So, how does the other party know about him? But Thor's appearance when facing the armored liquor is completely different from that of Earthlings like Phil Coulson. He had absolutely no fear of the terrifying appearance of the armored liquor. After all, he has seen many monsters uglier than liquors. Who are you and why do you know my identity? Thor asked coldly. It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that if you want to get your power back, you can't do it in this decadent state. Lin Yu's voice came out from the communicator again. After hearing these words, Thor's face became even more shocked. The other party not only knew his identity, but also knew that he had lost his divine power. Only Asgardians know about this. Who is the other party, and why is he so powerful? Who are you? What's your purpose? Thor asked again. At the moment, he had slowly stood up from the ground, looking down at the armored licker who was on all fours. However, Lin Yu did not answer Thor's question. His purpose in talking to Thor was not to reveal his identity. Sooner or later, the other party will know your identity, even S.H.I.E.L.D. But not now. My identity is not important. You will know it sooner or later. I just want to remind you that if you want to get your divine power back, you need to consider how to become a true king. As a true king, not only it can be done with brute force. Lin Yu said slowly through the communicator. Then, before Thor could speak, the armored licker was under the control of Lin Yu and returned to the main force. The army of 20,000 armored lickers turned around and galloped away. Only a layer of dust was left. The departure of the armored licker army did not attract Thor's attention. At the moment, Thor stood there blankly, seemingly lost in thought. The expression on his face was no longer the decadent look it had before. And not far next to Thor, Phil Coulson and Barton, as well as a dozen SHIELD agents, were all stunned. They all felt that their heads seemed to be a little hard to turn around. Why did that guy's conversation just now feel a little weird? The guy who controls these monsters actually calls that stupid strong man the god of thunder? Thor? Doesn't it sound like a character from a myth? Moreover, that guy even admitted it. After thinking for a while, Phil Coulson suddenly frowned, feeling more and more that the problem was serious. It would be fine to say that the guy in front of me is mentally ill, but the guy controlling these monsters behind the scenes is definitely not a fool. So, here comes the problem. Who is this sturdy bear-like guy? Phil Coulson turned around and looked at Barton, who was covering the pinprick on his arm. Both of them saw a hint of solemnity in the other's eyes. It seems that director Nick Fury needs to be informed as soon as possible about what happened here. Whether it's the reappearance of the armored licker or this suspected alien, it's no small matter. And, through today's events, Phil Coulson also vaguely understood the purpose of the controller behind the scenes. After all, there are really not many places where blood can be used. The Umbrella Company's underground base in Raccoon City and the Hive secret base. Lin Yu gently pressed the switch on the screen in front of him and turned back to his sofa. Those words just now were just temporary thoughts. Lin Yu knew that Odin was watching everything he did. Although Odin seems to have some physical problems now, his strength is still not to be underestimated. Moreover, for Lin Yu, who is familiar with various Marvel characters, he also knows Odin's ability quite well. Odin is able to perceive his son's state with his powerful divine power. In other words, Odin definitely saw himself drawing a tube of Thor's blood, and naturally heard his conversation with Thor. This is a maze laid out by Lin Yu. In other words, an olive branch to Odin and Thor. When Thor regains his divine power, he will definitely remember the words he once said. When the time comes, let's not say whether Thor will be grateful to him, but at least he won't be hostile to him. This is Lin Yu's true purpose. Half an hour later, finally, Lin Yu's office door was knocked again. Alice, holding 2 test tubes in her hand, came to Lin Yu. Seeing Alice and what she was holding, Lin Yu stood up excitedly. After obtaining the Biochemical Technology Tree system, I have obtained genes twice that can provide experience points to the Biochemical Technology Tree. The first time was the gene of hatred, which provided 300 experience points. The second time was Rumlow, only 30 points. But the combined genes of these two guys are completely incomparable to Thor's genes. Thor, after all, is an orthodox Aesir god, and he's also the son of the god king, a strong man with the power of thunder. However, what Lin Yu didn't expect was that even though he had already underestimated the strength of the Thor gene, he was still a little surprised when he saw the prompt given by the system. Gene name, Aesir Powerful Gene, Thor Odin. Gene strength, 4 stars. Available experience points, 600 points. Gene contains ability distribution. Strength 100, Agility 50, Intelligence 10, Attack 80, Defense 100, Attribute, Thunder, 260-inch. Lin Yu was simply stunned when he saw this attribute. Thor's genetic strength reached 4 stars. The most important thing is the experience value he can provide, which is as high as 600 points. Moreover, in the ability distribution, the lightning attribute actually accounts for nearly half. In other words, nearly half of Thor's strength is brought to him by the power of thunder. Without the power of thunder, his strength is at most a little stronger than Abomination. This attribute makes Lin Yu quite excited. If this is integrated into one's own biochemical technology tree, wouldn't it mean that one's armored liquors would also have the power of thunder? In addition, is it possible that I will also have the power of thunder? Lin Yu felt extremely excited just thinking about it. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yu looked at the other test tube again. In that test tube was Barton's gene. Compared to Thor, Barton's genes are much weaker. Although he's also a member of the Avengers, Barton's body is slightly stronger than ordinary people. At most, it's as good as Rumlow. However, what slightly surprised Lin Yu was that Barton's ability was extremely unevenly distributed. Gene name: humanity's strongest archer gene, Hawkeye Barton. Gene strength, 1 star. Experience points available, 50 points. Gene contains ability distribution: agility 10, special, accuracy, 40-inch. Among Barton's abilities, except for a little agility, all other abilities are concentrated on the special branch. Moreover, it is all about his archery skills. In other words, apart from archery, Barton's other abilities are average. 10 points of agility is enough to beat a few ordinary people. However, with the bow and arrow, he is much stronger than Rumlow. Lin Yu took the 2 test tubes and then glanced at Alice. Alice understood and immediately turned around and left Lin Yu's room. She is very smart and never asks questions that she shouldn't. And these are Lin Yu's deepest secrets, and naturally they won't be known to anyone. After Alice left, the 2 test tubes in Lin Yu's hands flashed at the same time. Then, the biotechnology tree in Lin Yu's mind suddenly burst out with a violent blue light. The experience value of the biochemical technology tree's trunk soared instantly, reaching 980 points. There's only 20 points left before the trunk can advance to level 2. In addition to the main trunk, the experience values of the 8 branches have also changed, especially the attribute branch, which was directly increased from 0 points to 260 points. At the moment, Lin Yu suddenly felt that his body had begun to undergo drastic changes. Compared with when absorbing the hate gene, the change is more intense. Strength is growing rapidly. The body is becoming stronger. Gently clenching his fist, Lin Yu even felt that he could blow away a cow with 1 punch. No, a cow is nothing. Even if hatred is standing in front of him, he can easily knock it away with 1 punch. This is the self-confidence brought by one's own strong strength. But this is nothing. When a flash of lightning began to appear on Lin Yu's clenched fist, Lin Yu almost jumped with excitement. Thunder. He actually possesses the power of thunder. Lin Yu closed his eyes gently, and suddenly, his body glowed with silver light. Countless thunderbolts appeared on Lin Yu's body, like a god coming to the world. Those thunderbolts, in Lin Yu's conscious perception, are like his closest friends, extremely kind. Lin Yu waved his hand gently, and a bolt of lightning flew out of his hand and hit the wall of his office directly. Then, there was a violent click sound. There was a scorch mark on the wall. The power of this lightning is quite good. Lin Yu opened his eyes, and both of his eyeballs turned bright silver, and there seemed to be endless lightning rolling in them. Slowly, the power of thunder in Lin Yu gradually dissipated. But Lin Yu's mood could not calm down for a long time. If Lin Yu was still a little worried when he just traveled to this Marvel world, now, Lin Yu no longer has any fear. The Biochemical Technology Tree system is still at level 1, but it already possesses such powerful power. If the Biochemical Technology Tree continues to upgrade to level 2, or even level 3 or 4, how powerful will it be? Not to mention, the backbone of the biochemical technology tree is not just 3 or 4 levels. At this moment, after Lin Yu felt the power in his body, he looked at his system cultivation tank. At the moment, the armored liquor, which was sleeping quietly in the cultivation tank, also underwent huge amounts of changes. With a flash of blue light, Lin Yu summoned the armored liquor in front of him. The image of the armored liquor has changed a lot. Among them, the biggest change was the appearance of some silver patterns on his body. Those patterns were like tattoos imprinted on his flesh and bone armor. And on those patterns, there were faint flashes of thunder. It seems that its body is filled with the power of lightning. In addition to these, tiny thunders flashed on its 4 claws. It is not yet known what kind of abilities these thunders have given to this liquor, but just by looking at it, Lin Yu knew that the strength of these liquors must have undergone earth-shaking changes. Perhaps they should be given another name. Lin Yu thought about it and came up with a new name. Thunder Liquor. Just call it the Thunder Liquor. Lin Yu waved his hand, and the Thunder Liquor on the ground was taken back. Opening the door, Lin Yu walked towards the cloning laboratory. Now that the liquor has evolved again, clone it again into the Thunder Liquor Legion. At the same time, just when Lin Yu had just obtained Thor's genes and was excitedly preparing to re-clone the evolved Thunder Liquor, Phil Coulson and Barton Agent, with a dozen frustrated SHIELD agents, returned to the SHIELD headquarters building. They brought Thor back with them. But Thor's no longer so decadent now. It seemed that after listening to what Lin Yu said before, he figured out some problems. And following Phil Coulson and the others back is just because he has nowhere to go now. After settling Thor for a while, Phil Coulson and Barton hurried to the office of S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury. They must report this action to Nick Fury as soon as possible. Director, just as Phil Coulson started, Nick Fury interrupted his report. Then, Nick Fury slowly walked to the door of his office, opened the door, and looked outside for a few times, and then closed the door tightly. After doing these things, Nick Fury turned his attention to his 2 favorites again. Sit down and talk about your findings. Nick Fury's face seemed a little uncomfortable. Nick Fury actually had a rough idea of what happened through satellite surveillance and the communication equipment carried by Phil Coulson and others. After all, Lin Yu didn't block the signal there this time. In that small town, the umbrella company had no way of blocking the signal. If a mosquito meat gene were used, Lin Yu might consider the risk of exposure. However, Thor's genes are really important. So, despite not blocking the signal, Lin Yu sent out an army of armored liquors. After the 3 sat down, Phil Coulson began to report. He just mentioned some things casually. After all, the director already knew a lot of things. But some details, as well as his own guesses, require Phil Coulson to explain carefully. Those monsters seem to have changed a lot compared to when they were in New York. It seems that their attack capabilities have improved a lot. From the voice of the person behind the scenes, it sounds like he is not very old, but I don't know if he is disguised. According to my judgment, that guy's purpose should be the blood. This time it doesn't look like a maze, so to investigate his identity, I think I should try it with these blood. When the voice said the words God of Thunder, the guy obviously showed a natural surprise. Either he has a mental problem, or he is really the so-called God of Thunder. I guess there are spies inside our S.H.I.E.L.D. Every sentence Phil Coulson said was very logical and explained. In this regard, Nick Fury nodded frequently. He and Phil Coulson basically have the same view. But Nick Fury is more concerned about the last question Phil Coulson said than the so-called God of Thunder. He actually felt that there were spies inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Otherwise, he would not have gone to the door to take a look before talking to the 2 of them. Ever since Rumlow and the SWAT team disappeared, he had a vague feeling that something was wrong. Nick Fury was obviously alert early on. Half an hour later, after communicating with Phil Coulson and Barton, Nick Fury once again confirmed several things. In his mind, some clues gradually became clear. Subsequently, Nick Fury ordered, Barton, take charge of the matter of the God of Thunder and find out whether he is insane or not. Okay, Director, Barton responded. At this time, Nick Fury turned his attention to Phil Coulson, the agent who followed him for the first time. Phil Coulson's mind is still quite clear. Phil Coulson, please wait for my order and accompany me to visit someone. Nick Fury said to Phil Coulson. He thought of a person when some monsters appeared in New York a few days ago. But in the past few days, too many surprises had occurred, so the idea of visiting that person was shelved. But now, he felt that he had to make a trip himself. Just when Nick Fury took Phil Coulson, the two drove to Raccoon City, ready to talk to the boss of the Umbrella Company. Lin Yu is having a meeting in the Umbrella Company's above-ground headquarters building. This meeting is the half-year summary meeting of the Umbrella Company. Although it sounds large, in reality, only a few senior executives from Umbrella Corporation participated. Lin Yu also rarely attends meetings with a large number of people, so most ordinary employees of Umbrella companies don't even know of Lin Yu's existence. At the moment, in the small conference room on the top floor of the Umbrella Company's above-ground headquarters building, Lin Yu sat at the top, and behind him, Alice stood there quietly. There were 7 or 8 people sitting on the conference table. These people are the core management of the Umbrella Company. It is these people who control all the business of the Umbrella Company around the world. This meeting, which only happens once every 6 months, is actually a meeting where these people report their work to Lin Yu, the big boss behind the scenes. These people have a very high status in society. But here, in this small conference room, they all looked flattering, like waiters in a hotel. Everyone in the outside world thought they were the owners of the Umbrella Company, but only themselves and Lin Yu knew that they were just Lin Yu's minions. In the entire Umbrella Company, only Lin Yu is the real boss. The chairman and general manager are all fake. It is just used to hide the identity of Lin Yu, the big boss behind the scenes. In the United States, as long as you have money, you can fake any business license or legal person. Definitely. They indeed determine many of the development directions of umbrella companies. However, the real big things are decided by the big boss Lin Yu. But, at the moment, Lin Yu sat in his chair and almost fell asleep listening to these people's reports. Analyzing those messy data is really not Lin Yu's strong point. Definitely. Even though Lin Yu seemed to be dozing off, those guys were still working hard to report their results in the past 6 months. Because they knew that even if Lin Yu didn't listen, Alice behind him would. Alice is the most effective assistant to the big boss Lin Yu. But a few minutes later, just as a guy was reporting on the equity interests of other companies acquired by the Umbrella Company, Lin Yu suddenly opened his eyes. "What did you say? Say it again," Lin Yu said softly. The guy who was reporting was shocked, and his face immediately showed a nervous look. He thought he had done something wrong. However, he still sorted out his thoughts and re-reported the report. "Boss, we acquired 10% of Stark Industries shares 2 months ago. Now Stark Industries' stock price has risen by 30%, and the momentum is very good. It is said that Stark Industries has successfully developed many new weapons recently, and their CEO, Tony Stark, went to the Middle East yesterday to promote their new weapons to the military. It is expected that there will be many big orders this time. It is expected that Stark Industries' stock price will increase by at least 10 percentage points." The guy continued to report. However, Lin Yu didn't listen to what happened next. "Unexpectedly, I am still a shareholder of Stark Industries. Moreover, Tony Stark actually went to the Middle East. Doesn't this mean that Iron Man is about to be born?" Lin Yu fell in a deep thought. Tony Stark, in the entire Marvel world, can be regarded as the protagonist among the protagonists. Although he is just an ordinary person, his strength is not weak. Now that he knows that he will be in trouble, can he get some benefits from it? Although his Biochemical Technology Tree system is quite powerful, Lin Yu doesn't mind getting some benefits from other places. After all, I am a time traveler, and it is really unreasonable not to gain some benefits by being familiar with the plot. Lin Yu squinted his eyes and tapped the table lightly with one finger. The guy who was still reporting quickly stopped. In the conference room, everyone looked nervously at Lin Yu, who was sitting at the top, waiting for the big boss to speak. At this moment, Lin Yu suddenly raised his head, showed a smile, and said lightly, "Continue to increase the shareholding ratio of Stark Industries. It doesn't matter if you spend more money. If money can't solve the problem, then use other methods. Lin Yu's words were not loud, but everyone could hear the hidden meaning in his words. Is it possible that the boss wants to enter the military industry? The military industry is completely different from the industries that umbrella companies are involved in today. But none of them dared to raise any objections. After all, in the umbrella company, everything is what one says. Upon hearing Lin Yu's order, everyone hurriedly responded, "Yes, boss." The meeting continues. But not long after, Alice suddenly leaned over and whispered a few words into Lin Yu's ear. Lin Yu suddenly frowned after hearing these words. "Let's end the meeting here first. Go and do your work. Remember to communicate with Alice in time if you need anything." Lin Yu stood up and interrupted his subordinate's report. Everyone left one after another. Lin Yu and Alice were the only two people left in the room. At this moment, Lin Yu asked, "How many people are here?" Alice replied, "There are two in total. One is S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury, and the other is S.H.I.E.L.D. high-level agent Phil Coulson. They named you and asked to see you." Lin Yu's frown deepened. Unexpectedly, Nick Fury actually came to the door in person. You don't need to think about it to know that he must have guessed something. But after thinking about it, Lin Yu felt relieved. So what if you know? I'm not afraid of S.H.I.E.L.D. Instead, S.H.I.E.L.D. should fear itself. Lin Yu stood up and ordered to Alice, "Arrange a satellite to keep an eye on Tony Stark's whereabouts for me. I want to know his location at all times." Behind Lin Yu, Alice was slightly startled. Some don't understand why the boss wants to pay attention to Tony Stark's whereabouts. However, she nodded. The boss has the final say over the entire umbrella company, let alone a satellite. Alice made arrangements hastily. A few minutes later, Lin Yu took Alice out of the conference room, then walked towards the visitor reception room below. In just a few minutes along the way, Lin Yu had already figured out how to deal with Nick Fury, an old fox. At the moment, in a guest reception room on the 28th floor of the Umbrella Company headquarters building, Nick Fury and Phil Coulson were both sitting quietly on the sofa, silent. It seemed that they were thinking about how to talk to the boss of the Umbrella Company for a while. Before coming, Nick Fury had briefly discussed his speculations with Phil Coulson, such as who the monsters belonged to and who the real boss of the Umbrella Company was. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he still knows something about Lin Yu's identity. He also knew that the entire Umbrella Company was not as simple as it seemed. Nick Fury once secretly investigated the Umbrella Company and knew that the Umbrella Company seemed to have a lot of secret research, but what it was exactly was unknown. After all, except for Lin Yu and Alice, who can enter and exit the Hive at will, no one else can enter at will. Even if you get in, it will be difficult to get out again. Therefore, all the agents sent by Nick Fury back then were blocked. However, this also gave Nick Fury a rough idea of some of the Umbrella Company's secrets. But this time, through these monster incidents, he has vaguely locked onto the Umbrella Company. After all, the Umbrella Company is probably the only company in the world that can use blood for cloning experiments. Other organizations either don't have the financial resources or the technology. However, even if he vaguely knew something, he did not dare to investigate the Umbrella Company anymore. After all, there is still no news about Rumlow and the special team. It is estimated that the possibility of the entire army being annihilated is very high. A few minutes later, the door to the reception room was finally pushed open. A bald young man, followed by a blonde woman, walked in. As soon as he entered the door, the bald young man greeted him with a smile in his hand. It turns out that S.H.I.E.L.D. Director is here. What an honor. Lin Yu directly grabbed Nick Fury's hand and shook it vigorously a few times. Nick Fury also forced a smile on his face and said, "I didn't expect that the real boss behind the Umbrella Company would be so young." He has really never met Lin Yu. Moreover, I never expected that the big boss of the Umbrella Company would be a bald head like myself. It feels a little funny. The two let go of their hands and sat on the sofa respectively. Nick Fury said casually, "I really didn't expect that you could control such a huge company at such a young age." Nick Fury was telling the truth. The first time he saw Lin Yu, he was extremely surprised, because Lin Yu looks like he is about 30 years old at most. Definitely. In fact, Lin Yu's body is already over 40 years old. However, since Lin Yu traveled through time and obtained the Biochemical Technology Tree system, Lin Yu's body has become younger and younger. Now, after acquiring Thor's genes, Lin Yu's appearance has directly changed to about 30 years old. I don't know if it is because people in Asgard can live longer. It seemed that Bai was almost the same age as Alice. But Lin Yu's next words suddenly made the atmosphere in the reception room suddenly tense. Lin Yu said with a smile, "I really didn't expect that you would dare to come to my place with just an agent." Lin Yu's words instantly changed the expressions of Nick Fury and Phil Coulson next to him. This sentence is simply provocative, and the meaning behind this sentence seems to have made it clear that Rumlow's disappearance is related to the Umbrella Company. Nick Fury instantly felt like he was being reckless. The big boss of this Umbrella Company seems to be a little lawless. It was completely different from what I imagined the big bosses behind the scenes looked like. Nick Fury said with a non-smiling smile, "Mr. Lin's joke has gone too far. You shouldn't be as experienced as a small character like us." Nick Fury had no choice but to fight Lin Yu, haha. Lin Yu, on the other hand, doesn't like chatting. In other words, there is no point in chatting with Nick Fury. Even if you want to build some relationships, you can't do it through small talk. Might as well say something practical. Lin Yu chuckled and said straight to the point, "Director Nick Fury, you're here for Rumlow's business, right?" Upon hearing this, Nick Fury and Phil Coulson stood up from the sofa. The expressions of the two of them could no longer remain calm. This sentence, what's the difference between this and directly admitting that Rumlow's disappearance was his fault? But at this moment, Lin Yu, however, still looked calm, sitting there as steady as a rock, and even crossed his legs. Behind Lin Yu, Alice's expression did not change at all. When comparing the two sides, the gap is immediately apparent. In this verbal confrontation, Nick Fury was completely defeated. "Mr. Lin, don't make such a joke," Nick Fury said coldly. Next to Nick Fury, Phil Coulson has put his hands on his waist. The situation at the scene instantly became tense. At this time, Lin Yu said slowly again, "Director Nick Fury, I just helped you deal with a few Hydras. Is it necessary to be so nervous?" New York military base. General Ross put in his office. An angry roar spread throughout the entire office area. Trash, a bunch of trash. Dozens of elite special forces soldiers disappeared silently. General Ross was furious. He had just lost 2 elite armored units, and now another squad of soldiers was missing. To General Ross, there was no difference between missing and all killed in action. That was a group of well-armed elite warriors. If they hadn't died, they would have come back long ago. Check for me and find out where they are. Even if they're dead, we must find their bodies. General Ross roared angrily again. In his office, 2 soldiers responded hurriedly. "Yes, General." The 2 men hurried down to arrange the investigation. But General Ross's face was still livid. He slowly walked to the window and looked into the distance. That direction is exactly where Raccoon City is. One of his men disappeared just after he went to Raccoon City. This is already obvious. But it is not that easy to move an umbrella company. However, it would be too cowardly not to fight back after letting yourself suffer such a big loss. No one in this world can let himself suffer twice in a row. Looking in the direction of Raccoon City, General Ross's eyes gradually narrowed. Nick Fury and Lin Yu chatted at the Umbrella Company headquarters for half an hour before finally walking out of the Umbrella Company with Phil Coulson. The expressions of the two seemed very calm. But when they got back to the car, the two of them breathed a long sigh of relief. During this conversation with Lin Yu, they felt that their whole bodies were tense all the time. All conversations were led by Lin Yu. The two of them originally went to find out about Lin Yu, the big boss of the Umbrella Company. But unexpectedly, they learned an even more terrifying secret from Lin Yu. And it was Lin Yu who took the initiative. After getting into the car, Phil Coulson sat in the driving seat. But after turning on the ignition, he did not start the car. Nick Fury did not urge him, but sat in the passenger seat with a heavy look on his face. At this time, Phil Coulson turned his stiff neck and said cautiously to Nick Fury, "Director, is what the boss of the Umbrella Company said true?" Are Sitwell and Rumlow really from Hydra? At Umbrella Company, Lin Yu told them a shocking secret. That is, there are many Hydra members lurking in S.H.I.E.L.D. And Lin Yu also revealed two names. One Rumlow, the other Sitwell. Forget about Rumlow. Lin Yu has almost admitted that the reason why Rumlow and his special service team disappeared was because of him. But Sitwell, that's the veteran agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. In S.H.I.E.L.D., Sitwell is only one level below Phil Coulson and Hill. He could be considered a high-level executive of S.H.I.E.L.D. He is actually Hydra. Both Nick Fury and Phil Coulson were a little unconvinced. However, he felt that there was no need for Lin Yu to lie to him. Is he just trying to keep us from pursuing Rumlow's case? Phil Coulson murmured again. Nick's frown deepened. After a long time, he finally said slowly, I don't think he needs to lie to us, because even if he admits that he killed Rumlow and everyone in the special service team, there is nothing we can do against him. Hearing Nick Fury's words, Phil Coulson also nodded slowly. Indeed, as Nick Fury said, with Lin Yu's status, it is basically impossible for S.H.I.E.L.D. to deal with him. Moreover, the most important thing is that they have no idea how much terrifying power Lin Yu controls, and he is quite familiar with S.H.I.E.L.D. At this time, Nick Fury said softly, after you go back, don't act rashly. Investigate secretly. If he is really from Hydra, then take this opportunity to clean out all the cats and dogs in S.H.I.E.L.D. A few minutes later, Phil Coulson finally drove his car and left near the Umbrella Company headquarters building in Raccoon City. And at the moment, on the Umbrella Company headquarters building, Lin Yu was quietly looking through the window at the departure of the black off-road vehicle below. Behind Lin Yu, Alice asked softly, Boss, are there really Hydra spies in S.H.I.E.L.D.? The organization Hydra is not well known among ordinary people in the Marvel world. However, Alice is not an ordinary person, so she still knows this name. Hearing Alice's question, Lin Yu turned around slowly and said with a smile, Definitely, I didn't lie to them. Alice still had no doubts about Lin Yu's words. She also found it quite amazing that an organization like S.H.I.E.L.D., which specializes in cultivating agents, was actually infiltrated by other forces. It was almost like a joke. Alice's curiosity was also aroused. Boss, is the guy named Sitwell you're talking about already at the top of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Alice asked with interest. Hearing this question, a strange smile appeared on Lin Yu's face. This is not just a matter of Sitwell's spy. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s spies probably occupy half of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s top and bottom ranks. Moreover, even Nick Fury's boss has long been a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. Even Alice was shocked when she heard this. Nick Fury, S.H.I.E.L.D. Director's immediate boss, is actually Hydra? What else is it called? S.H.I.E.L.D. Let's just change it to Hydra Bureau. But boss, why didn't you tell him? Alice had a lot of doubts today. Lin Yu's patience was also very good today. If you tell him that his immediate boss is Hydra, it will not be an easy thing to accept. But with the ability of Nick Fury, an old fox, if you follow the line of Sitwell, you can probably find his immediate boss. Just when Lin Yu and Alice were chatting casually. In Lin Yu's mind, a system prompt suddenly sounded. The last time the system prompted, it had only been 2 or 3 days. Unexpectedly, the system discovered good genes again. Ding! The genes of 4 elites from the 9 realms have been detected in a small town in southern New York. Please go to the host to collect the genes as soon as possible to upgrade the level of the Biochemical Technology Tree. Mosquito meat is also meat, let alone for mosquitoes. The moment he heard the system prompt, Lin Yu knew who the gene came from this time. For people, and they appeared in the place where Thor once appeared. Obviously, they were the 3 warriors of Asgard and Thor's real girlfriend, Sif. The genes of the 3 warriors of Asgard should not be too weak. Not to mention, there is Sif. Sif is considered an ordinary god in Asgard. Although not as perverted as Thor, he is at least much stronger than the average Asgard warrior. Hearing the news, Lin Yu suddenly became excited. The backbone of my biochemical technology tree is still 20 points short of reaching level 2. Those guys must have a lot of genes, which is more than enough to upgrade my Biochemical Technology Tree to level 2. According to the system's explanation, every time the main character upgrades his level, he will get a new biochemical creature. At the first level, I already had such a terrifying thing as a licker, so the biochemical creature given as a gift at the second level must be stronger. Alice, I have a new job. Lin Yu smiled slightly and said to Alice. Under Lin Yu's order, 20,000 newly cloned Thunder Lickers were once again transported to the Umbrella Company's underground base in New York. The Umbrella Company's underground base in New York seems to have become a dedicated entrance and exit for the Lickers army. In this regard, Lin Yu has even decided to completely transform the New York underground base into a place dedicated to the entry and exit of his biochemical army. Sooner or later, his biochemical army will grow in number. At that time, the exit of the New York underground base will be somewhat insufficient. Therefore, preparation must be made in advance. Definitely, these tasks are an afterthought. At the moment, Lin Yu has returned to the Umbrella Company's underground Hive base. Standing in front of the big screen in his office, Lin Yu arranged for Alice again. Call Weskier over. Alice hurriedly took out the communicator and contacted Weskier. Weskier is also one of the top executives of Umbrella Corporation, and he is also the head of the Biological and Chemical Emergency Response Force of the Armed Forces under Lin Yu. Lin Yu was very familiar with Weskier in his previous life. He was once one of the main villains in the Resident Evil movie series. Only, in this Marvel world, Weskier, like Alice, is Lin Yu's subordinate. Loyal. After Lin Yu traveled through time, he had contact with Weskier twice, but he never arranged a job for him. Now, it's finally the turn of the Umbrella Corporation's armed forces to take action. The three warriors of Asgard and Sif are not difficult to deal with. However, Lin Yu felt that it would be more convenient to send his subordinates to contact them. After all, they are not from Earth, so they may not even know how to use a syringe. Therefore, we can only send Weskier to go there. In less than 2 minutes, Weskier knocked on the door and walked in. After seeing Lin Yu, he hurriedly and respectfully saluted. Boss, are you looking for me? Weskier is not tall, but he looks very strong. His hair is covered with bright hair gel, which makes him look quite capable. However, when facing Lin Yu, like other Umbrella Company employees, he was very respectful. After all, in this hive, Lin Yu is the boss who truly controls the power of life and death. Lin Yu still stood in front of the screen and did not look back. He seemed to be thinking about something. A few minutes later, Lin Yu finally said slowly, Weskier, I will send you the location of the target in a moment. You lead 2 teams to draw a tube of blood from those 4 people. You can use force, but try not to let it go. They died. Hearing Lin Yu's order, Weskier was obviously happy. This guy is notoriously bellicose. When he didn't have any missions, he would stay in the Hive base all day long, which would stifle him. Yes, boss. Weskier replied excitedly. Lin Yu smiled slightly and said, Go ahead, I will make 20,000 Thunder Lickers cooperate with you. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Weskier became even more excited. As Lin Yu's most core subordinate, he naturally knows about lickers. That is the latest research result of the Umbrella Company. He has long wanted to see their power with his own eyes. Weskier hurriedly followed the order and left. As for Lin Yu, the corners of her mouth were slightly raised again. There are several biggest advantages to traveling to this world by yourself. The first is its own Biochemical Technology Tree system, which is fundamental. The second is that I am familiar with the plots and characters of the Marvel world, and I am like a prophet of this world. Third, these are my subordinates. Whether it's Alice, Isaac, or Weskier, they all have very strong abilities and are loyal to themselves. With the help of these people, I can truly hide behind the scenes and be a hands-off shopkeeper. A few minutes later, 2 helicopters took off from a base in Raccoon City of the Umbrella Company and headed towards New York. At the moment, in that small town in southern New York, Thor's best friends, the 3 Asgard warriors, and Sif were wandering aimlessly. After they were teleported to Earth, they landed in this small town. But in this small town, there was no trace of Thor. And The residents of those small towns seemed to be looking at me as if they were a fool, which was really rude. After wandering for a while, the four of them suddenly felt the sound of the earth shaking under their feet. Hogun, one of the three warriors of Asgard, hurriedly lay on the ground and listened with his own ears. Immediately afterwards, his expression changed drastically, and he said to his companions, "It seems like something is running over here, and there are a lot of them." At the same time, Nick Fury, who had just returned to SHIELD, also suddenly received the news. In that small town south of New York City, four weirdly dressed guys suddenly appeared. They asked people they saw if they had seen Thor and a hammer. It was almost like filming a movie. And this time, Barton also came to Nick Fury's office. His report shocked Nick Fury. From what Barton learned, it seemed that the guy they brought back might really be an alien. "Director, what should we do?" Barton asked. Nick Fury's head is a bit big now. I had just learned that there were Hydra spies inside S.H.I.E.L.D., and then I was suddenly told that aliens had come to the Earth. It was just a mess of things coming together. Moreover, one of his most capable generals, Rumlow, is still missing, and he will probably continue to be missing as it rains all night long. Definitely, even if Rumlow is by his side now, Nick Fury wouldn't dare to use him. Who knows if he is from Hydra? The more he thought about it, the more irritated he became. Nick Fury simply waved his hand and said, "Just watch and deal with it. If their identities are true, try to maintain a friendly relationship with them and don't be impulsive." Nick Fury is really not in the mood right now. SHIELD is already in chaos. Who cares about aliens? Barton was also stunned when he heard director Nick Fury say this. He still doesn't know the news Nick Fury heard from Lin Yu. However, Nick Fury was not prepared to tell him. After all, before this matter was investigated clearly, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. A small town in southern New York. A few minutes later, almost all the residents felt the slight trembling of the earth. It feels a bit like an earthquake. However, there seemed to be a herd of rhinos running around. Almost all the residents came to the outside world and looked around. Compared to those residents, the three warriors of Asgard seemed much more professional. Sif jumped directly onto the roof of a house. She looked in the direction of the source of the sound, and suddenly a look of shock appeared on her face. On the ground in the distance, there was a cloud of smoke and dust, and there seemed to be countless beasts running around. What shocked Sif the most was that inside the smoke and dust, she seemed to see countless thunder, just like Thor when he unleashes his divine power. So what exactly is it? Why do they have thunder on their bodies? And the speed of these monsters is too fast. Sif was just confused for 3 seconds, and they seemed to be much closer. The sound of rumbling became louder and louder. When Sif jumped from the roof, everyone had already seen the billowing smoke and the thunder that was revealed in the smoke. "What is that?" Hogun asked hurriedly. Sif shook her head and said, "I can't see clearly, there's too much smoke and dust, but they seem to have a lot of thunder on them." After hearing Sif's words, the faces of the three Asgard warriors showed a look of solemnity. These things are obviously abnormal. It looks like they are here just for a few of them. At this time, in the sky, the roar of helicopter propellers suddenly came. 2 black transport helicopters suddenly appeared and quickly headed towards the town. The appearance of 2 helicopters shocked the 4 people even more. They have never seen a flight machine with this shape. Less than a minute, the 2 helicopters slowly landed on the streets of the town, and the figures in the smoke gradually emerged. When Sif and others saw the appearance of the Thunder Licker, their eyes widened with disbelief on their faces. Although the appearance of Thunder Licker has changed a lot compared to before, but overall it's still pretty scary. Their bodies are still dark red, and their skinless flesh and blood tissue is still exposed. The ferocious bone spurs on their bodies, like sharp daggers, grow on their bodies and actually reflect the luster of metal under the sun. That's not the scariest thing. Instead, those monsters were actually flashing with silver lightning. On the skeletal armor on their bodies, there are actually silver lines that look like lightning. In those lines, endless thunder is faintly flashing. And on their limbs, thunder is also flashing. After these monsters approached the town, They quickly divided into two teams and ran towards both sides. In just 10 seconds, a huge amount of encirclement was formed surrounding the entire town. And after surrounding the entire town, these monsters began to move forward slowly, gradually shrinking the size of the encirclement. It seems that these monsters are well-trained and even more organized than the ranks of Asgard soldiers. Simply incredible. Unconsciously, the four of them had taken out their own weapons. This situation is already very obvious. These monsters, as well as the two flight machines, should be coming for me. They had heard news about Earth many times before when they were in Asgard. However, those messages have always said that people on Earth are weak and there are no powerful creatures. But what I see in front of me is completely different from what is described in those messages. Could it be that it was teleported to the wrong place? The four of them were a little confused, but at the same time, they were quite nervous. After all, Thor was not here, so it seemed that it would not be an easy task for them to deal with those vicious-looking monsters. At this moment, the rear compartment doors of the two transport helicopters also slowly opened. Two teams of heavily armed Umbrella Company soldiers wearing black combat uniforms stepped off the helicopter. Those guys all had cold faces and held a weapon in their hands that they couldn't recognize. On their combat uniforms, they all have the same logo, which is a black and white umbrella pattern. The team gathered under the helicopter, and then a tall human with sunglasses led the team towards the four of them. At the same time, the surrounding monsters also came to the vicinity of the four of them. Surrounding them, these monsters paid no attention to the ordinary town residents. Instead, they only surrounded four people. This is already obvious. Their goal is themselves. The faces of Sif and the three Asgard warriors became more solemn. This situation was something they had not thought of before coming here. At this moment, Weskier led his armed team and had arrived in front of the four people. Weskier held the submachine gun in his hand and said coldly, "Roll up your sleeves and stand in a row against the wall." Weskier's words directly confused the three Asgard warriors and Sif. It feels like my personality has been insulted. Moreover, the other party actually wanted to draw his own blood. Are you kidding? I am one of the three Asgard warriors of Asgard, the most powerful warrior under Thor. This group of earthlings dared to talk so shamelessly when they met for the first time. They were looking for death. Among the three warriors of Asgard, Volstagg, who had the hottest temper, was the first to get angry. He took 2 steps forward and came to Weskier. The axe in his hand was even raised to Weskier's chest. The meaning of provocation is quite obvious. Even in Asgard, few would dare speak to him like this. I didn't expect that this little earthling would be so arrogant. But what he didn't expect was that the small human in front of him slowly took a few steps back. It seemed that he was frightened by his own momentum. Wrong. Not scared. A smile actually appeared on the other party's face. There was a strong sense of ridicule in that smile. What's the situation? Court death? Behind Volstagg, the other 3 people crossed their arms and watched all this with cold expressions, not preparing to take action. In their opinion, Volstagg alone is enough to resolve the battle. After all, in their impression, the human body is quite fragile. But the little human in front of them took a few steps back again. Then, he raised one of his hands and made a strange gesture. Immediately afterwards, in the circle surrounded by monsters on the outside, monsters suddenly walked out. Those 4 monsters were just ordinary members of the army of monsters around them. But after they walked out of the army, they began to rush towards the 4 of them. They were actually preparing to use these monsters to fight the 4 of them. In an instant, the 3 Asgard warriors and Sif took up fighting stances. But the 4 of them were not too nervous. If those tens of thousands of monsters charge at them at the same time, they may need to be really cautious. However, if there are only 4, 1 for each person, there's really no need to be too nervous. However, what surprised them was that when the monsters rushed towards them, they discovered that the speed of those monsters was surprisingly fast. Although when they came before, in the smoke and dust, these monsters were also very fast. But the feeling of close contact is not the same as now. At the moment, it only took 2 or 3 seconds from the time the 4 monsters started running to when they arrived in front of the 4 people. When the 4 raised their weapons, the 4 thunder lickers jumped up. Their 4 paws suddenly erupted with intense silver light. In an instant, they grabbed the bodies of 4 people. At this time, Sif and the others finally turned serious, because the other party's speed is really too fast. The running speed is fast, and the claws attack even faster. In an instant, each of them faced the claws of the monster in front of them. Silver light flashes. In an instant, the 4 of them understood the horror of these monsters. Although the weapons in their hands were blocked in the attack path of those claws, they seemed to have blocked the attacks of those monsters. However, they suddenly felt that violent lightning burst out from those claws. The lightning quickly spread throughout his body along with the weapon in his hand. In an instant, the 4 of them felt at the same time that their bodies seemed to be paralyzed by electricity. Those lightning flashes traveled all over his body in an instant. Although it was not fatal, it also made the bodies of the 4 people numb. It was like being electrocuted. Wrong. It's like being electrocuted by Thor's thunder power. This feeling is very familiar. They used to be with Thor every day, whether fighting or playing, so they often accidentally touched Thor's thunder power. That feeling is exactly the same as now. But how could a monster on Earth have the same thunder power as Thor? Countless thoughts flashed through the minds of the 4 of them instantly. But it was only for a moment, because just when their bodies suddenly became a little numb, the attacks of those monsters did not stop. For monsters pounced on Sif and the 3 Asgard warriors again at the same time. But this time, it's not as simple as the first time. Their bodies, under the influence of those thunder powers, had obviously become much stiffer. For people were attacked by 4 monsters at the same time. And, on the claws of the 4 thunder lickers, there are countless thunder and lightnings that continue to pour into the bodies of the 4 people. They didn't expect that they would be defeated so quickly. At the moment, the scene on the battlefield is quite uniform. For warriors from Asgard were all lying on the ground. On their chests, there was a thunder licker's claw stepping on it. The 4 thunder lickers were staring closely at the prey in front of them with their ugly faces. The disgusting mucus flowing out of their mouths also dripped on the chests of the 4 of them. The 4 thunder lickers are like 4 victors, declaring their victory. This scene, even Weskier, who had expected it for a long time, did not expect it at all. He had seen these thunder lickers when he was at the Hive base. However, I never expected that their real fighting power would be so strong, especially with Weskier's eyesight. He could clearly see that when the 4 weirdly dressed guys took action, they were obviously extremely fast and extremely powerful. If he were to fight them with cold weapons, he would definitely not be a single enemy. But such a powerful warrior is no match for those thunder lickers. What's even scarier is, the thunder lickers don't act alone. In the secret underground base of the umbrella company Hive, those lickers are in units of hundreds of thousands. Moreover, as a high-level executive of the Hive base, Weskier also knew that the cloning laboratory's clone organism cultivation chamber seemed to be expanding on a large scale. If all those biological cultivation chambers were used to create such terrifying monsters, then the umbrella company would probably never have enemies in this world again. The more he thought about it, the more excited Weskier became. As the veteran of Umbrella Company and the most loyal subordinate of Lin Yu, the boss of Umbrella Company, it is indeed a joy to see Umbrella becoming stronger and stronger. And at the moment, on the ground, Sif and the 3 Asgard warriors seem to have finally given in. Is it too late to roll up your sleeves now? Fandral with a mustache among the 3 Asgard warriors asked weakly. New York. ASHIL. The helicopter slowly took off. Sitting on the plane were a smiling Barton and a slightly excited Thor. After Barton told Thor what happened in the small town in southern New York, he seemed a little excited. After all, being able to see your closest partner when you are at your lowest is indeed something worth being excited about. A few minutes later, the helicopter slowly appeared not far from the town. And at the moment, Barton and Thor's expressions were a little ugly. Because, from the helicopter, They could clearly see the situation in the town. At the moment, the entire town was surrounded by a group of ugly monsters. In that encirclement, Sif and the 3 Asgard warriors could be faintly seen. At the moment, they were rolling up their sleeves, lining up, and standing neatly by the wall of a private house. Beside them, a heavily armed man in black was stabbing their arms with something. Thor was familiar with this scene. I was treated like this when I failed to pick up my Mjolnir and was in a bad mood. But at that time, I was almost despairing, so I didn't resist at all. However, Sif and the 3 Asgard warriors did not seem to do so voluntarily. Those monsters surrounded the entire ground with water. And at the moment, Weskier, who was inserting needles into the arms of 3 people, suddenly raised his head and glanced coldly at the helicopter of the Bureau of Depth. A smile suddenly appeared on his face. It seems that there is no surprise at all about the arrival of S.H.I.E.L.D. When SHIELD's helicopter just took off, he had already received the message from headquarters. And Lin Yu has also given him an order not to fight with SHIELD people when he sees them. After all, Lin Yu and Nick Fury had just met, and they had a happy chat. Therefore, there is no need to make the relationship between the 2 parties so tense now. At this moment, Hogun, one of the 3 warriors of Asgard, also saw the sudden arrival of the helicopter. At the same time, Thor was also seen on top of a helicopter. Instantly, he shouted excitedly, Thor, we are here. Come and save us quickly." Although they didn't suffer much harm at the hands of the people from the Umbrella Company, the feeling of being caught and having their blood drawn was really terrible. Their dignity and honor as Asgard's elite warriors were about to be lost. They were naturally quite excited to see Thor. The other 3 people also shouted loudly in a hurry. But what surprised them was Thor's reaction was a bit strange. At the moment, on the SHIELD helicopter, Thor looked at the thunder lickers on the ground with a solemn expression. Of course, he knows these monsters. However, the appearance of these monsters has changed a lot compared to before. Especially, he actually saw thunder in those monsters. Those silver thunders looked quite familiar to Thor. Why does it seem to be somewhat similar to my own thunder power? Although the power of thunder looks the same as other lightning in nature, as Thor can still see some small differences. In addition to these, he naturally also thought of the voice that talked to him through the device on the monster that day. If you want to regain your divine power, you can't use brute force. What exactly is the heart of a king? The 3 Asgard warriors and Sif were still shouting. But on the SHIELD helicopter, Thor didn't seem to hear it. He seemed to be thinking about something. It seems like he is afraid of something. The shouts of the 3 Asgard warriors and Sif gradually became weaker. In front of them, Weskier said coldly, "Stop shouting. I will let you go after the blood is drawn honestly." After saying that, Weskier plunged the syringe into Sif's arm. Although she is a girl, she is a warrior of Asgard after all, so she will not scream like a little girl on Earth when she gets a needle. Only, her eyes never left Thor on the helicopter. What she was really worried about was Thor's current state. Could it be that this little blow made Thor, the god of thunder, become decadent? Or did Thor encounter something strange on Earth? Thor's current appearance made Sif confused. However, Weskier never stopped. In less than a minute, 4 tubes of blood were put into the package that Weskier carried with him. He turned around and looked at the SHIELD helicopter that was still hovering in the sky, but did not dare to land. Then he led his team and quickly evacuated to the Umbrella Company's transport helicopter. 2 huge transport helicopters slowly took off. Howling, it flew past SHIELD's helicopter and gradually disappeared into the sky. His mission is to get these 4 tubes of blood. Now that the mission is completed, he needs to go back and resume his life immediately. However, this time, just as SHIELD's helicopter was preparing to land, 20,000 thunder lickers were also preparing to retreat under the control of Lin Yu. In the sky, a dazzling, colorful light suddenly appeared, falling from the sky. It landed directly in the center of the town, in front of the 3 Asgard warriors and Sif. The colorful light pillar slowly dissipated, revealing the huge figure inside. Asgard's strongest guard, the destruction mecha comes to Earth. At the moment, Asgard. Loki sat on the throne that originally belonged to Odin, with the corners of his mouth raised. Through the destroyer armor, Loki can see everything the destroyer armor sees. It was almost as if he were there in person. So, when the light dissipated, Loki saw everything on the scene. The corners of his raised mouth suddenly froze on his face. What's the situation? Loki suddenly stood up from his throne. The place where I teleported should be correct. This is where Thor and the 3 warriors of Asgard descended. But why are there so many monsters here? And he actually teleported the destroyer mecha into a circle surrounded by monsters? Loki was confused. However, when he turned the head of the destroyer mecha and saw the 3 Asgard warriors and Sif, who were also confused, and Thor sitting on a strange flight machine, he was relieved. Since your goals are all here, that's enough. The head of the destroyer mecha suddenly shape-shifted, and a huge amount of muzzle appeared. Fierce flames brewed rapidly inside. While everyone was still in a state of confusion, the destroyer mecha had already taken action under Loki's control. Once launched, it is the most powerful energy beam attack. This attack method is quite powerful. It is also one of the most powerful methods of the destroyer mecha. When they saw the destroyer mecha's head begin to shape-shift, the expressions of the 3 Asgard warriors and Sif changed drastically. As Asgard warriors, how could they not know what this meant? What they didn't expect was that the destroyer mecha was ready to attack them as soon as it arrived on Earth. Although they were confused, they were not slow at all in their actions. When the energy beam on the destroyer's head just appeared, the 4 of them hid to the side at the same time. Although he was very embarrassed, he managed to avoid the attack of the energy beam. But the attack of the destroyer mecha affected the surrounding thunder lickers. Although the thunder lickers are very fast, they stand too crowded after all. There was no room for them to dodge. Moreover, Lin Yu, who was controlling the thunder licker, was slightly distracted at this time, because when I saw the destroyer mecha with my own eyes, compared to what I saw on TV in my previous life, the difference was very obvious. It looks more powerful than in the movie. At the moment, under the attack of the destruction beam, several thunder lickers were knocked away, and Lin Yu came back to his senses. Suddenly, his brows wrinkled. This guy Loki is really hateful. How dare you attack your own thunder licker? Although the main targets of the attack just now were the 3 Asgard warriors and Sif, they did not take into account that their thunder licker was right next to them. He didn't take his 20,000 thunder lickers seriously at all, simply looking for death. Lin Yu's mind suddenly sank into his consciousness, and he slowly closed his eyes. Since Loki attacked him first, it was time to test the strength of his group of thunder lickers. Ever since the thunder lickers were cloned, they have yet to fully unleash their power. This time, the destroyer mecha is here, so it's time to give it a try. Lin Yu closed his eyes and smiled slightly. 20,000 thunder lickers rushed towards the destroyer mecha at the same time. Just when the destroyer mecha attacked for the first time, Thor couldn't sit still on the Shield helicopter. He knows the power of the destroyer mecha best. The destroyer mecha has not participated in the war for a long time. It has been placed in the treasure house of Asgard's palace, guarding Asgard's many treasures. Unexpectedly, it appeared here. As expected, it must be controlled by his good brother Loki. Thor was on the helicopter and jumped off. Although he now lost his divine power, his body was still very strong. In addition, the helicopter was not too high from the ground, so he landed firmly on the ground. Then, Thor hurriedly ran towards his companion. At this moment, he realized that in his heart, the life of his partner was more important than anything else. Just as Thor jumped out of the helicopter, Barton has also been in contact with S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury. He stared blankly at everything in front of him, whether it was the thunder licker or the destroyer mecha. These things were beyond the scope of his knowledge. After the call was connected, Barton reported weakly, "Director, the situation here seems a bit special." Barton didn't even know how to describe it. On one side were 20,000 ugly monsters. On the other side were mechas that looked full of science fiction. And on the other side was a strange combination that looked like they were filming a costume drama. Barton felt like today was like a dream. In this kind of battle, I still seem to be unable to intervene. After all, he only has one bow and arrow. Moreover, it seems that whether his bow and arrows hit the mecha or those monsters, they have no big effect. At this time, Nick Fury's voice also came from the phone. I've seen it all. Nick Fury was also a little helpless. Nick Fury has seen the scene in the town through SHIELD's satellite. After all, such a big scene can be seen clearly even through satellites. At this moment, Barton asked weakly again, "Director, do we want to take action?" In the following battle, Barton really doesn't know who to help. Among these three parties, he couldn't tell who was the enemy and who was the friend. On the other side of the phone, Nick Fury hesitated for a few seconds, seemed to be a little confused, and then said slowly, "Forget it. You should just watch over there." Loki also didn't expect that the monster's counterattack would come so quickly. When they saw the powerful destroyer mecha, they all pounced on it without any hesitation. 20,000 thunder lickers, with silver lightning flashing on their bodies, frantically pounced on the destroyer mecha. Although the destroyer mecha is very powerful, its sensitivity is far inferior to that of these thunder lickers. In an instant, Loki's vision turned pitch black. 20,000 thunder lickers swamped the destroyer. Their claws and teeth were biting crazily on the destroyer mecha. The powerful power of thunder also began to penetrate the exterior of the destroyer mecha and penetrate into his body. But, compared with the hard metal of the destroyer mecha, the claws of these thunder lickers are obviously slightly inferior in hardness. But these thunder lickers have no idea what pain is. Even if their claws are broken, it does not affect their madness at all. At this moment, the light on the destroyer mecha lit up again. Powerful energy beams exploded on countless thunder lickers. But the defense of these thunder lickers is not bad either. Their bodies are all covered with hardbone armor. The beam of energy hitting the armor on the thunder licker could only shatter the armor at best, but could not directly penetrate the skeletal armor and hit the thunder licker's body directly. Definitely, even if he hits the body of the thunder lickers, even if he kills these thunder lickers, Lin Yu doesn't feel any pain at all. There are more thunder lickers in the Hive's secret base. Moreover, as long as the corpses of the dead thunder lickers are recovered, they will become alive again in less than 2 days. This is the greatest advantage of these biochemical creatures, because they are clone products, and the Umbrella Company's strongest technology is cloning. As long as you have the raw materials, you can copy these terrifying monsters infinitely. The battle between the Thunder Licker and the Destruction Mecha continues, and it looks like it won't be finished in a while. At this time, Thor had already arrived beside his teammates. Although the Destroyer's first energy beam attack just now did not directly hit the 3 Asgard warriors and Sif, the aftermath of the explosion also affected the 3 of them to some extent. They all had minor injuries of varying degrees. Their bodies are more fragile than Thunder Lickers, which are covered in skeletal armor and have integrated the Abomination and Thor genes. Thor came to the 4 of them and nervously inspected the bodies of his companions. At the moment, the 3 Asgard warriors and Sif did not care about their injuries, but looked at their closest friend, Thor, excitedly. The fighting on the side is still going on. From time to time, when surrounded by Thunder Lickers, terrifying energy beams would occasionally be shot out. The aftermath of those energy beams was powerful enough to flatten the surrounding houses. At this moment, the aftermath of a beam of light came towards everyone in Asgard. Somewhat coincidental, but it was just the aftermath, and its power was not something that the 3 Asgard warriors and Sif could withstand. Definitely, even Thor can't handle it now. But at this moment, Thor stepped forward without any hesitation and stood in front of his teammates. This scene immediately shocked the 3 Asgard warriors and Sif behind him. They have seen the power of the Destroyer Mecha, and if it is hit, Thor will never be able to withstand it, especially now that he has lost his divine power and his defense has become too weak. But when they anxiously tried to push Thor away, it was already too late. The aftermath of that energy beam has arrived in front of Thor. Boom! A violent explosion sounded in Thor's chest. His body was blown away like a kite with its string broken. A burnt black color suddenly appeared on his chest. After resisting this attack, Thor's consciousness instantly fell into darkness. Only, under his protection, the 3 Asgard warriors and Sif were not harmed. At the moment, the battle between the Destroyer Mecha and the Thunder Licker continues. Although every time the Destroyer Mecha releases an energy beam, it can knock away dozens or even hundreds of Thunder Lickers. But compared to the huge number of 20,000, these dozens are nothing at all. Moreover, even if they're knocked away, those Thunder Lickers will turn over on the ground and join the battlefield again. They are completely fearless. Ever since the battle began, nothing else had appeared in Loki's sight. His eyes were all occupied by these terrifying monsters. And, as the battle progresses, Loki was horrified to find that there were some small scratches on the body of the Destroyer Mecha. Those monsters actually left traces on the Destroyer Mecha. Although it was only a very small and shallow mark, it also frightened Loki. After all, there are too many monsters, and there is no way for me to kill them completely. However, the scratches on the Destroyer Mecha will constantly expand as the battle continues. If you continue to fight these monsters, it is estimated that the Destroyer armor will be scrapped sooner or later. And the most important thing is that under the crazy attack and siege of these monsters, he can't even find Thor anywhere. Not to mention attacking Thor and the 3 warriors of Asgard. There is no way to achieve your goal. Loki was completely panicked. At the same time, Raccoon City, in the secret base of the Umbrella Company Hive, a smile suddenly appeared on Lin Yu's face. The Destroyer armor is indeed very strong, but as long as you control the Thunder Licker to concentrate the power of thunder on its claws and under constant attack, you can still cause damage to the Destroyer Mecha. Moreover, so far, the number of deaths of Thunder Lickers is only in single digits. If you keep spending it, you will definitely win. But, at this time, through the screen in front of him and the perception of the Thunder Licker, Lin Yu suddenly discovered that a small black dot suddenly appeared in the sky. The little black dot quickly flew towards the town. The speed was so fast that it caused a sonic boom. Although I can't see clearly what the small black dot is on the satellite image in front of me. However, as a time traveler who is familiar with Marvel plots, Lin Yu immediately thought of what that thing was. Unexpectedly, his appearance changed the plot of Marvel, and Thor still rediscovered his divine power in this small town. And that small dot in the sky that is flying rapidly is Thor's Mjolnir. Thor, who stood up for his comrades and blocked the attack of the Destroyer Mech with his body, finally gained Mjolnir's recognition again, and his divine power returned to his body. At this moment, in the Umbrella Company's Hive underground base, Lin Yu looked at the picture on the screen in front of him, then smiled slightly and gave the last order to the Licker army. Everyone retreat. The purpose of going to that town this time was just to obtain the genes of the 3 Asgard warriors and Sif. Weskier was already on his way back with 4 tubes of blood. The main goal has been basically achieved. Lin Yu just wanted to test the specific combat effectiveness of the current Thunder Licker when attacking the Destroyer Mecha. Now, the Destroyer Mecha has been attacked by the Thunder Licker and has serious scratches on its body. This already shows the strength of his Thunder Licker. If you continue to fight, the victor will definitely be the Thunder Licker army. This is enough. So, there is no need for the Licker army to stay there any longer. After Lin Yu's order was issued, the Licker army retreated as quickly as the tide. When he left, he didn't forget to swallow the corpses of the dead Thunder Lickers again. In a matter of seconds, 20,000 Thunder Lickers retreated completely. Except for the footprints of the Thunder Lickers that can be seen on the ground, nothing else is left. The army roared and ran towards the direction from which it came. And at the moment, Loki, controlling the Destroyer Mecha, finally saw the light outside again. A long-lost smile also appeared on his face. Those monsters are gone, and now I can finally teach this arrogant Thor a lesson. Loki controlled the Destroyer Mecha, which was covered in scratches, and looked around, trying to find any trace of Thor. But the moment he raised his head while controlling the Destroyer Mecha, a hammer suddenly magnified in front of his eyes. At the moment, Thor actually regained control of the power of thunder, and the hammer was thrown from Thor's hand. With a whistling sound, Mjolnir flew rapidly towards the destroyer mecha that had not yet recovered its consciousness. Boom! The violent explosion resounded throughout the town. When Mjolnir touched the destroyer mecha, he exploded with terrifying power. Under normal circumstances, the destroyer mecha is still very hard. It is impossible for Mjolnir to do anything to the destroyer mecha with just one attack. But the scene in front of them surprised everyone. Under Mjolnir's attack, the destroyer mecha actually had several cracks on its body. Immediately afterwards, the cracks gradually widened like a spider web. There was a dazzling light inside those spider webs. Finally, the body of the destroyer mecha emitted a terrifying explosion. It was turned into ashes by Thor's hammer. Mjolnir drew an arc in midair and quickly flew back to Thor's hands. But at the moment, Thor looked confused. Even the 3 Asgard warriors and Sif behind him were stunned. The destroyer mecha was so vulnerable. There's something wrong with this. The destroyer mecha is Asgard's most powerful combat power. It not only has powerful attack power, but also has extremely high defense. Back then, the destroyer mecha faced the attack of millions of giants of Jotunheim and remained unscathed. And now, it was shattered by Thor's hammer? What a joke. Everyone looked at the debris in front of them in stunned silence, with shock beyond words. And at the moment, Asgard, Loki slowly opened his eyes, and his eyes were also full of shock. A sense of absurdity arose spontaneously. Why did the destroyer mecha break into pieces like this? But, compared to Thor and others who were more confused, he was vaguely aware of the problem. Could it be that the wounds left by the claws of those monsters on the destroyer mecha just now made the destroyer mecha so vulnerable? So what are those monsters? Why have I never heard of such a terrifying monster? Unknowingly, the power of the Thunder Liquor has left an indelible impression on Loki's heart. Raccoon City. In the Umbrella Corporation Hive underground base, Lin Yu silently closed the big screen and returned to his soft sofa. Lin Yu had already guessed the outcome of what happened on the battlefield without even looking at it. Thor, who has regained his divine power and Mjolnir, will have absolutely no problem dealing with the destroyer mecha. What's more, in the battle with the Thunder Liquor army just now, many traces had appeared on the destroyer rack. Although those marks are very light, if they are violently attacked again, they are very likely to become fatal injuries. But at the moment, Lin Yu was no longer in the mood to care about what happened in that small town, because the door of Lin Yu's office has been knocked, and Alice, already holding 4 test tubes, walked in. In Lin Yu's eyes, the system's text introduction to the genes in the 4 test tubes also appeared. The 4 test tubes contain the genes of the 3 warriors of Asgard and Sif, respectively. After Weskier returned to the Umbrella Company's Hive underground base, he immediately handed over 4 tubes of blood to Isaac, according to Lin Yu's order. After a brief processing by Isaac, it was then handed over to Alice. At last, through Alice's hand, it was delivered to Lin Yu. Although the process seems a bit complicated, everyone attaches great importance to Lin Yu. Only half an hour had passed from a small town in southern New York to Lin Yu's hands. At the moment, looking at the 4 test tubes in Alice's hand, Lin Yu showed a rather excited smile on his face. With these 4 genes, your biochemical technology tree can finally receive its first trunk upgrade. Gene name: Volstagg gene of the 3 warriors of Asgard. Gene strength: 2 stars. Experience points available: 100 points. Gene contains ability ranking: strength 50, special 10, defense 30, attack 10-inch. Gene name: Fandral gene of the 3 warriors of Asgard. Gene strength: 2 stars. Experience points available: 80 points. Gene contains ability ranking: strength 10, agility 40, intelligence 10, defense 10, attack 10-inch. Gene name: Hogan gene of the 3 warriors of Asgard. Gene strength: 2 stars. Experience points available: 120 points. Gene contains ability ranking: strength 50, agility 20, intelligence 30, defense 10, attack 10-inch. Gene name, Asgard Shift Gene. Gene strength, 2 stars. Experience points available, 120 points. Gene contains ability ranking, strength 30, agility 30, defense 30, attack 30-inch. All the genetic data in the 4 test tubes appeared in Lin Yu's sight. Lin Yu hurriedly took the 4 test tubes from Alice's hand. Alice, on the other hand, turned around and left Lin Yu's office and helped Lin Yu close the office door. After Alice left, Lin Yu's hand suddenly burst out with a familiar light. 4 test tubes disappeared at the same time. At the same time, the biochemical technology tree in Lin Yu's mind also underwent huge amounts of changes in an instant. This time the light was more intense than ever before. Although the total experience points provided by the 4 genes are not as much as what Thor himself gave. But prior to this, the experience value of the biochemical technology tree's main trunk had reached a critical point. Originally, there was only 20 experience points left to upgrade. Now 440 experience points are directly obtained. In an instant, the dark blue color representing the experience value scale surpassed the level 2 position of the main body and then rushed upward again. Several branches also added a large amount of experience. At this moment, the system prompts also sounded in Lin Yu's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host. The level of the main trunk of the biochemical technology tree has been upgraded to level 2. The system will reward 1 biochemical cultivation slot and 1 first-generation bionicle warrior hunter. It has been stored in the latest biochemical cultivation slot. Please check it yourself. Please, host, continue to work hard to obtain more high-quality genes. After the main level reaches level 3, you will get more powerful biochemical warriors. Just when the system prompt sounded, another identical culture tank appeared in Lin Yu's mind, next to the biochemical culture tank where the thunder liquor was previously stored. Moreover, a dark green figure also appeared in the culture tank. At the same time, Lin Yu's body was also evolving rapidly. The increase in strength, speed, and slight improvement in intelligence are all rapidly changing Lin Yu's strength. But all of Lin Yu's attention now has been placed on a monster in his mind. He didn't pay much attention to the changes in his body. Lin Yu's expression moved slightly, and a light flashed on the ground in front of him. A monster with a dark green body and covered with snake-like scales appeared in front of Lin Yu. This monster is slightly smaller than the thunder liquor, but its shape looks even more terrifying. The liquor looks disgusting, but the hunter looks like a ghost. It looks like a lizard walking upright. However, each of its claws is like a long sickle, extremely sharp. In his previous life, Lin Yu had seen predators in Resident Evil movies and games. But seeing the hunter in person and seeing it on the screen are completely different things. Although this hunter is only the first generation, you can tell how powerful it is just by looking at it. And the abilities of hunters and lickers are completely different. If the lickers are like a group of crazy monsters, then the hunters are the cold assassins in the shadows. They are real hunters. Any prey they target will eventually be torn into pieces. In addition to these, Lin Yu also noticed that the eyes of this first-generation hunter seem to be somewhat different from those of the licker. Its eyes are completely different from those of ordinary animals, kind of like the eyes of a chameleon. The eyelids are very thick, protrude outside the eye sockets, and can rotate 180 degrees respectively. This means that there will be no blind spots in the sight of the hunter. All of this seems to be in service of hunting. After admiring the first-generation hunter he had just obtained for a while, Lin Yu took the hunter back into the biochemical cultivation tank in his mind. Then, he stood up and walked out of his office. Now that we have such a powerful guy, let's turn it into an army. The hunter-killer army sounds extremely terrifying. In Lin Yu's heart, she was quite grateful for her time travel. My own time travel identity works perfectly with Goldfinger. Perfect. At the moment, Alice was already waiting quietly outside Lin Yu's office door. Seeing Alice, Lin Yu smiled slightly and took Alice towards the direction of the cloning laboratory. A few minutes later, Lin Yu and Alice appeared in the cloning laboratory of the Hive underground base. At the moment, The cloning laboratory is still undergoing renovation and expansion. Countless construction workers are busy working nervously. Since the order was given directly by Lin Yu, no one dared to be lazy. Even Dr. Isaac, the head of the cloning laboratory, would take time out of his spare time to supervise the progress of the project. When Lin Yu and Alice arrived, they happened to see Dr. Isaac shouting there, "Cheer up and speed up. If anyone is lazy and I see him, he will be locked up in the laboratory today." Isaac spat out the stars. An arrogant look. However, no one dared to contradict him. Although the leader of the engineering team has a high status in the umbrella company, he is far inferior to Isaac, the popular figure in front of the boss. But when he felt the movement behind him and turned around, Isaac's expression changed drastically, and he suddenly showed a flattering smile. "Boss, why are you here?" Isaac bowed and greeted with a playful smile. For Isaac, Lin Yu was really helpless. But his workability is still worthy of recognition. As long as you are loyal to yourself, other shortcomings don't matter to Lin Yu. How many biological culture tanks have been completed in the cloning laboratory? Lin Yu asked slowly, holding his hand behind his back. What Lin Yu is most concerned about is the biological culture tank. Because the biological culture tank determines the upper limit of the clone size. Everything else, including raw materials, etc., are just the basis. Isaac hurriedly replied, "Boss, there are 100,000 pieces that have been completed and can be put into use. Adding the original 100,000 pieces, the total is 200,000. When talking about this achievement, Isaac suddenly puffed up his chest. Being able to complete the construction of 100,000 biological culture tanks in such a fast time has a lot to do with his supervision. Lin Yu is also very satisfied with the result. He nodded slowly and said, "Okay, very good, come with me." Lin Yu praised him casually, and Isaac was as happy as if he had won a grand prize. Lin Yu, on the other hand, took Alice and Isaac to a conference room in the cloning laboratory. In front of Lin Yu, a light flashed, and the figure of the first-generation hunter appeared in front of the three of them. Alice and Isaac were slightly stunned at the same time. They had already seen Lin use magical ability, but this hunter still gave them a big shock. The image of the hunter is indeed a bit scary. The dark green scales exuded a cold and dark aura, and the pair of protruding small eyes looked strange and unusual. Especially their sharp claws, they looked like a complete killing machine. "Boss, this thing is so beautiful." Isaac's face suddenly lit up with excitement. He even leaned down and touched the hunter's body. This guy will become like this when he sees a powerful creature. He likes to study those powerful genes the most. Seeing the hunter was like seeing a beautiful woman. His eyes lit up. Lin Yu was already used to this. He smiled slightly and said, "Keep a copy of its genes and clone 100,000 of them." After hearing Lin Yu's order, Isaac hurriedly and excitedly agreed. "Okay, boss." After the events of Thor, peace seems to have returned to the Marvel world. After destroying the destroyer mech controlled by Loki, Thor returned to Asgard with the 3 Asgard warriors and Sif. Lin Yu didn't bother to care about what happened in Asgard. SHIELD, Nick Fury, and Phil Coulson are also secretly investigating everything about Hydra. However, as the investigation deepened, they became more and more frightened. Various cobweb horse traces show that everything the umbrella company boss Lin Yu said seems to be true. And not just Sitwell, not just Rumlow, Nick Fury was horrified to discover that Hydra has penetrated into every corner of SHIELD. But the more this happened, the less he dared to act rashly. Because, according to the current investigation, if a big cleanup is really carried out, Hydra is even more powerful than SHIELD. Now, except for Nick Fury and his closest subordinates, no one else can believe it. But, with Nick Fury's methods, as long as he knows the clues about Hydra, the solution will be a matter of time. It depends on whether he has the determination to cut off his wrist. Umbrella Company. Lin Yu's life during this period was also extremely boring. After the Biochemical Technology Tree was upgraded to level 2, Lin Yu's body was undergoing huge amounts of changes every day. At the moment, Lin Yu could leave deep punch marks on the metal wall of his room with just one punch. With the powerful power and the blessing of the power of thunder, Lin Yu even felt that he could fight Thor with Mjolnir. This is not a fantasy, but a conclusion reached by Lin Yu through serious comparison. His current physical strength is even stronger than Thor's. However, Thor's weapons are indeed a bit abnormal. During this period of time, Lin Yu has been trying to adapt to his growing body. After a few days of study, I finally got used to it. Strong physical strength makes Lin Yu more confident. Only, these are Lin Yu's deepest secrets. Except for Alice, even the most core subordinates like Isaac and Weskier don't know about his physical condition. In addition, under the order of Lin Yu, Umbrella Corporation's acquisition of shares in Stark Industries has also been ongoing. Tony Stark, CEO of Stark Industries, was kidnapped by terrorists in the Middle East a few days ago. There has been no news until now, causing their stock price to suddenly plummet. It also caused many shareholders to begin selling shares of Stark Industries. Umbrella Corporation took this opportunity to acquire a large number of Stark Industries shares. For a time, Umbrella Company surpassed Stark Industries' original second-largest shareholder Obadiah Stane and became the second-largest shareholder, second only to Tony Stark's shareholding ratio. Regarding the acquisition of Stark Industrial Equity, Alice is reporting the latest progress to Lin Yu every day. This is something Lin Yu cares about very much, so the progress is very fast every day. And this day, sitting in the office, after listening to Alice's report, Lin Yu also showed an unusual smile on his face. "It's time to save Iron Man," Lin Yu said as if talking to himself. "Iron Man?" On the side, Alice asked doubtfully. In his previous life, Lin Yu liked the role of Iron Man. Especially in the last scene, he is wearing steel armor, with 5 infinite gems shining brightly on the back of his hand. That sentence, "I am Iron Man," is the youthful memory of many people. In addition, Lin Yu is also the second largest shareholder of Stark Industries. So Lin Yu is ready to rescue Tony from the cave. Calculating time, he should have almost developed his own Mark Generation steel battle suit. And by taking action at this time, he can not only ensure that he continues to become Iron Man according to the original plot, but also allow Lin Yu and Tony to establish a good relationship. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Lin Yu once thought about a question when he first obtained the first-generation liquor. I have powerful biochemical warriors. If I get Iron Man's steel battle suit technology, thousands of biochemical armies will all wear steel battle suits. The scene will be quite spectacular. And the main problem is that Tony's steel battle suit allows him to breathe in the universe. My biochemical warriors will eventually leave the Earth. By then, I guess I'll really rely on Tony's steel battle suit skills. Taking precautions is what Lin Yu is planning to do now. Umbrella Company's Hive underground base, in Lin Yu's office. Lin Yu did not explain to Alice what Iron Man was, because it was very complicated to explain something that had not yet appeared. But it won't be long before Alice will understand what Iron Man is. Alice, arrange for Weskier to lead a team to rescue Tony Stark. Lin Yu arranged. Previously, Lin Yu arranged a satellite to focus on Tony Stark's position. Even when Tony was caught by terrorists, Lin Yu knew it very well. And Lin Yu also knows the exact coordinates of where Tony is being held. Upon hearing Lin Yu's order, Alice hurriedly responded, "Okay, boss." At this time, Lin Yu suddenly said again, "Wait a minute. Let him take a first-generation Predator to try the combat effectiveness of these new toys." Since the first generation of Predators appeared, Lin Yu has never sent them out on a mission. This time, although only Weskier's armed team can solve it, Lin Yu still wants to take advantage of this opportunity to test the strength of the hunter. Alice hurriedly followed the order and left. A few minutes later, from a secret above-ground base in Raccoon City of the Umbrella Company, a large transport plane took off. This time, no helicopter was used. After all, the distance was quite far. According to Lin Yu's estimation, Weskier and his team can reach the place where Tony Stark is being held in 5 hours at most. The Middle East, in a bear mountain. Here, there's a terrorist group hidden. It was these terrorists, under the instruction of Obadiah Stane, the former second-largest shareholder of Stark Industries and an old friend of Tony's father Edward, who captured Tony Stark, who was demonstrating new weapons to the United States military nearby. When Tony was captured, Tony was hit by shrapnel in the chest due to a fight between terrorists and the United States military. Tony, who was supposed to die, was saved by Ethan, a scientist who was also imprisoned by terrorists. Since then, both men have been imprisoned in a cave at a terrorist base. And the purpose of those terrorists is to get Tony to help them make bombs. But Tony never intended to help them build a bomb. He has been using bomb making as a cover to create a steel armor for himself. If this armor is successfully built, then he can put on the armor and escape from this terrorist base. And at the moment, the production of steel armor has come to an end. In other words, it is almost completed. At this time, the patience of the terrorists is getting less and less. Finally, the activation of the armor is the last step left. Tony and Ethan looked at each other with a hint of determination in their eyes. The two of them were in the cave and blocked the door with heavy objects. Then, the final activation of the armor began. A few minutes later, the terrorist who was suddenly unable to open the door of the cave where Tony and Tony were imprisoned finally discovered something unusual. They reported to their leader, Raza. Raza, the bald leader, finally understood that the reason why Tony was holding him back was not because the missiles were difficult to make, but because he was simply being careful. Damn it, break the door open for me. I'm going to kill them. Raza roared angrily. The boys hurriedly took the AK-47S in their hands and ran towards the cave where Tony and the two were imprisoned. And the leader, Raza, followed closely behind. But just when Raza was walking towards the cave with a few younger brothers, in a dark corner of the base, a dark green figure flashed away. That figure was extremely fast and always moving in the shadows. It seemed like a ghost. A terrorist standing guard seemed to see the fleeting shadow, but the shadow suddenly disappeared. He rubbed his eyes, feeling as if he was dazzled. Looking at that corner again, I can't see anything anymore. The terrorist scratched the top of his head in confusion, feeling a little strange. However, at this moment, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw that the arm he had raised to scratch his head had fallen from his body. How could the arm fall off? Don't the arms grow on your body? Why did it slip off the body? These thoughts just crossed his mind. Then, in his eyes, the world began to spin. His head also slipped from his body. Immediately afterwards, there was darkness in the man's sight. A headless corpse slowly lay on the ground. There's an extremely smooth section on his neck and arms. Whether it was bones or muscles, they were all cut off neatly without making a sound. After the man's body fell, a dark green shadow quickly disappeared from behind him, hidden into darkness again, on a high ground 2 kilometers away from the terrorist base. Weskier, with his team, was lying on the ground, waiting. They landed far away and came here on foot. However, they are not ready to take action, because before coming out, Alice specifically reminded them to let the Umbrella Company's latest biochemical weapon appear first to test its strength. Weskier can only obey the boss's orders absolutely, although his hands were itchy and he wanted to have a good fight. Weskier could only lie on the top of the hill, holding a telescope in his hand and looking at the terrorist base in the distance. But when the first-generation hunter entered combat mode and suddenly accelerated, his eyes suddenly widened. His expression was full of shock, because even if he holds a telescope and concentrates, he can't keep up with the speed of the hunter. It's like a ghost, appearing and disappearing. One moment it appears on the left, and the next moment it appears on the right. And occasionally, when I can see its figure, it disappears in a flash. The speed is so fast that only an afterimage can be seen, until the first corpse appeared in the terrorist base. F***CK. Weskier couldn't help but curse. When he saw the hunter for the first time, he thought this thing should be terrifying. But I didn't expect it to be so terrifying. This thing kills people as easily as eating and drinking. And, in this short period of time, more than a dozen people had died in that base, just by what I saw. Their bodies were lying on the ground, covered in blood. But there was still no gunshot or any shout. It seems that everyone who sees the shadow of the hunter has turned into a corpse. The hunter is like a ghost in the shadows, appearing and disappearing, taking away a life every time it appears. Weskier felt that even if he led the most elite team of the Umbrella Company, there would be no match for such a monster. Definitely. Not only himself, not even the most elite Special Forces team of the United States military or the elite agent team of S.H.I.E.L.D. are definitely no match for it. This biochemical monster was born solely for hunting. Next to Weskier, a soldier heard his boss's voice and hurriedly came over and asked, "Boss, what's wrong?" He thought there was something wrong over there. But Weskier suddenly handed over the telescope in his hand. The soldier took the telescope and looked towards the terrorist base. When he saw this, he was suddenly shocked. F***K. He was also stunned, because the hunter had just passed less than half a minute. There is at least 2 kilometers away from my location. According to his speculation, even if the hunter was very fast, he might have just arrived there. It might not even be there yet. But through the telescope, he saw that the terrorist base ahead was full of corpses. They were lying all over the floor. Blood has dyed the outside of the entire base red. Then, the soldier handed the telescope in his hand to another armed soldier of the Umbrella Company next to him. F***K. F***K. However, these warriors are not very educated and can only use F***K to describe their mood. If it were Lin Yu, he would definitely say, "Awesome," instead of such low-end words as F***K. In a terrorist base, the entrance to the cave, several boys were G against the door of the cave. However, it seems to be very strong inside and cannot be broken open at all. Raza, the terrorist leader standing behind, was filled with anger and shouted loudly, "Come here with a few more people and blow him up with bombs." But 2 seconds later, Raza suddenly frowned slightly. "How do you feel?" A little quiet. Except for the boys in front who were still G against the door hard. After he finished speaking, there was no movement from behind. We're the 2 guys standing guard at the door. If I speak so loudly, even if the group of people outside are chatting, they should be able to hear it. Raza turned around in confusion and looked behind him. Suddenly, my whole body trembled suddenly. Everything he could see was filled with blood. No wonder I shouted, but there was no response from outside. Not even a sound. It turned out that all the men outside had turned into cold corpses. And the scariest thing is, those corpses are all headless corpses. All of them died with their heads chopped off. Their heads are right next to their bodies. Great fear suddenly arose in Raza's heart. In his own base, all his men were beheaded silently. This was simply shocking. Raza felt that his heart was about to stop. As a murderous terrorist, he was actually frightened by corpses. But at this moment, just when Raza looked at the corpse outside, he was extremely frightened, but he didn't make any move yet. He suddenly felt that it suddenly became quiet behind him. Just now, the few boys who were still G against the cave door suddenly became silent. Raza suddenly felt a chill rush from his tailbone to his forehead. His body couldn't help but shudder again. Then, he slowly turned around and looked at the entrance of the cave. Really, there was blood everywhere, and there were several headless corpses. Among them, a head was rolling slowly on the ground, rolled to his feet. The appearance of that head was very familiar to him. It was one of his most trusted younger brothers. Raza, the leader of the terrorists, was completely frightened. But at this moment, the door of the cave was suddenly opened inside. A figure covered in metal armor appeared at the entrance of the cave. He raised one of his hands, as if there was some kind of weapon on that metal arm. But the weapon did not fire, because when the metal figure appeared and saw everything in front of him, he was also stunned on the spot. Tony originally wanted to shout loudly to give himself some momentum. But when the door of the cave was opened and he saw everything in front of him, he stood stunned on the spot. My mind goes blank. In his sight, countless headless corpses were lying on the ground. Blood was everywhere. There was even a sticky feeling under his feet. You don't need to think about it to know that you have stepped into a puddle of blood. Tony was dumbfounded. I wanted to go crazy and show how powerful the steel battle suit I had just made was, but unexpectedly, all the enemies died tragically. What's happening here? What could have caused this hell-like horrific scene in front of me? A chill suddenly rose in Tony's heart. Immediately afterwards, he saw a picture that frightened him even more. In front of him, there was only one person standing there. Tony was familiar with that person. He should be the leader of these terrorists. Making bombs here is what he has been arranging. But, at the moment, behind the terrorist leader, a dark green shadow suddenly appeared, like a monster crawling out of the abyss. Dark and cold, the monster's body was covered with dark green scales, and its body looked like an upright lizard. The claws on its two front paws were as sharp as sickles. When a monster appeared behind Raza, there was a sudden pause. Then, as if deliberately slowing down, he gently raised one of his paws. In Tony Stark's eyes, the claw slowly scratched the terrorist leader's neck. Laugh! A small sound sounded, and if it weren't for the silence in the cave, Tony wouldn't even be able to hear the small sound. Immediately afterwards, Tony saw that extremely scary scene, like watching a horror movie. The head of the terrorist leader slowly slid down from the cross-section of his neck. There was an extremely frightened expression on his face. Tony could even see his eyes still moving on his falling head. At the last moment before his death, he seemed to hear a voice behind him. Just when I was about to turn my head and take a look, my head became separated from my body. At this moment, Tony took a few steps back hastily, but the dark green monster did not move. Its two small eyes looked forward at the same time, staring at Tony coldly. Even through the steel battle suit, Tony Stark could feel the chill coming to his face. Behind Tony Stark, scientist Ethan finally saw the scene in front of him. Compared with Tony, his ability to endure is much weaker in his heart. The moment he saw those corpses and the first-generation hunters, he rolled his eyes and fainted. That terrible scene was something he could bear in his heart. And at the moment, Tony Stark raised his weapon again. On this metal arm, he mounted a flamethrower. Just press the button and fierce flames will appear. But Tony didn't press the button. Just by looking at the appearance of the monster opposite, Tony knew that his simple flamethrower could do nothing to him. With its speed, it can definitely easily dodge its own attacks. And he, wearing this heavy armor and still in a cave, would never be able to withstand the opponent's attack. Tony's hesitation repeated, but still did not take the initiative to attack. And the monster didn't attack Tony either. He just stood there, staring at Tony's figure with both eyes. One person and one monster seemed to be facing each other like this. Finally, a few minutes later, a group of heavily armed soldiers came from outside the cave. Tony finally felt more relaxed. Those humans, even if they are not friends, are less psychologically stressed than facing this monster. And Tony, who had sharp eyes, seemed to see a familiar symbol on the clothes of the human team. That's a red and white umbrella logo. Umbrella Company? Tony muttered. Tony Stark is still very familiar with the Umbrella Company. After all, the Umbrella Company is a global monopoly company that is even larger than Stark Industries. Their apparent size is almost dozens of times that of Stark Industries. But why did their people appear here? Then, something happened that shocked Tony even more. After the Umbrella Company's armed team arrived, the terrifying monster slowly retreated and made way for those team members. F***K. They are in the same group. Only then did Tony realize that the monsters who killed these terrorists were actually members of the Umbrella Company. The Umbrella Company is actually able to control such a powerful monster. Could it be that they came to save me? At this moment, Weskier had already arrived in front of Tony. He seems to have known Tony Stark's identity for a long time. Although Tony is now covered in metal armor and his appearance is completely invisible. Mr. Stark, I am Weskier, the captain of the Umbrella Company's Biochemical Emergency Response Force. I came here to rescue you under the orders of our boss. Please come with me. Weskier grinned, showing his big white teeth, and said with a smile, After hearing Weskier's words, Tony finally let out a long breath. Then he took off the steel mask on his face. No matter what their purpose of saving themselves was, they were finally saved. Outside the cave, a huge transport plane, with fierce flames spraying from below, slowly landed. Weskier made a gentle gesture, and several team members walked out from behind him, directly picked up Eason, who had fainted behind Tony, and carried him onto the plane. And Weskier also made a gesture of invitation to Tony. A few hours later, Raccoon City. Protect the above-ground headquarters building of the Third Company. Tony Stark came to Lin Yu's office under the guidance of Alice. Seeing Tony walking in, Lin Yu immediately showed a smile on his face, stood up, and walked over. At the moment, Tony looks a bit beaten up due to being held captive by terrorists for a long time. But the temperament is still very different. He seems to be born with a cool and calm temperament. Even when he met Lin Yu, the owner of the umbrella company whose net worth was dozens of times higher than his own, he didn't show any stage fright at all. The two exchanged pleasantries, and Tony Stark expressed his gratitude to Lin Yu for the rescue. After completing this, the two sat down separately. Lin Yu actually did not invite Tony Stark to meet and chat. It was Tony Stark who took the initiative to meet Lin Yu and express his gratitude in person. But Lin Yu knew that Tony definitely meant more than just thanking himself. For Lin Yu, who is familiar with Marvel plots, it is clear what Tony wants to do most now. Saying that you want to thank yourself in person is just an excuse. He has seen too many tragedies among the terrorists. I also saw the weapons developed by my company being used by terrorists to kill innocent people. Through these experiences, he finally understood that his company had not actually brought Ping to the world. On the contrary, it makes the world more cruel. So, what Tony wants to do most now is to stop Stark Industries' weapons production. But he also understands that although he is the CEO of Stark Industrial Group and the largest shareholder, if he wants to stop Stark Industries' core military industry, many people will definitely oppose him. If those shareholders unite, their ideas will definitely not be implemented. And the big boss of Umbrella Company happens to be one of the shareholders of Stark Industries. If you can win the support of the other party, you will be more confident in your decision. Mr. Lin, actually I have one more thing I want to ask you for help with. Tony said, a little embarrassed. Lin Yu had just saved himself, and it did seem a bit excessive to ask him for help. But this is something I have to do. So Tony could only bite the bullet and discuss with Lin Yu. Lin Yu smiled slightly and replied, "You said, if you can help me, I will definitely help." Lin Yu thought for a moment and understood what Tony meant. In the plot of the movie, the first thing this guy did after being rescued was to announce at the press conference that Stark Industries was shutting down the military industry. Then now that he has come to find me, his intention is obvious. Before Tony was captured by terrorists, he was already the third largest shareholder of Stark Industries. It would definitely be of great help to him to be on Tony Stark's side. I want to suspend Stark Industries' military industry first. You are the third largest shareholder of Stark Industries, so I want to discuss this matter with you first," Tony said weakly. He himself also knows that the most profitable industry of Stark Industries is the military industry. If it is stopped, all shareholders will probably be affected. It is unlikely that Lin Yu, the boss of the umbrella company, will agree to his decision, but Tony still wants to give it a try. But, to Tony's surprise, Lin Yu smiled slightly and said, "I also think you should stop the military industry first and find out who sold your weapons to terrorists." Hearing Lin Yu's answer, Tony's eyes suddenly lit up. Unexpectedly, the other party agreed so easily. And what surprised him was that Lin Yu actually knew that someone in his company was causing trouble. Indeed, if someone within Stark Industries hadn't sold those weapons to terrorists, those terrorists wouldn't have been able to obtain so many missiles, or Stark Industries' latest missile. But at this moment, before Tony could say any words of thanks, Lin Yu smiled again and said, "But." Tony was slightly startled. Hearing the word "but," I suddenly felt worried. However, I am not the third largest shareholder now, but the second largest shareholder, Lin Yu said with a smile. During this period, Umbrella Corporation, under the orders of Lin Yu, frantically acquired shares of Stark Industries. Lin Yu's shareholding ratio has long surpassed Obadiah Stan, becoming the second largest shareholder. Even Tony Stark's status as the largest shareholder is in danger. Definitely, this should be good news for Tony Stark. Subsequently, Tony Stark chatted with Lin Yu for a while, and the two had a great time. Before Tony left, Lin Yu also gave Tony some news for free. Standing in front of the Umbrella Company headquarters building and looking about to get on the vehicle arranged by the Umbrella Company, Lin Yu suddenly said softly, "When you go back, be more careful about your elders, such as uncles and so on." Tony Stark was slightly taken aback when he said this. Uncle? Elder? It seems that there is only one person who can satisfy these two identities. His father's friend, his elder, the one who calls him uncle, Obadiah Stan. Tony's face changed slightly, and he slowly got into the car without looking back. A few hours later, Lin Yu stood in front of the screen in his office. On the screen in front of him, a live broadcast of Stark Industries' press conference was being played. After the news of Tony Stark's rescue came out, Obadiah Stan immediately organized this press conference. Tony's rescue came as a surprise to him. After all, he was the one who arranged those terrorists. And his order was to have those terrorists kill Tony directly. Unexpectedly, those terrorists are really unreliable. Not only did they not kill Tony, they actually let him escape. Obadiah Stan nearly exploded with rage. But now that Tony is back, we can only make the best use of it. Obadiah Stan wants to use Tony's return to stop the stock price from continuing to fall. But his idea failed. Tony stood on the podium of the press conference with a solemn expression. The first sentence directly detonated the whole audience. I have decided to temporarily close Stark Industries' military industry. What Tony Stark said at the press conference was broadcast live on television and spread throughout the United States. This sentence directly caused an uproar in the entire society. Although Stark Industries is much smaller than Umbrella Corporation, it is still a fairly large enterprise. And in the military industry, it is the absolute number one. The leading company in the military industry actually wants to stop its own military industry. This news is really exciting. But before Tony could finish speaking, Obadiah Stan rushed up and pulled Tony off the stage. Not only Obadiah Stan, but also Tony's assistant Pepper Potts was confused. She didn't understand what Tony was thinking either. The press conference ended in chaos. But what follows is not over yet, because what Tony said at the press conference was not approved by the shareholders meeting. Therefore, it is estimated that Stark Industries will hold a shareholder meeting soon. At that time, Lin Yu will also be invited to participate in the meeting. I have been invited many times before. Every meeting is invited. But at that time, Lin Yu had not yet traveled through time, and the former boss of the Umbrella Company didn't care at all about the small Stark Industries. I have never attended their shareholder meetings. After all, although Stark Industries is number one in the military industry, their assets are far behind those of Umbrella Corporation. Umbrella Company is number one in the world in the fields of medicine and biology. Moreover, the profits in the pharmaceutical field are completely incomparable to those in the military industry. But this time, Lin Yu is planning to go support Tony so that he can have more resources to research his steel battlesuit technology. Those military industries are incomparable to steel battlesuit technology. Really, minutes after the press conference ended, Alice received a call from Stark Industries. Then, Alice came to Lin Yu's office and told Lin Yu that Stark Industries was going to hold a shareholders meeting. In the past, Alice would not even report such a thing. But something is different now. The careful Alice recently discovered that her boss seems to be very concerned about Stark Industries. Boss, are you going to attend their shareholders meeting? Alice asked. Lin Yu nodded slightly and said, just go and have fun. When did they say the meeting would be held? Alice replied, tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Okay, remind me when the time comes. Lin Yu said, okay, boss, there's one more thing I want to report to you. Alice continued. Lin Yu nodded. Alice said again, boss, our artificial intelligence laboratory has made a new major breakthrough. The first generation of artificial intelligence, which was originally expected to be completed in half a year, has been completed ahead of schedule. Dr. Charles asked me to inform you. After hearing Alice's report, Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, and then a look of excitement appeared on his face. Umbrella Corporation has been conducting secret artificial intelligence research. Lin Yu also paid special attention to this department when he inspected the company before. But, unexpectedly, the first generation of artificial intelligence has been completed now. Come on, let's go take a look. Lin Yu stood up in a hurry and led Alice outside. If we talk about the previous Resident Evil movies, what about Lin Yu Umbrella Company impressed me the most? That is definitely not the T-virus, nor is it the bloody method of the Umbrella Company, but the supercomputer, artificial intelligence, and Red Queen located in the Hive base. Lin Yu even feels that in many aspects, the Red Queen is more advanced than Tony Stark's JRVS. The existence of JRVS makes everything Tony does much easier. In his previous life, Lin Yu was very envious. I never thought that one day I would have my own artificial intelligence, and it would be an artificial intelligence more powerful than JRVS. A few minutes later, Lin Yu took Alice to a laboratory located in the middle of the Hive. This department is the Intelligent Technology Laboratory of the Umbrella Company. The head of the laboratory is named Charles Ashford. He is also a guy Lin Yu once met in Resident Evil. Charles is a somewhat bald, middle-aged man. Wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses, he looks rather bookish. His legs were necrotic when he was born. He was unable to walk like a normal person and could only sit in a wheelchair all year round. However, without his legs, he can focus more on research. Only then could the Umbrella Company's first-generation artificial intelligence be developed so quickly. Seeing the arrival of his boss, Charles hurriedly and excitedly reported, "Boss, you are lucky to have fulfilled your mission. Our artificial intelligence has finally been completed. We're just waiting for you, boss, to name it." "Okay, I'll give you credit." Lin Yu laughed and looked very happy. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yu and Alice, led by Dr. Charles, came to a huge computer room at the innermost part of the artificial intelligence laboratory. This entire room is filled with computer hosts. If these hosts are run at the same time, computing ability will rank absolutely first in the world. These hosts can actually be regarded as the brains of artificial intelligence. In the center of this computer room is a cylindrical platform. This is the core of Umbrella's first generation of artificial intelligence. It is also its only control platform. The three people came to the front of the platform. Dr. Charles solemnly explained, "Boss, this is the main console. This is the only place where you can perform various operations and shut down it. Now, before it is activated, there are two more something needs to be done. The first one is to name it. The second is to set the highest authority code of conduct for it. These codes of conduct are the most important means of regulating it. At the same time, everything it does in the future will be done in accordance with this code of conduct." After hearing Dr. Charles's introduction, Lin Yu nodded slowly. This matter is indeed quite important. In the previous Resident Evil movie, the artificial intelligence queen's highest code of conduct was to protect all mankind, and he did a lot of weird things because of it. However, Lin Yu doesn't like that code of conduct. Why should we use our own things to protect all mankind? Thinking of this, the corners of Lin Yu's mouth raised slightly. He had already thought about how to set a code of conduct for this artificial intelligence. At this moment, Dr. Charles, who was sitting in a wheelchair, gently pressed a green button. Suddenly, an electronic synthesis sound rang throughout the computer room. "Master, please name me." Electronic synthesis sounds concise and clear. Dr. Charles hurriedly made a gesture to Lin Yu, meaning, let Lin Yu name it. Dr. Charles is also quite excited now. After all, this is the artificial intelligence that he finally created after decades of research. This artificial intelligence consumed all his efforts. Coupled with the joint efforts of hundreds of scientific researchers, it was finally completed. Charles is also looking forward to the true capabilities of this artificial intelligence. Lin Yu nodded slowly, and then a smile appeared on his face. "If I were to name it, I would definitely call it that name. Just call her the Red Queen," Lin Yu said calmly. Lin Yu likes this name very much, so there is no need to change it to another name. After hearing Lin Yu's words, the electronic synthesis voice said, recognizing the owner's voice. Master name, Lin Yu. Master identity, umbrella company boss, actual controller. Do you want to bind the master identity? After saying this, Dr. Charles pressed another button on the console. The voice of artificial intelligence also sounded again. Binding successful. The super artificial intelligence Red Queen serves Master Lin Yu. After the binding was successful, Lin Yu became the only owner of the Red Queen. From then on, the Red Queen will do everything according to Lin Yu's instructions and constantly grow in learning. Immediately afterwards, the Red Queen said again, Master, please set the highest code of conduct for me. According to the importance, set it as the first, second, third, and so on, such as 2 codes of conduct. In the event of a conflict, the previous code of conduct shall prevail. Here comes the point. Lin Yu has already thought about it. The Red Queen's code of conduct is like human law. Moreover, it is stricter than the law. All future behaviors of the Red Queen will be restricted by these codes of conduct. It can be said that the code of conduct should be regarded as the most important thing for the Red Queen. Lin Yu showed no hesitation and said, First, absolutely obey all orders from Master Lin Yu. Article 2. Without receiving the Master's order, all action shall be based on protecting the Master's life safety and safeguarding the Master's interests. Article 3. Maintain the safety and interests of the Umbrella Company and the core members of the Umbrella Company. Just these 3, no need for the others. Lin Yu said slowly. These are the 3 codes of conduct that Lin Yu has long thought about. Your own artificial intelligence is definitely used to serve yourself. Lin Yu will not be ambiguous on this issue. Okay, Master, the 3 highest codes of conduct have been entered into the core program of the Red Queen. No one else can change it unless authorized by the Master. Immediately afterwards, the Red Queen said again, whether the Red Queen is fully activated, please give instructions from the Master. Activated, Lin Yu said lightly. Following Lin Yu's order, all the hosts in the computer room started running. The Red Queen was also instantly connected to the internet from the computer room in front of her. From now on, the Red Queen will be everywhere. Not just the Hive, not just the Umbrella Corporation, but the whole world. As long as there is an internet, the Red Queen will exist. The Red Queen is completely different from JRVS. JRVS is more like an assistant who assists Tony, while the Red Queen is more like an independent individual. However, the Red Queen's behavior is all controlled by Lin Yu. At this time, Dr. Charles also handed over a very small micro headset. Boss, after putting on this headset, the Red Queen can contact you at any time. Dr. Charles said. Alice stretched out her hand and took the earphone, and then after Lin Yu agreed, she gently glued the tiny earphone to Lin Yu's ear. From then on, whenever Lin Yu wanted to call the Red Queen, she only had to whisper her name. The affair with the Red Queen came to an end soon. But, from then on, there was a Red Queen in Lin Yu's life who could communicate with Lin Yu at any time and was almost omnipotent. At the beginning, the Red Queen's ability was not fully demonstrated. However, as she constantly learns new knowledge from the internet and Lin Yu, she will understand more and more. It is also more able to adapt to Lin Yu's thoughts and behaviors. In order to better protect the Red Queen's brain, which is the computer host in the entire room, Lin Yu directly ordered Weskier to send people to guard it 24 hours a day. Lin Yu even ordered 2 first-generation hunters to patrol the area. Everything is for the safety of the Red Queen. Definitely, these are the last defensive measures. Even if there is an enemy who really wants to destroy the Red Queen, there is no chance. After all, it's impossible for enemies to sneak into Lin Yu's Hive secret base alone. Early the next morning, Lin Yu put on his coat, had a simple breakfast, and then got into his own car, a black bulletproof, extended off-road vehicle. This is the first time Lin Yu has truly stepped out of the Umbrella Company after traveling to this world. It has been more than half a month since I came here, and Lin Yu has always been in the Umbrella Company, sometimes in the Hive underground base, sometimes in the above-ground headquarters. But he has never been outside. Now, Lin Yu finally came out. As for Lin Yu at the moment, his own strength is already quite strong. On Earth, there are no opponents. Even if the Hulk comes, Lin Yu is not weak at all. Definitely. Lin Yu still cannot withstand many powerful thermal weapons, such as nuclear bombs. But who would throw bombs randomly? Moreover, even if someone really wants to throw bombs, they have to ask the Red Queen if she is willing. Although the Red Queen has not yet grown up, she is already fully capable of penetrating into the military's network. Holding a glass of red wine handed over by Alice and admiring the scenery outside the car, Lin Yu suddenly felt that his current life was really good. Sure enough, only by being strong can you live comfortably in this world. Lin Yu sighed casually, took a sip of red wine, and then handed the cup to Alice. But now is not the time to enjoy it. Lin Yu sighed softly in his heart. Then, she seemed to be talking to herself. Red Queen, can you enter Tony Stark's private network? For Tony Stark, Lin Yu walked out of the umbrella company for the first time after traveling to this world. But he wasn't really doing it for Tony Stark. The willingness to attend the shareholders meeting of Stark Industries is indeed to help Tony Stark. However, Lin Yu's ultimate goal is for the steel battle suit technology in Tony's hands. That's what Lin Yu wants most. In his previous life, after Tony came back, he really put a lot of effort into regaining control of Stark Industries. These messy things have seriously affected the research speed of Tony's steel battle suit. And Lin Yu came out this time just to help Tony Stark clear the obstacles. What Obadiah stand, what mess of shareholders. Lin Yu is ready to let them all go to hell. Definitely. The premise is that the Red Queen has free access to Tony Stark's private network, and having to be able to defeat JRVIS online. Only in that way can all of Tony Stark's research be taken for granted. After a few seconds, in Lin Yu's ears, the voice of the Red Queen came. Master, you have entered Tony Stark's private network and found a low-level artificial intelligence in his private network. Do you want to erase him? Hearing what the Red Queen said, Lin Yu hurriedly stopped him and said, No, don't kill it. Just be careful not to be discovered by him. Lin Yu's forehead instantly showed 3 black lines. If JRVS is killed, Tony will feel uncomfortable. The Red Queen has just been born and needs to learn many things constantly. Perhaps it won't be long before her work habits will gradually become consistent with Lin Yu's under the influence of Lin Yu. Okay, Master, the Red Queen also replied. In the car, Alice was not surprised at all by the conversation between Lin Yu and the Red Queen. Now, in the entire umbrella company, only she and Dr. Charles know about the Red Queen. An hour later, Lin Yu's car has arrived in the center of New York City, underneath the Stark Industrial Building. Before Lin Yu got out of the car, he saw a bald man with a big beard greeting him in front of the Stark Industrial Building with a smile. Lin Yu naturally knows this guy. Obadiah, originally the second largest shareholder of Stark Industrial Group, now the 3rd largest shareholder. Back then, he was also the one who assisted Tony's father, Edward, in making Stark Industries bigger. Obadiah Stane is considered to be the oldest group of veterans of Stark Industries. So, because of this, he was very dissatisfied with Tony, a somewhat arrogant guy. It was he who proposed this shareholders meeting. The purpose is to deprive Tony of his position as CEO. Lin Yu's car slowly stopped. Obadiah Stan politely reached out to help Lin Yu open the car door. Seeing Lin Yu get out of the car, he stretched out his hands and said hello. Mr. Lin, you are welcome to come. 2 bald men shook hands with each other. It seems absurd, but the 2 of them seemed unaware. After a few pleasantries, Lin Yu and Alice came to a conference room on the upper floor of Stark Industrial Building, led by Obadiah Stan. This conference room is luxuriously decorated and of high standard. It is usually only used to hold shareholders' meetings. And at the moment, there were already 7 or 8 people sitting in the conference room. These people are all shareholders of Stark Industries, and the top position has been reserved for Lin Yu. Although this was Lin Yu's first time attending Stark Industries' shareholder meeting, they were still in awe of Lin Yu's presence. After all, Umbrella Corporation is much more powerful than Stark Industries. Moreover, Lin Yu is now the 2nd largest shareholder of Stark Industries. It's natural to sit in the top position. Lin Yu sat down on that seat without any politeness. Alice, on the other hand, stood behind Lin Yu. All shareholders attended this meeting alone, except Lin Yu with his assistant. However, no one dared to say anything. Obadiah, Stan, also sat in the first position under Lin Yu's right hand. The entire conference room suddenly became quiet. Seeing that Lin Yu didn't seem to be ready to speak first, Obadiah Stan coughed twice and then said, "Since Mr. Lin is already here, I will report to Mr. Lin the topics of this meeting." After speaking, Obadiah Stan turned his head and glanced at Lin Yu. His eyes seemed to be asking. Lin Yu did not refuse and nodded lightly. The topic of this meeting is mainly about Tony. His escape from the terrorists is indeed a great joy. As his uncle, I am also very happy for him. However, Tony doesn't know where he went wrong. The first thing he did after coming back was to stop Stark Industries' military industry. It's like child's play. The military industry accounts for 100% of our company's revenue. It's more than 80%. If we stop, then we are not far from bankruptcy. So, I propose to remove Tony Stark as CEO through a vote at our shareholders meeting. In addition, elect a new CEO. While Obadiah Stan was speaking, he was always observing Lin Yu's face. In this conference room, only Lin Yu was beyond his control. The other small shareholders have actually been bought out by him a long time ago. To pass this resolution, Lin Yu is crucial. To this end, Obadiah Stan prepared several emergency plans. No matter how soft or hard it is, Lin Yu must agree to this resolution. Obadiah Stan finally finished his opinion. All the shareholders present, except Lin Yu, nodded slowly. It seems that I strongly agree with this resolution. At this moment, however, Lin Yu's face was still very calm, and there was no trace of any thoughts at all. Obadiah Stan could only bite the bullet and said, "Well, let's vote now with a show of hands. Those who agree with the resolution of removing Tony Stark as CEO, please raise your hands." After Obadiah Stan finished speaking, all the small shareholders in the conference room raised their hands. Obadiah Stan also raised his hand, and at the moment, all eyes were turned to Lin Yu, who was sitting at the front of the conference table. Just when all the shareholders in the conference room looked at Lin Yu, a voice suddenly sounded from outside the door. "I disagree." Tony Stark actually pushed open the door and entered. I don't know where he learned that Obadiah Stan was organizing a shareholders meeting and then rushed in directly. Tony's face looked ugly. He did not expect that Obadiah Stan would dare to do this openly. When he learned the news, he was so angry. "You have no right to do this. Stark Industries was founded by my father, and its name is Stark." After Tony entered the door, he continued to yell, but then his expression changed. Because, on the conference table, he actually saw Lin Yu. "What's the situation? Why is Lin Yu, the big boss of the umbrella company, here?" Tony Stark suddenly felt hesitation in his heart. When I was chatting with Lin Yu that day, the other party clearly agreed with my opinion. However, he came here again. Could it be that he was perfunctory that day? Tony Stark himself also knows that if the military industry of Stark Industries is shut down, it will be a heavy blow to the entire Stark Industries. Those shareholders will definitely spend a lot of money with them. Lin Yu, the second largest shareholder, will lose more. The reason why Tony chatted with Lin Yu before was because he knew that Lin Yu had huge assets, and he probably didn't care much about the income brought to him by a share of Stark Industries. Could it be that I am overthinking it? He also cares about the money? For a moment, Tony frowned and calmed down instantly. For everyone else, Tony didn't care. Even if it was Obadiah Stan, he didn't care. However, if these shareholders and Obadiah Stan have the support of Lin Yu, then I am afraid that I will be in real trouble, and there is a high possibility that I will be kicked out. And at the moment, Obadiah Stan finally stood up with a serious face and said, "Tony, the resolution to be voted on at this shareholders meeting is to kick you out, so you don't need to participate." Before Tony could say anything, Obadiah Stan looked at Lin Yu again, and his expression instantly became respectful. "Mr. Lin, you haven't voted yet." Obadiah Stan looked at Lin Yu expectantly. Although he is not very familiar with Lin Yu, judging from Lin Yu's previous performance, it seems that he is not very disgusted with the removal of Tony. "That's fun." After Obadiah Stan asked, everyone in the conference room turned their eyes to Lin Yu, who was sitting in the front. Everyone's eyes were full of expectation. Lin Yu's decision will affect the future of Stark Industries. It matters a lot to everyone here. And at the moment, Lin Yu had a smile on his face. Lin Yu suddenly turned his head, looked at Tony Stark, who was standing in the direction of the conference room door, and said slowly, "I don't agree." Moment. There was an uproar. All the shareholders stood up from their seats. His expression changed drastically. Only Tony Stark had a look of surprise on his face for a moment. Sure enough, Mr. Lin is a man of his word. Mr. Lin, are you going to stop thinking about it? Do you know that Tony's decision will plunge Stark Industries into an irreversible situation? Obadiah Stan said to Lin Yu with a solemn expression. He didn't want to use other means unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, using other means is not very safe. Lin Yu's identity is, after all, no ordinary person. If you mess up, you will face even greater trouble. Lin Yu still looked calm, turned his head, looked at Obadiah Stan, and said slowly, "Stark Industry is in ruins. What does it have to do with me? Did I miss this little money?" As soon as Lin Yu's words came out, the entire conference room suddenly became quiet again. You can hear a pin drop. Following Lin Yu's words, they finally remembered something. The assets of Umbrella Corporation are at least dozens of times that of Stark Industries. And the scariest thing is that the Umbrella Company is not a listed company. All assets are the personal property of the bald man in front of me. He really doesn't like the money from Stark Industries. All the shareholders looked ugly, especially Obadiah Stan. The anger on his face seemed like he could no longer hold it in. He snorted lightly, and then a trace of madness appeared on his face. Lin Yu, if you're to blame, blame yourself for being too careless. You dare to come here with a female secretary. After speaking, Obadiah Stan clapped his hands gently. Suddenly, the door to the conference room was pushed open again. 7 or 8 guys dressed in black, with sturdy backs and waists, filed in. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire conference room became tense. Even the small shareholders had a hint of fear in their eyes. They didn't know what these men in black were here to do. Moreover, some sharp-eyed small shareholders even saw the pistols vaguely exposed from the waist of the men in black. They came prepared. The man in black seemed to have been prepared. After arriving in the conference room, he immediately divided into 2 waves. One wave came behind Lin Yu, and the other wave surrounded Tony Stark. At this time, Tony also recalled the words Lin Yu reminded him when he parted with Lin Yu that day. It seems that Obadiah Stane does have a problem. But Tony rushed in after hearing the news, but he didn't make any preparations in advance. Facing 4 strong men in black, he had no choice. Now, he has not yet successfully developed the Mark II steel battle suit, so naturally he cannot be the opponent of these men in black. Tony could only look at Lin Yu, who was sitting at the front of the conference table, still calm and composed. As the big boss of the Umbrella Company, someone like Lin, you shouldn't be unprepared, right? Especially when Tony saw that even the little secretary behind Lin Yu had no expression on his face. He already understood that his uncle seemed to underestimate the big boss of the Umbrella Company. And at the moment, Lin Yu finally stood up from his seat slowly, and a strange smile appeared on his face. He said to Obadiah Stane, "Are you sure you want to be tough with me?" Both Lin Yu and Alice behind him seemed a little calm. It seemed that the men in black did not have any deterrent effect on them. Immediately afterwards, Obadiah Stane seemed to have finally discovered this. But at the moment, he had no way out. Having already used such methods, it is obvious that there is no way to resolve this problem peacefully. And, even now, Lin Yu agreed to his decision under his own coercion. From then on, Lin Yu will also become his enemy. However, Obadiah Stane had already been prepared. If he is an enemy, let him disappear. Although you can't do this at Stark Industries headquarters, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Obadiah Stane was quite good at doing this kind of thing. Are you sure you want something hard? Lin Yu said slowly. Obadiah Stane narrowed his eyes when he heard this. Since there is no way out, then simply stop covering yourself up. I don't care what your identity is. You must agree even if you don't agree today. Otherwise, don't even think about going out like this. Obadiah Stane said fiercely, completely different from his previous polite appearance. Immediately afterwards, before Lin Yu could speak, Obadiah's stand said again, "I have asked people to clear this floor. We are the only ones here now, and I have blocked all signals. Even if you die here, you will not does anyone know." Obadiah's stand had already made complete preparations, so he dared to use force against Lin Yu. Then, Obadiah Stan took out a document directly from the computer bag in front of him. He threw it casually in front of Lin Yu. "Since you have already used force, let the evil ones do it to the end. Sign this document and transfer all shares of Stark Industries to me. Then you can go back and be the boss of your umbrella company. Otherwise," Obadiah Stane showed his fierce look. Although he didn't finish what he said, the meaning was already obvious. At this moment, it seemed that the protagonist in the entire conference room became Obadiah Stan again. Lin Yu and Tony had become supporting roles. At the moment, just after Obadiah Stane said these words, the men in black surrounding Lin Yu and Tony Stark all put their hands on the handles of the pistols at their waists. As long as the two of them make any unnecessary movements, they will react instantly. Everything seems to be safe. Obadiah Stan also showed a confident smile on his face. But at this time, Lin Yu's reaction made everyone confused. Lin Yu winked at Alice behind him, and then Alice actually took out a contract. Then, he gently placed it in front of Obadiah Stane with a smile. "This is an equity transfer agreement. If you sign, I will spare your life," Lin Yu said slowly. His voice was calm, as if he was chatting away from home. But this scene completely angered Obadiah Stane. In the current situation, it is obvious that he has absolute control. This guy is really ignorant. "You are looking for death." Obadiah Stane was furious. He picked up the agreement in front of him and tore it into pieces. Then, he said to the men in black, "Give them some color and kill that woman." Obadiah Stane is finally ready to take action. After he gave the order, the four men in black behind Lin Yu also moved quickly. They took out their pistols and pointed them at Alice. The pistols all had silencers on them, so they were obviously prepared. But when they just took out their pistols, Lin Yu had already put away the smile on his face. Suddenly, in the conference room, a dark green shadow suddenly flashed across. A gust of breeze suddenly crossed everyone's faces. It was like something was passing by quickly in the conference room. When I saw that dark green, the person who was most frightened was actually Tony Stark. He instantly recalled the scene he saw in the terrorist base. Those headless corpses, the blood on the ground, and that cold monster. Lin Yu actually brought that monster here. Cold sweat broke out on Tony's forehead. On the way to Stark Industrial Group, Lin Yu had already decided to use predators to scare those guys. Although the Hunter is one of the trump cards of the Umbrella Company. However, it is not Lin Yu's strongest trump card. And, sooner or later, predators, like lickers, will be exposed to the public eye. It's actually not a big deal if people find out earlier. In comparison, Lin Yu's other two trump cards, the Red Queen, and Lin Yu's own strength, are the things Lin Yu doesn't want to expose. Everyone in the conference room suddenly smelled a smell of blood. It seemed that the breeze just now carried the smell of blood from nowhere. But then, everyone knew where this bloody smell came from. A man in black who had just pulled out a pistol suddenly stopped where he was. It seems like time has stopped. Immediately afterwards, in everyone's eyes, the arm of the man in black holding the pistol suddenly broke off at the wrist. It was like something extremely sharp swiped across his wrist in an instant. But this is not the end. When his hand and the pistol he held fell from midair, a red mark suddenly appeared on his neck. Then, everyone was stunned by the sight in front of them. The head of the man in black who was closest to Alice slowly slipped off his neck. Before his hand fell to the ground, it began to fall slowly. There was a hint of ferocity on his face. It seemed like he was just getting ready to shoot. He didn't even feel any pain. The pain of his broken wrist seemed to have separated from his body before it reached his brain through the nerves. Boom! The head of the man in black fell to the floor with a thud. Then, dong dong. The head bounced twice on the ground and made two more thumping sounds. These sounds seemed to hit everyone's hearts, making everyone's hearts beat violently. just when these people looked at the man in black. Sudden, several more dong 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 sounds reached their ears. They all rolled their stiff necks and eyes. Immediately afterwards, they saw a scene that they would never forget. In the conference room, the heads of a total of 8 men in black fell to the ground. Their bodies still stood in place, as if the support of their bodies and legs was still there. But all the heads have rolled off. Blood spurted out crazily from their necks, like 8 bright red fountains. In the conference room, a breeze blew again. The 8 headless corpses finally fell slowly, and the breeze finally stopped. A dark green figure stood quietly behind Lin Yu, looking at everyone in the office with cold eyes. Lin Yu suddenly frowned, because he suddenly smelled a strange smell in the conference room. I don't know which shareholder he was, but he was so frightened that he peed his pants, exuding a strong smell of urine. The room was quiet, except for Lin Yu. Everyone else had the same expression. His eyes were widened, his mouth was slightly open, and his chest was rising and falling rapidly. It seemed that the scene in front of me was like hell. Even Tony Stark, who saw this scene for the second time, almost collapsed to the ground. Compared with last time, this time it looked even more shocking. After all, this is the Stark Industrial Building, and it's his own territory. The whole room was filled only with the smell of blood and urine. No one dared to make even a sound. At this moment, Alice, who was behind Lin Yu, seemed to notice something was wrong with her boss's expression. She also frowned slightly, then slowly walked to the window of the conference room and opened it. A gentle breeze blew. The smell in the air finally slowly dissipated. Lin Yu's frown slowly calmed down. After glancing at the sensible Alice, Lin Yu turned his head and looked at Obadiah Stane at the conference table again. "How are you doing? Do you want to be hard again?" Lin Yu asked calmly, as casually as asking if he had breakfast. But Obadiah Stane, however, could no longer remain calm. He finally realized that he had really done something wrong. The purpose of killing Lin Yu's assistant just now was just to scare Lin Yu. He wouldn't dare kill someone in broad daylight. Even if he kills, he still has to do it secretly. But Lin Yu is different. Not only did he kill people in broad daylight, he also killed 8 at the same time. What's even more terrifying is that the extremely ferocious-looking monster behind him can almost scare an adult into fainting just by looking at it. It seemed that it only took 2 seconds for the monster to chop off the heads of 8 men in black. He is a complete killing machine. No, it's impossible for a killing machine to kill so fast. That thing is the devil. Previously, Obadiah Stane thought that Stark Industries was a military-industrial enterprise after all. Although it was smaller than Umbrella Corporation, it should be better at combat than Umbrella Corporation. Moreover, Obadiah Stane has also specially trained a lot of armed forces to deal with some things that cannot be dealt with money. These men in black are his personal weapons. But he didn't expect that compared to the Umbrella Company, what he was playing with was simply child's play. The Umbrella Company is the real boss. They actually directly cultivated a monster. Seeing this monster, Obadiah Stane suddenly thought of the hordes of monsters that appeared in New York before. He suddenly understood that those monsters should also be from the Umbrella Company. Only Umbrella Company has this kind of technology and financial strength. I want to sign the equity transfer agreement just now. Obadiah Stane stammered. He hurriedly scratched the table with his hands, trying to put the pieces back together. However, he tore it up a little hard just now, and all that agreement has been turned into crumbs. After a few seconds, Obadiah Stane finally raised his head again. Facing Lin Yu, he begged, Mr. Lin, do you have any other agreements?" Obadiah Stane, a man in his 50s, had a cry in his voice. However, Lin Yu's answer directly made his mood fall into an icy abyss. "Sorry, I just brought one," Lin Yu said calmly. After Lin Yu finished speaking, immediately afterwards, the first-generation hunter behind Lin Yu once again turned into a dark green afterimage. A cold light suddenly appeared. Obadiah Stane's 2 arms suddenly separated from his body. Blood spurted out wildly. Obadiah Stane also fainted from the severe pain that followed. Lin Yu did not kill Obadiah Stane. After cutting off Obadiah Stane's 2 arms, The dark green figure suddenly flashed a blue light and disappeared into the conference room. Disappeared quietly, as if it had never appeared. And this time, Lin Yu glanced at the frightened small shareholders and then slowly came to Tony. Lin Yu stretched out a hand, patted Tony's shoulder gently, and said, "Look, I have helped you deal with the biggest obstacle. I hope you can put Stark Industries on the right track in the future." Looking at Lin Yu's sincere eyes, Tony nodded stiffly. And at the moment, Lin Yu suddenly turned his head, glanced at the trembling small shareholders at the conference table again, and said, "You should be able to assist Tony well, right?" Hearing Lin Yu's words, all the small shareholders nodded hurriedly, like rattles. How dare they have any evil thoughts now? As long as Lin Yu doesn't let the terrifying monster chop off their heads, they will do anything they want without hesitation's consent. Not to mention assisting Tony, no one would dare to object, even if he was working as a bully for Tony. Seeing that everything was settled, Lin Yu smiled at Tony and walked towards the door of the conference room. Alice followed closely behind. Opening the door and just taking one leg out, Lin Yu suddenly turned around and said to Tony, "By the way, what happened here shouldn't be spread out, right?" The small shareholders in the conference room were so frightened that they all shook their heads in a hurry. And Tony seemed to have finally recovered from the fear just now. He nodded solemnly and then said slowly, "Don't worry, not a word will be spread. After going through all this, Tony seems to have grown a lot. Only when you're used to seeing blood can you adapt to it faster." Lin Yu's special car. Alice asked weakly, "Boss, why didn't you kill that hateful guy just now?" Alice was talking about Obadiah's stain. Alice was very dissatisfied with this guy who was yelling in front of her boss. If she had her way, she should cut this guy into pieces. However, Lin Yu only cut off his arms. This punishment is too light. However, Lin Yu laughed and didn't care. Let's leave this guy to Tony himself. After all, he is his uncle, Lin Yu said with a smile. Alice doesn't quite believe that Tony would kill anyone. It seems like Tony Stark is a fool. This may be because she follows Lin Yu all day long, so she naturally compares Tony with her boss. After all, this is just the early days of Marvel, and Tony has just begun to transform from a playboy to a superhero. During this period, he did look a little silly. Will he kill that guy? Alice asked doubtfully. Lin Yu raised his shoulders and said, "It doesn't matter whether he kills him or not. Definitely, even if he doesn't kill him, he won't be stupid enough to give Obadiah Stan a chance to stand up again. Definitely. There's one more thing, Lin, you didn't say. Even in the previous Marvel movies, Obadiah Stan only had a small role. Even if he was allowed to develop, Lin, you would not like him at all. The difference in strength is too great. It's not on the same level at all." A few days later, Raccoon City, Umbrella Corporation, Hive underground base. Lin Yu is watching a piece of news. In the news footage, Tony Stark's good friend Colonel Rhodes is speaking at a press conference. During a military exercise, one of our fighter jets crashed, but fortunately the pilot bailed out in time and his life was not in danger. The picture in the news is very familiar to Lin Yu. It was the scene where Iron Man accidentally crashed a military fighter jet after his first flight, and the military held a press conference. And at the moment, Tony Stark has basically perfected all functions of Mark II. Looking at the picture on the screen, Lin Yu said softly, "Red Queen, copy all the steel battle suit technical information from Tony Stark's private network, and be careful not to alert JRVS." "Okay, boss." The Red Queen's voice also came to Lin Yu's ears. After arranging the Red Queen, Lin Yu also walked out of his office. He called Alice and walked toward the special department in the Hive. This department is actually not special when it comes to Stark Industries, because the name of this department is called the Weapons Research and Development Department. The Umbrella Company is best at biotechnology and cloning technology, but it has never been weapons research and development. So, although there is this department in the Hive, they have never been taken seriously. It seems that its only function is to make some simple firearms and individual combat equipment. Moreover, there are not many. After all, it is simply used to arm the armed forces of the Umbrella Company. Definitely, even if it is not taken seriously, it does not mean that this department is not strong. But in the Hive's secret base, there are too many powerful departments, such as cloning laboratories, such as artificial intelligence laboratories. Under the influence of the strong aura of these departments, the Weapons Research and Development Department will appear a little weak. A few minutes later, Lin Yu finally took Alice to this department called the Weapons Research and Development Laboratory. When Lin Yu walked into the laboratory, he immediately attracted great attention from the scientific researchers in the laboratory. They didn't expect that the big boss came in person. The person in charge of the laboratory, Abigail, hurried over. Abigail is a woman with short hair and looks quite capable. After meeting Lin Yu, her eyes showed extreme excitement. Although she has a mind and level almost as good as Tony Stark, she has never had much room to play in the Umbrella Company. Moreover, compared to other laboratories, this Weapons Research and Development Laboratory receives far less resource support. Abigail was naturally very excited to see Lin Yu coming here in person. "Boss, why are you here?" Abigail rubbed her hands and said with a smile. Lin Yu also came here once, just after traveling through time. However, that time it was just a formality, and I visited the door for a while before leaving. But this time it was different. He took Alice directly into the laboratory, and it was obvious that something was wrong. Lin Yu smiled slightly and said, "I have a task for you." Abigail became even more excited when she heard there was a mission. As long as you have work to do, it means that your boss values you. Moreover, the boss personally handed over the tasks, which is great news. "What kind of mission, boss? We are so busy here. We need a work day and night to get us all excited." Abigail did not hide her inner ecstasy. In an umbrella company, you can only be taken seriously if you're assigned tasks by your boss. Only then can we have endless resources. We can do whatever we want, and we can study whatever we want to study. For them, the boss's mission is the greatest favor. Seeing Abigail's anxious look, Lin Yu smiled slightly, and then said, "I have the technical information of a steel battlesuit here. You can take your people to study it. The ultimate goal is that you need to develop something that can to match the steel armor of those biochemical creatures, at least give them the ability to fly and survive in outer space." Immediately afterwards, Lin Yu said, "Red Queen, please cooperate with them and help Abigail complete this task." After arranging the arrangements, Lin Yu looked at Alice again and said, "Alice, allocate resources to the Weapons Research and Development Laboratory and provide full support at all costs. We must ensure the progress of the steel battle suit research and development." 3 orders in a row made Abigail's blood boil, especially when Lin Yu said she would give her full support at any cost. Her eyes simply lit up. My own Weapons Research and Development Laboratory is finally taking off. At this time, Lin Yu turned his head, looked at Abigail again, and said slowly, "If there is new information, the Red Queen will send it to you at any time, but the most important thing is your own efforts. Don't let me down." SHIELD Headquarters. Director's Office. Nick Fury has been obviously tired lately. Sitting on the chair in the office, he looked at the information handed to him by Phil Coulson with a sad look on his face. In the information, a list is displayed. The people on the list involve almost all departments of S.H.I.E.L.D. These are the members who Phil Coulson recently discovered through investigation and are suspected to be Hydra spies. Although it is only a one-sided investigation and has not yet been determined, Nick Fury still feels a little overwhelmed when he sees this list. If all these people were arrested, SHIELD would be almost paralyzed. Moreover, whether it can be caught is still a question. After all, there are too many people. Phil Coulson stood in front of Nick Fury's desk, his expression not very good. The deeper he investigated, the more frightened he became. Throughout S.H.I.E.L.D., he knew who to trust. Nick Fury and Phil Coulson looked at each other and nodded at the same time. The two got up, went to the underground garage, and then got into Nick Fury's car. The vehicle started and drove away from the SHIELD headquarters building. Soon, Nick Fury drove the vehicle and came to a tunnel. At this moment, Nick Fury and Phil Coulson can finally talk about HYDRA. They were afraid to talk about it in Nick Fury's office. After all, they don't know if there will be Hydra monitoring equipment in the office. Nick Fury's car is much safer. Moreover, in the tunnel, even if there is monitoring, no signal can be transmitted. Has anyone discovered your investigation? Nick Fury asked first. What he is most worried about now is another problem. That is, if the investigation between myself and Phil Coulson is discovered by Hydra in advance, will they launch an attack in advance? If they get there first, then the entire SHIELD will probably be doomed. Phil Coulson shook his head and said, no one should find out. All my investigations are conducted secretly without anyone else. Nick Fury frowned deeply and said, there are too many people on this list, and they are in various departments. Can you confirm the identities of these people? Phil Coulson slowly shook his head again. He didn't say anything, but his meaning was obvious. It is impossible for one person to investigate everything in such a short time. The people on this list are also suspected of being Hydra. It's simply impossible to know for sure. The car fell into silence again. It seemed that both of them were at a loss what to do. At this moment, Phil Coulson suddenly said again, Director, do you think Lin Yu, the big boss of the umbrella company, knows some secrets that we don't know? Lin Yu originally told them about Hydra. Moreover, the names of two people were directly mentioned. Phil Coulson felt that Lin Yu must know more, but he just didn't say it that day. After hearing Phil Coulson's words, Nick Fury's eyes lit up slightly. But then it dimmed again. He must know other secrets, but Nick Fury hesitated for a while and continued. He may not necessarily help us. The strength of the umbrella company is definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface. SHIELD should not have what he needs, so it is difficult to ask him for help. Nick Fury has actually thought about this problem for a long time. In this situation, SHIELD is simply riding a tiger. To alert the enemy is to seek death, but if you do nothing, you can only watch Hydra gradually eroding shield, and even eventually turn all SHIELD into Hydra. It seems that the only person who can help him get through this difficulty is the boss of the umbrella company, who is powerful and knows some secrets that he doesn't know. But why should he help himself? After all, I had sent people to investigate the umbrella company before. Although we had a good chat that day, we can't be considered friends yet. In Nick Fury's car, the two fell into silence again. They were completely at their wits' end against these all-pervasive Hydra. Finally, Nick Fury sighed slightly and said, continue the secret investigation. I will think of a solution. Immediately afterwards, Phil Coulson reported to Nick Fury on some other tasks. For example, someone found the frozen body of the captain of the United States in the Arctic glacier. Phil Coulson has sent people to the Arctic to collect it. There's also something about Stark Industries. But, compared with Hydra, Nick Fury is obviously not in the mood to care about these messy things. Umbrella Corporation, Hive Underground Base. After arranging the tasks in the Weapons Research and Development Laboratory, Lin Yu is obviously in a good mood. I took Alice to wander around the various laboratories in the base again. When he walked to a corner and saw a very small laboratory, Lin Yu suddenly became interested. The last time he went shopping, he didn't find this small laboratory hidden in the corner. Seeing Lin Yu stopping in front of the laboratory, Alice hurriedly introduced, Boss, this laboratory is the smallest laboratory in our base. There is only one person. Her research direction is viruses, but there has never been any what results have been achieved, so no one usually pays attention to this place. This virus laboratory is smaller than the Weapons Research and Development Laboratory. There is only one person. Lin Yu usually only pays attention to those big laboratories and has never even been to this virus laboratory. Therefore, Alice hurriedly introduced. But, after listening to Alice's introduction, Lin Yu's eyes became brighter and brighter. I have always wondered, how could the umbrella company not have a laboratory to research viruses? Lin Yu was previously afraid of revealing his identity as a time traveler, so he didn't dare to ask. After walking around the Hive base, I didn't find this laboratory. I thought that this umbrella company was completely different from the one I knew. Now it turns out that it was hidden too deeply, and there didn't seem to be any great research results. What's the name of the person in charge of this laboratory? Lin Yu asked. Alice recalled it briefly, and then said, It seems that her name is Alexia. She doesn't come out very often. She locks herself in the laboratory all day long, so few people know her. Hearing this name, Lin Yu's eyes lit up again. Alexia. This name is very familiar to Lin Yu. In the previous Resident Evil movies and games, she was the most talented virus research scientist at Umbrella Company. It was also she who discovered the Veronica virus. Although this virus has great flaws, it is also very powerful. But just when Lin Yu was about to take Alice to see Alexia and her virus laboratory, in Lin Yu's mind, a system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! It has been detected that the gene for the most powerful human being has appeared in the Arctic. Please go to the host to get it as soon as possible. The strength of this gene is very high. Please pay attention to it. The ultimate human being? Arctic? In an instant, Lin Yu, who heard the system prompts, knew who the gene came from this time. It is clear. The captain of the United States, who had been frozen for more than 70 years, was finally found. Red Queen, check if there is any news about Steve, the captain of the United States, in the North Pole. Lin Yu said hurriedly to the Red Queen. After a few seconds, the Red Queen's voice reached Lin Yu's ears. Boss, under the Arctic Glacier, a team of explorers discovered the frozen body of Captain Steve of the United States and notified the United States government. Now Steve's body is under the protection of SHIELD and is preparing to be transported to SHIELD headquarters. Already in the hands of SHIELD, Lin Yu is slightly stunned. Unexpectedly, SHIELD still has time to take care of this matter. Shouldn't they be too busy to take care of themselves? What Lin Yu didn't know was that Nick Fury was really busy with himself, but in order not to alert others, all work of SHIELD was still going on as normal. What makes it uncomfortable is that Nick Fury and Phil Coulson are the only two people with knowledge of S.H.I.E.L.D. Alice, help me dial Nick Fury's number. Lin Yu ordered lightly. After all, we had a good chat with Nick Fury, and we can't break up with SHIELD again just because of the United States captain's genes. And the United States captain's genes can be solved with a phone call, so why waste time? Raising his head and taking another deep look at the virus laboratory in front of him, Lin Yu turned around and left with Alice. After we get the genes of the captain of the United States, let's take a closer look at this virus laboratory. Lin Yu thought to himself. Lin Yu still has high expectations for the virus laboratory and Alexia, the head of the virus laboratory, although I haven't seen him in person yet. However, how could Umbrella Company's virus research be weak? At the very least, it should be similar to a cloning laboratory. Although, there's only one person now, and it is so inconspicuous. Lin Yu feels that it must not have reached the outbreak period yet. After the T-virus appears, it will be truly invincible. And now Alice, Weskier, and others are just ordinary people. It doesn't have the Superman-like strength in previous movies. However, if there is a T-virus, it will be different. Lin Yu couldn't help but feel more and more excited. But now, let's get the genes of the captain of the United States first. The system has reminded me that the captain of the United States has very strong genes. Lin Yu will naturally not miss it. A few minutes later, Nick Fury's phone finally got through. It seems that some signals were not very good just now. As soon as the call was connected, Nick Fury's slightly excited voice came from the phone. Mr. Lin, why do you have time to call me? Lin Yu noticed that the old guy Nick Fury actually used an honorific title for himself. Could it be that he has something to ask of himself? Lin Yu thought about the reason as soon as his brain turned around. Lin Yu chuckled and said straight to the point, I have something I want to ask director Nick Fury for help with. Lin Yu doesn't like to mince words, and when dealing with smart people like Nick Fury, there's no need to talk nonsense. Really, Nick Fury became even more excited when he heard Lin Yu ask him for help. Before asking anything, he just said, Mr. Lin, if you have any questions, just ask me. As long as I can help, I will do my best. Nick Fury is now eager for Lin Yu to ask him for help. If I can help Lin Yu, then can I also ask Lin Yu for help? Lin Yu smiled slightly, as if he had expected the positive interaction with Nick Fury. I heard that your SHIELD got the body of Captain Steve of the United States in the Arctic. I hope to borrow it for a few days. This kind of body that has been frozen for 70 years will be very useful for our research on many anti-aging drugs. Lin Yu said slowly. This reason can be considered quite satisfactory. Absolutely. Nick Fury doesn't care what the reason is. He didn't know that the Captain of the United States was still alive. He thought the Captain of the United States was just a corpse. Moreover, even if he knew that the Captain of the United States was still alive, it would be worth using him in exchange for the help of the Umbrella Company. Okay, no problem. I'll have his body sent to you now. Nick Fury said hurriedly. Moreover, before hanging up the phone, he directly made arrangements for Phil Coulson next to him. Phil Coulson, hurry up and arrange the team that transports the body. Don't go back to S.H.I.E.L.D. Send the body of Captain the United States directly to the Umbrella Company headquarters. Lin Yu held up the phone and listened to Nick Fury's anxious voice, and suddenly felt that this guy was indeed a little pitiful. It is indeed not easy for the dignified S.H.I.E.L.D. director to be forced into this situation. Director Nick Fury was really helpful. If you need anything from the Umbrella Company, please feel free to tell me. Lin Yu said generously. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. is a very important and core organization in the Marvel world. In the future, there may be places where we can help each other. Moreover, Lin Yu also knows what Nick Fury is worried about recently. So Lin Yu is still willing to help with such a small favor. Really? Nick Fury's slightly nervous voice came over the phone. Mr. Lin is so polite, but I really need a little help from Mr. Lin. 2 hours later, Raccoon City, the roof of the Umbrella Company headquarters building. A SHIELD helicopter landed with the frozen Captain of the United States. Alice personally received it and quickly sent the frozen Captain of the United States to the Hive base. Of course, Lin Yu couldn't treat the United States captain like a corpse. He wasn't dead after all. Only, after being transferred to the Hive underground base, Lin Yu immediately arranged for Dr. Isaac to extract the genes of the Captain of the United States. A few minutes later, Alice took the genes of the Captain of the United States and came to Lin Yu's office. Seeing the test tube in Alice's hand, a system prompt appeared in Lin Yu's eyes. Gene name: Human Extremely Strong Gene, Captain Steve of the United States. Gene strength: 4 stars. Available experience points: 450 points. Gene contains ability ranking: Strength 100, Agility 50, Defense 70, Attack 50, Special Potential 230-inch. Lin Yu was a little surprised by this attribute distribution. Forgetting other attributes, the potential attribute actually has 230 points. However, after thinking about it, Lin Yu felt relieved. The Captain of the United States has a nickname in the Marvel world called 55 Kai. I can have a 50-50 draw with anyone. In a final battle, I can even give Thanos a fight. The potential attribute of 230 points is considered reasonable. And, in addition to the exaggerated attribute distribution, the total amount of experience points provided by the United States Captain Gene is also quite impressive. This is the one with the most experience points besides Thor. You go out first. Lin Yu took the test tube and then ordered to Alice. Lin Yu was the only one left in Lin Yu's office again. A flash of light flashed, and the test tube in Lin Yu's hand disappeared into thin air. And the Biochemical Technology Tree in Lin Yu's mind burst out with fierce light again. The main experience value increases instantly. Reached 1870 points. It only takes 3,000 points to advance to the 3rd level. And now, it's already halfway through. In addition to the experience of the main branch, the experience of each branch has also been improved a lot. Lin Yu felt the changes in his body. The changes this time are very average. Strength, speed, defense, attack, all-round improvement. However, Lin Yu cannot feel the improvement in potential. After all, potential is something as mysterious as it is mysterious. Perhaps in future battles, Lin Yu can feel what potential is. Definitely. The chances are not great either. After all, there are not many opportunities for Lin Yu to play hard in person. Feeling the changes in his body, Lin Yu's eyes flashed again. The hunter was also summoned from the biological cultivation tank in Lin Yu's mind. This time around, the changes to the predators aren't particularly drastic. It just looks like his body is stronger and the lines on his body are smoother. But the Captain of the United States has the power of super serum after all. His genes provide the hunter with greater strength and speed. However, in terms of potential, just like Lin Yu's own body, it is completely invisible. Definitely, the first generation of hunters was already very strong, both in terms of strength and speed. Now, with the blessing of the genes of the Captain of the United States, he is definitely stronger. As for how powerful it still needs to be shown in actual combat. Looking at the hunter in front of him, Lin Yu thought for a moment and came up with its new name. Just call it Super Hunter, Lin Yu thought to himself. The word super comes from the super soldier serum. It also means that the hunter has some of the power of a super soldier. Same. Lin Yu also came to the cloning laboratory again. All super hunters were cloned again. 100,000 first-generation hunters were all updated into super hunters before they even appeared on the scene. 2 days later, a call from Nick Fury came to Alice. Alice came to Lin Yu's office immediately and reported the situation to Lin Yu. Lin Yu raised the corners of his mouth slightly and then said, "Let them go." Lin Yu gave an order, and dozens of huge vans set off from a secret base of the Umbrella Company in Raccoon City. These vans are all painted black, with a rather obvious Umbrella Company logo in the center of the van. Dozens of trucks traveled a long distance, and their destination seemed to be New York. And half an hour after those trucks set off, on the roof of the Umbrella Company headquarters building, an Umbrella Company helicopter slowly took off and flew towards New York. On the helicopter, Lin Yu looked at New York City getting closer and closer in the distance, with an inexplicable smile on his face. "Nick Fury, I mobilized all my troops this time, really just to help you," Lin Yu said to himself. A few minutes later, the helicopter landed on a helipad at S.H.I.E.L.D., and the convoy of dozens of trucks slowly stopped around the SHIELD headquarters building. Almost the entire SHIELD was surrounded by water. Seeing this scene, all the staff in the SHIELD headquarters building were stunned. Oh my God, why are they all Umbrella Company cars? What do they want to do? Are they going to start a war with our SHIELD? Where are the people from SHIELD? Where is the director? Why hasn't there been any response? The employees of SHIELD started discussing. But throughout SHIELD, it seemed like there were no orders issued at all. It's as if Nick Fury didn't even see that SHIELD was surrounded. What happened next shocked tens of thousands of SHIELD employees. Outside the SHIELD headquarters building, defense devices were suddenly raised, the suspension bridge was raised, and the fence was raised. This is SHIELD's defense system. But the problem is, these defense systems actually surround dozens of vehicles from the Umbrella Company. This is not about defending the Umbrella Company people at all. More like, close the door and beat the dog. Immediately afterwards, on several of the Umbrella Company's trucks, many heavily armed soldiers suddenly walked down in groups. They all wore black body armor, helmets and goggles on their heads, and numerous high-tech equipment on their bodies. They were almost armed to the teeth. These people used the trucks as a defense and all set up weapons, aiming in the direction of the SHIELD building. This is simply a posture ready for war with SHIELD. But, until now, there was no reaction from the SHIELD executives at all. The situation is simply weird to the extreme. And at the moment, in the director's office in the SHIELD headquarters building, Nick Fury and his most trusted agent, Phil Coulson, were standing quietly in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, watching the actions of the Umbrella Company's armed forces below. Both of their faces looked a little heavy and slightly worried. But there was no surprise. Obviously, they were already prepared for the behavior of the Umbrella Company. However, even though they called the Umbrella Company, they were still a little worried. After all, if the Umbrella Company wants to harm SHIELD, SHIELD now has almost no room for resistance. Director, would it be too reckless for us to do this? Phil Coulson asked worriedly. Hearing Phil Coulson's concerns, Nick Fury smiled bitterly and said, "Now, no matter whether we are reckless or not, there is no room for maneuver. We can only believe in Lin Yu." While the two were watching the actions of the Umbrella Company below, the door to Nick Fury's office was suddenly opened. "Pierce, The head of the World Security Council and Nick Fury's boss, who was working on the top floor of the SHILD headquarters building, suddenly burst in. His face looked a little frightened. After entering the door, he hurriedly asked Nick Fury, "Director Nick Fury, what happened? Why did the people from the Umbrella Company surround us? What do they want to do? Why don't you send agents to fight?" Pierce asked a lot of questions. He was obviously in a very anxious mood. But Nick Fury walked up to Pierce, gently patted his old friend on the shoulder, and said, "Don't worry, the Umbrella Company is our friend, and they will leave after they finish handling some matters." Nick Fury still doesn't know that Pierce is the boss of HYDRA. However, he is not stupid enough to tell the purpose of Umbrella Company here now. He doesn't trust anyone but Phil Coulson right now. Nick Fury greeted the somewhat anxious Pierce and sat down in his office and poured him a cup of tea. But Pierce was obviously not in the mood for tea, and his face looked ugly. "What secrets are you hiding from me? We have been old friends for so many years. You shouldn't distrust me, right? Tell me their purpose, or I will give you an order now for all SHILD agents to attack," Pierce said loudly. Nick Fury, on the other hand, could only comfort him with a wry smile. While Pierce and Nick Fury were arguing in the director's office, there was new movement inside the Umbrella Company's truck. The truck compartments were all opened. Immediately afterwards, countless dark green shadows ran out of the carriage. They have hard scales on their bodies are streamlined, and their claws reflect the cold light like sharp blades. The Super Hunter Legion is truly revealed to the world for the first time. At the same time, a dark Umbrella Company helicopter also landed in the square in front of the SHILD headquarters building. A bald man dressed in black and a beautiful secretary with blonde hair slowly walked down from the helicopter.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.